This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 17th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Among the many brilliant stars to be presented in future weeks are Loretta Young, Andrea Leeds, John Garfield, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, and others. Today and next Sunday, we're proud to present Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's talented James Stewart and the gifted young Warner Brothers actress Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, an original drama by Grover Jones and True Boardman. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart as Rusty Lane and Jane Bryan as Mary Lou Masters.
Standard Airways, Flight 9, Albuquerque to Los Angeles, leaving from gate number 2. All passengers aboard, please. Flight 9 now leaving.
Did you make any changes in the flight plan, Rusty?
Just one. We go over Rex City at 8,000 instead of 10,000. That way we ought to miss that headwind. Passenger all aboard? Come on, let's go.
Right.
Oh, young man, are you the pilot of this plane?
Yes, ma'am. You go ahead, Elmer, and get this started.
Right.
Well, you see, this is my first trip by plane, Captain, and, well, it won't be too bumpy, will it?
Oh, well, I don't think so, ma'am. The weather looks very good, and if I see any bumps up in the sky there, I'll just fly around them. Well, I hope you enjoy the trip, madam.
Thank you. All passengers fasten seatbelts.
All set, Elmer?
All set.
Good. Lane in Standard Flight 9 calling the tower. We are ready to taxi for takeoff.
Towers are Lane in Flight 9. Go ahead. Taxi to north runway. Take off northeast to southwest. Wind is southwest 12.
Okay. Did you test the radio, Elmer, both day and night frequencies?
Yeah.
You know, you should have been with me today. You know where I went? I went out to an Indian reservation.
Indian reservation?
Yeah.
And for what? Honest, you're the get-aroundingest guy. Did you ever take an hour off and just do nothing? Give that curiosity of yours a rest.
Oh, well, Whiz, those motors sound swell since the overhaul, don't they?
Yeah.
Calling the tower, Lane in Flight 9. We are ready for takeoff.
Okay, Flight 9. No traffic in area. That's all. Clearing Flight 9 from Albuquerque. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, Elmer, about those Indians, they've got this ceremony. It's something to do with the rain. It's a new version of the Lamb of Walk, only you have a rattlesnake for a partner.
A rattlesnake?
Wheels up.
Where's up? Did you say rattlesnake?
Yeah, I said rattlesnake.
Thanks. I'll sit that one out.
Switch to the beam, Elmer.
Right.
Wow. How's that? Off the ground exactly on schedule.
You know, you're going to be 2 minutes late someday, and the sky's going to fall in or something. You're the on-timingest guy.
Well, how else can you run an airline? Now, with everything on schedule, we can just settle down to a nice, pleasant flight. Calm and uneventful.
Except, of course, for Misty Mountain.
Elmer, you're a mind reader.
But look, Rusty, some of these days, talking to that gal's going to get you in Dutch. You know the rules about communicating with private individuals on the plane's equipment.
Will you stop worrying? In the first place, I talked to that girl on Misty Mountain on the emergency transmitter, and the ground station is tuned to our regular equipment. And in the second
place, you're just plain balmy.
Balmy? What do you mean, balmy? A beautiful girl's voice comes out of nowhere. A girl I've never seen, and she talks to me not once but 100 times, and I don't know, she gets to be sort of a landmark on the flight. Now, talk to her. What do you mean? Of course I'll talk to her.
And what about Helen Marshall? Just because she's in Honolulu, you needn't...
Now, that's nothing to do with Helen.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. But when a guy's practically engaged to the daughter of the boss and then takes a chance of losing her...
Losing her? Now, look. Now, Helen's my girl. He may even get married. Mary Lou, on the other hand, is just a voice out of nowhere. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all she'll ever be. Hey, we're off the beam, you know that.
We're off the beam. If anybody's off beam, it's a guy called Rusty Lane. And I'm not talking about airplanes.
Well, there she is, Elmer, good old Misty Mountain.
Now, Rusty.
Now, we better report. Show that switch. Lane in Standard Airways, Flight 9, calling Las Vegas. Go ahead.
Las Vegas to Flight 9. Go ahead.
Flight 9 over Misty Mountain at 9,000, climbing at 456. Estimate bar low at 7,000 at 517. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9.
Now, Elmer, switch the receiver over to night frequency.
Rusty.
You heard me. Now, what's her call letter again?
W6RX. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Thanks, pal. Standard Airways, Flight 9, calling W6RX2. Come in, please. Calling W6RX2. Come in.
Hooray, she's not there. Now, let's forget it.
W6RX2, back to Flight 9. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Elmer. How are you up there today? Go ahead, Flight 9.
Hello, Mary Lou. All right, Elmer, now say hello.
Oh, hello.
Don't mind him, Mary Lou. It's just his sunny disposition. Well, now, what's new on Misty Mountain? How's Mother McCree, huh? Did you have her pups yet? Go on, now, tell us the news. Come in.
Yes, Mother McCree did have her pups. 6 of them. And, Rusty, they are the cutest things you ever saw. There's nothing else new down here, though. Say, Rusty, where are you up there anyway? I'm looking out the window and I can't see. Oh, there you are. The plane just came over the top of the peak. You know, it looks as if it was made of gold with the sunset on the wings like that. How fast are you going? Go ahead.
Well, we're going about ground speed of 180, I guess. But now, Mary Lou, now look, there are a lot of questions I want to ask you. Now, where are you down there? Now, tell me where your house is. Are you ahead of the plane or behind it, left or right? You know, I checked with the post office department, and there isn't a town on Misty Mountain, not even a village. So where do you live down there? Now, tell me. Come in.
Are you sure I'm here at all? Maybe I'm just a voice with no girl to go with it.
Oh, no, you're not. Hey, I bet I can even describe you. Now, let's see, and you've got...
You're 6'3", you got a pug nose, 3 warts on your chin, bow legs, and you wear a wig. And anyway, who cares?
That was Elmer. I just threw him out of the airplane. He doesn't approve of my talking to you. He says, I'll get fired and you'll lose your license if we're caught at it. But now go on. Now tell me about you. Who are you? Now, what are you doing on Misty Mountain?
You'll never know. I'm signing off now, Rusty. 73's for the day. Give my love to the angels up there. Good night, Rusty. Night, Elmer. W6RX2 signing clear.
All right, but Mary Lou.
Mary Lou.
Now, shut up.
So she's just a voice.
Yeah. Elmer, what do you suppose she does look like?
What do you care? Helen's your girl.
Well, sure she is. Well, that just doesn't stop a guy from being curious, does it?
Oh, is that what you call it?
Now, pipe down.
Sure.
Mary Lou, Mary Lou.
Standard Airways, Flight 9, Albuquerque to Los Angeles has just arrived. Passengers now disembarking gate number 2.
Rusty, in case you're interested, we have a rove, as the grammar books say, and the passengers are out. Come on.
Okay.
What are you going to do tonight, Rusty?
No, I don't know.
Well, there's a movie in town all about pilots and airplanes. I thought we might go learn something about how it's done.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Wouldn't it be something if real flying was like it is in the movies? I can just see you, the determined hero, driving his ship through a blinding storm, ceiling 0, visibility 0.
Range 0.
Yeah.
There he is. Oh, Rusty.
Yeah, hey, it's her, Rusty. Your girl, Helen.
Helen? Why, she's in Honolulu.
Rusty. Oh, Rusty, darling. Well, stupid, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hello, Helen. How are you? Hello, Mr. Marshall.
Hello, Lane. Hello, Sloan.
Oh, darling, we came back ahead of time yesterday on the Clipper. Dad had business here, so I came back with him.
Yes, and I have to be getting at that business. Incidentally, Lane, I have some plans for you that I think you'll find interesting. But I'll let Helen tell you about them herself.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Marshall. Thanks.
See you both later.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Helen, what is this about plans?
Oh, not now. First, you're taking me to dinner, and later to a dance down at the beach club. And then, if you've been very attentive, perhaps I'll tell you what Dad has in mind.
Are you sure you won't be too cold out here, Helen? There's a wind blows in off that ocean.
No, I'm not cold. At least I wouldn't have to be.
What? Well, how's that?
Well, for a man I've come 2,500 miles to see, you're anything but demonstrative, darling.
Well, Helen, I know. I'm just surprised, that's all. It's swell to have you back.
Is it, Rusty?
You're my girl, aren't you?
How long have you been saying just that, Rusty?
Oh, I don't know. 3 years, I guess.
It's nearly 5.
Is it? Is it 5? Yes.
Rusty.
Yeah?
You want to know Dad's idea?
Oh, yeah, sure.
You know, Standard's been planning to start regular service across the Atlantic for 2 years. Well, you're going east to be in charge of establishing terminal bases for the line.
What, me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Helen, that's swell.
Oh, yes. Beginning next week, you stop being just an ordinary pilot, and you become an executive. Oh, there's no limit to what it can mean, Rusty. Probably even a vice president in a year or so. Of course, you'll
Oh, Helen, wait a minute. What's that about me not being a pilot any longer?
Why, of course you do. Well, you'll still fly some, of course, mapping routes and things like that, but you won't do just humdrum flying.
Oh, I won't do humdrum flying, huh?
Well, darling, aren't you happy about it?
Well, yeah, sure. I guess I am, but Helen, there's just something I want you to understand.
You needn't say it, Rusty. I do understand.
You do understand?
Oh, of course, my dear. I always promised myself that the man I'd marry would be one who loved me so much that he just couldn't find words to tell me so.
Oh, you promised yourself that, huh?
Yes. And darling, this was really selfish of me, fixing this all up with Dad.
Yeah?
Well, you see, I wanted you to be an executive so that I could see something of you. If you think I intend to share my husband with a lady in the moon, you're mistaken. I want you down on the ground with me.
You do, huh?
Oh, yes, Rusty. Well, there's an old custom when people get engaged that...
Yeah, sure.
Why, Rusty, darling, aren't you glad?
Yeah, sure. Sure, I'm glad.
The curtain has just fallen on Act 1 of Misty Mountain with James Stewart and Jane Brown. We'll continue with Act 2 in just a few seconds. And if the men in our audience will listen very carefully during those few seconds, I think we may be able to help them solve an important problem. All right, John Conte?
You know how much store your wife sets by those little extra courtesies you show her. How delighted she is at any unexpected thoughtfulness. And you know, too, how often you've wanted to bring home some little token of your affection, and, well, you've been undecided on just what to choose. Well, next time, why not take home a lovely piece of silverware? Fine silverware is always a welcome gift to a woman, and more than ever welcome when it helps to build a service not yet entirely adequate for her entertaining needs. Or, if you know that the silverware your wife has is not really very good silverware, why not choose a special occasion and give the Silver Theater set in 1847 Rogers Brothers' most sensational silver plate pattern, First Love? She'll be thrilled to read the distinguished name of 1847 Rogers Brothers on every lovely piece. Thrilled, too, to see the sterling-like detail of that beautiful First Love pattern. And you, on your side, will be surprised to learn that you can get this gorgeous 62-piece silver plate service for only $59.75. A saving of more than $14 over open stock price. Let your silverware dealer show you this 1847 Rogers Brothers service tomorrow and tell you what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged. For here is a gift to be enjoyed every day for years to come. The gift of America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Part 1 of Misty Mountain. Captain Rusty Lane, engaged now to Helen Marshall, daughter of the president of Standard Airways, is making his last flight but one as a regular transport pilot. High over the mountains of northern Arizona, he discusses the future with his anything but enthusiastic co-pilot, Elmer Sloan.
A fine business. You sitting in an office pushing buttons while other guys fly the ships.
Well, somebody's got to do the groundwork.
Then somebody else ought to do it. Not the best pilot that ever pulled out of a tailspin.
No, Elmer, you're vast. The trouble with you
Red
is...
City Weather Station calling all planes in area. Gathering a storm, vicinity Misty Mountain. Ceiling 400 overcast. Visibility 2 miles. Temperature 36. Dew point 35. Moderate range. Wind southeast 12. Barometer 30.08. That's all.
Storm over Misty Mountain. How well we'll climb up through it and go an instant?
Why? But why? We could go around it and still...
Well, why should we go around?
And on the other hand, why shouldn't we? What reason has a guy got for flying over Misty Mountain who's engaged to the president's daughter and has an office all waiting for him with his name on the door?
Now, shut up. Now, push that switch over to night frequency.
You going to call Mary Lou?
Just never mind the questions. I gave an order.
Well, you don't have to get sore about it. There.
Plane in Standard Flight 8 calling W6RX2. W6RX2. Come in.
W6RX2 to Flight 8. Hello, Rusty. How are you today? And how are you, Elmer? Come in. Well, you're certainly conversational up there. Isn't there any news? Go ahead.
No, not much news. The weather report says it looks like bad weather down there. Is it raining? Well, how's Mother McCready and the pups? Go on.
No, it's not raining yet, but I think it's going to. Jack was saying he hoped it would.
Jack? Who's Jack?
Probably her husband.
Oh, incidentally, Rusty, you sound kind of funny today. What's wrong? Oh, and I'm using my new condenser. Am I coming in clearer?
Never mind about condensers. We just want... who's Jack? And what's more, who are you and where do you live down there? And I want to know these things. Now, tell me, what's the use of being so secret about it? Now, come in.
I guess I'd better sign off now. Oh, Rusty, if you get a dog for Christmas and you don't know where it came from, maybe it'll be one of the pups. I'll send it care of the airline. How about it?
Mary, listen. I want to tell you something. You see, this is my next to the last trip over. After my flight back day after tomorrow, I'm going to New York on a big job. So if we miss you or anything on the next trip, well, this is so long, see? And now, will you tell me something about yourself? Now, go ahead. What's the matter? Mary Lou? Mary Lou?
She signed off.
Oh, wait. Calling W6RX2. W6RX2. Come in. She's gone. That's funny. I guess her transmitter just went off.
Sure.
All right, will you quit humming that tune?
Okay, but why should I? A voice out of nowhere and she can stay there. That's what you said. So why should you get sore? Of all the guys.
You see, Lane, there's an unusually heavy shipment of mail, so I'm going to have to send one ship through without passengers today. Now, I can't have Collins go, but I thought you might be particularly anxious to get back to Miss Marshall.
What's that?
Well, of course, we've heard the news. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
Well, what'll it be, mail today or passengers tomorrow?
Well, I guess you're right. I better get it over with. That is, I'll go today.
Good. Of course, Sloan will be with you and your regular stewardess. So it's goodbye, Lane, and good luck in the new job. We'll try to keep the line running here without you, but it won't be very easy.
Up gear.
Up here. Well, here she goes, Rusty. The last one.
Yeah.
Hey, a fine flight this is. Me being stewardess to a bunch of mail bags. Why didn't we take our regular run?
Lucky couldn't wait another day to get back to his Helen.
Well, now, isn't that too
The
bad?
stewardess quarters are in the cabin, Miss Wexler, and not in the cockpit. Do you mind?
Well, excuse me, Captain Lane. I'm sorry.
For a guy that's supposed to be spilling over with happiness, you've sure been doing a great imitation of a sorehead.
Well, it gets my goat.
What does?
Not knowing.
Not knowing what?
Let's forget it.
Okay, Rusty, sure. After all, it's your life, and if you want to stop flying, that's your business. Besides, Helen's a swell girl.
Yeah, sure she is. Turn on the beam.
Good weather. Guess that storm over Misty Mountain is all blown away.
Yeah, sure it has. We got clear weather all the way from now on. Flight 9 to Las Vegas. Over Misty Mountain at 10,000, climbing at 545. Estimate Las Vegas 704. Burbank 912. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9. Weather and traffic ahead, unchanged.
Okay. Now, throw that switch.
The night frequency?
You heard me.
You mean you're going to...
Call 9, W6RX2 calling Flight 9. Rusty, is that you up there? Come in, please.
Elmer, it's Mary Lou. She's calling us. Something's wrong. Hello? Lane, Standard Flight 9, calling back. W6RX2. Hello, Mary Lou, what's wrong? Come in.
Rusty, please. I need help. Quickly. Help me.
Hey.
Just above the timberline is a Forest Patrol landing field. You can land there, but you must hurry. Please, Rusty, I can't explain now. Oh, hurry. Please help me.
Mary Lou. Calling W6RX2. Elmer, she's gone, and we got to get down there.
You're crazy. You're carrying mail. It'd mean your job. Rusty, you can't do it.
I can't do it. Well, I'm going to do it. Now, try and spot that field. We're going down.
Hey, level her out. You'll tear the wings off.
You see that field?
Is that it there, up
Right.
on the point? But, Rusty, look at it. You can't land this ship there. If that's a landing field...
Wheels down.
Oh, wheels down.
Hey, what happened? Why the forced landing? Are we in any trouble?
Never mind. You get back in that cabin and fasten your safety belt.
Yeah, but I'm not...
You heard me. Get back there.
Crazy things, Rusty, but this tops him.
Now, never mind. As soon as we're stopped, you head her into the wind and keep the motors running while I'm gone.
You still don't know where she lives?
I spotted a house just a second ago. It looks like a forest ranger station. It must be the place. And anyway, I'll find out. And remember, whatever happens, you and Millie stay and guard this mail. You understand? Hello. Hello. Mary Lou? Was anyone here? Hello. All right. Open up here.
Well, all right, Land sakes, wait a minute. Now, what do you all want? Are you aiming for to wreck the place? Lie down, dog.
Hey, what? Are you Mary Lou?
Who?
Mary Lou. Didn't you just call for help?
Say, mister, you ain't touched, are you?
Now, look. Now, some girl radioed me up on that plane that she was in trouble and needed a girl named Mary Lou.
Well, it all sounds right crazy to me.
Oh, wait. Look. Is there anybody else living in this mountain? Another girl?
Nary a soul.
But surely...
Now, be quiet,
you
Mr.
must
McCrae.
know... What'd you call that dog?
Oh, why,
Now, let me in here.
No, you can't.
Go on, be quiet, Mother McCree. Go back to your pop. I see, a ham radio transmitter. So you never heard of Mary Lou, huh?
Oh, Rusty.
Hey, what's the idea of the Hillbilly Act? Well, come on, answer me.
Well, I was scared. I didn't really think you'd come down here. I tried to call you again and tell you not to, but look, you can see the transmitter's still on, but...
Well, wait a minute. You mean nothing's wrong?
Mm-mm.
Well, what are you doing here alone?
Well, my brother's the forest ranger at the station, and I visit him summers. He's out now at the observation post on the peak.
Oh, so you brought a transport plane down full of mail in the worst field in 9 stages for a laugh, huh?
Oh, that wasn't why, Rusty.
Well, then why'd you do it?
Well, you said this was your last trip. I'm like you. I was curious. I wanted to see what you looked like.
Oh, you wanted to see what I looked like? Oh, look, that's crazy. Look, do you realize what you've done?
Mm-hmm.
I may even lose my license. At least I'll be fired.
Well, Rusty, it's my fault. Can't you tell them that? I mean, wouldn't they understand? I mean, if you told them that I was lonely and you were a voice out of the sky and I thought I'd never see what you looked like and I told a little lie to get you down here. Oh, I'm sorry, Rusty. Honest, I am.
Well, quit crying about it. Yeah. Well, I said quit it. Now, what, do I have to shake some sense into you?
I guess somebody ought to. Oh, Rusty.
Well, Hey, Mary Lou. Hey, you know, you look just like I thought you did.
Do I, Rusty?
Yeah. Well, this is amazing. Your eyes and your hair and your lips. Why, you're... Mary Lou.
Rusty, you
Well,
did...
why did I do that? Kiss you? I ought to choke you. Look, I have to get out of here.
Well, wait, Rusty, will you come back or write to me?
Never mind about that. Never mind about that. I got a mail plane waiting.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm coming to see you off.
Rusty, what was it? Was Mary Lou? Oh, you're Mary Lou.
Yes, and you're Elmer. Say, what is all
Now, never mind all the question. Let's get going, Elmer. We've got to make up for lost time. Come on.
Come on, Mother McCrae, come on, get out of here. Get out of that plane now. Come on.
Millie, get that dog out of here.
Will I? Come on, dog. Oh, wait a minute, I'll help you. Mother McCrae, now come on, get up. Give it to me. I've got it. Hold the door open.
Come on, Elmer. Now, let's get started.
Hey, What was it all about, Rusty? Why did you...
Now, just never mind. Now, there, that dog's on the ground finally. Okay, now let's go.
Let's have it. Don't just sit there looking like something that blew out of a volcano. Why did she do that?
Well, she was curious. Curious. So she hauled the plane down on the side of a mountain.
Well, who wasn't curious? Boy, she was all right for looks, though, wasn't she?
Crazy little quarter wit. I got a mind to... I think, as a matter of fact, I will tell her. Here, push that switch.
You're going to talk to her again?
Say, I'm going to talk to her. Flight 9 calling W6RX2. Calling W6RX2 and come in quick.
Oh, W6RX2 back to Flight 9. Hello, Rusty. Elma, come back for me.
Rusty, it's Millie.
Millie?
That dog. When I took it out of the plane, the girl got in and slammed the door. She's up there with you now.
Hey, Rusty, can a guy be drunk without having had anything to drink?
Look, just never mind. Fly this airplane for a minute.
Hello, Rusty.
Look, what are you doing here?
Well, I came along to help.
To help?
Mm-hmm. You said you were in serious trouble, and it's really all my fault, so I came along to fix it. I'll explain everything to your boss.
Oh, you came along to fix it. Well, now, that's wonderful. Look, I'm an hour late with a ship full of mail. I made an unscheduled landing on an unmarked field because I broke regulations talking to a private party on a plane transmitter, and now I'm going to land in Burbank with an unregistered passenger and without my stewardess. Help me. Look, you're going to send me to Leavenworth.
And here's another happy little thought, Mr. Ex-Vice President-to-be. There'll be a reception committee waiting for you at Burbank, and the whole committee's name is Helen Marshall. Yes, my boy, I'd say it was definitely going to be a happy landing.
This is Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've so thoroughly enjoyed this first episode of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart and James Bryan, that you look forward eagerly to next Sunday night when you can hear its thrilling climax. And there's another thought we'd like you to carry away from the Silver Theater tonight. A thought that goes back to the days of our colonial forefathers, many of whom were silversmiths of remarkable skill. If you've ever seen any early American silver, you'll remember it as simple and yet extraordinarily beautiful. And I think it's interesting to know that many of the most exquisite solid silver patterns created today, international sterling patterns, adhere to many of the same principles of faultless design and painstaking artistry which characterized the silver fashion by colonial craftsmen. Because of modern improved methods of silversmithing, today's solid silver is within the reach of nearly everyone. For instance, just listen to how easily you yourself can start a solid silver service.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can get one of International Sterling's lovely me-to-you sets. A place setting for one person. 6 lustrous pieces of genuine silver for only $16.75. Your silverware dealer can show you one of these sets tomorrow, so be sure to visit him and see it. He'll be glad to explain the budget payment plan for larger complete services while you're there, and you'll be glad to learn how easily you can own solid silver as beautiful as any the world has ever created. International Sterling Silver.
James Stewart will soon be seen with Joan Crawford in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Ice Follies of 1939. And Jane Bryan's forthcoming Warner Brothers picture is Hero for a Day.
Next week, Silver Theater presents James Stewart and Jane Bryan in the second and concluding episode of Misty Mountain by Grover Jones and Drew Boardman. Conrad Nagel will direct, and of course there will be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. In the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel, welcoming you to the 18th of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Before the curtain rises on today's concluding episode of Misty Mountain, I want to take just a moment in which to tell you that next Sunday we shall welcome lovely Loretta Young to our Silver Theater, and that stories are already being chosen for such splendid performers as Andrea Leeds, John Garfield, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, and many others who are to appear on our stage in the very near future. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the second and concluding episode of Misty Mountain, an original drama by Grover Jones and True Boardman, starring James Stewart as Rusty Lane and Jane Bryan as Mary Lou Masters, with John Gibson as Rusty's co-pilot, Elmer Sloan.
Lane in Standard Flight 9 to Burbank Tower. Flight 9 over Newhall at 524 at 4500, descending. Estimate Burbank at 529. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9, come on in. No additional traffic in area. Field is clear. Bozeman 3010, wind southeast 12. Land northwest to southeast.
Okay. Hey, they still haven't said anything about us being late.
Don't worry, they will.
Rusty, when are we going to tell them?
The truth. That's what we're going to tell them. I'm going right straight to Mr. Marshall. This is an airline. You can't run it on a bunch of lies.
But what about your big new job? Vice president and all that. And Helen Marshall. She'll be plenty sore if she finds you've been talking by radio all the time to some other girl. She might even break off the engagement.
Well, Helen will just have to get over it, that's all.
Well, maybe you're right. Telling the truth will be kind of tough on Mary Lou, that's all.
What are you talking about, tough on Mary Lou?
Well, after all, this plane's carrying mail, Rusty. And when Mary Lou radioed up for help and got you to go down on the mountain to help her, well, maybe it was just a gag to her. She wanted to see what you looked like. But it wouldn't be a joke to the government, delaying the mails and all that.
Hey, I never thought of that. But we can't let that kid get in bad over this. Here, take the controls.
Oh, hello, Rusty.
Hey, Mary Lou, now look. Hey, what's the word? You've been crying.
No, I haven't. I'm just scared. I didn't mean to get you into trouble. Honest, Rusty.
Now, just never mind that. Now, we'll be landed in a minute. And I want you to act just like you were a passenger, you understand? Get out of the plane, go to the airport lunchroom. I'll come there and meet you later.
Yeah, but Rusty, I want to explain to your boss and make him understand that this was all my fault. That you only made that landing on Misty Mountain because I lied.
Now, the reason doesn't matter. I broke regulations. Every time I talked to you on the radio, I was breaking them.
Then why did you do it, Rusty?
Why? Well, because why? Just because I haven't got any good sense about some things, that's all.
Like when you kissed me. There was no sense to that either, was there?
No. Now, look, we're almost over the field.
Oh, Rusty, I'm scared. Can't we just keep on flying and not land at all?
Well, don't talk nonsense. Now, remember to keep quiet. Now, fasten your safety belt. We're going down.
Well, all right, Rusty. I hope everything...
All set, Rusty. The tower just gave us the go-ahead.
Okay, I'll take it. Wheels down.
Wheels down.
Can't we keep on flying and not land at all? Little dope.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Maybe I'm wrong. Mary Lou.
All right, but quit singing that song.
Okay. Well, what's the score? Do we tell or what?
I'm doing the talking to Marshall himself. I don't know how, but I'm going to find some way to leave Mary Lou out of it. Now, you keep her out of the way and see she doesn't talk.
Okay, Mr. Galahad of the Airways. But for a guy who's engaged to another gal, you're sure taking a lot of chances to keep that kid in the clear.
Now, shut up. Come on, let's get it over with.
Oh, Rusty, Elmer.
Hello, Mary Lou.
Oh, Rusty, what's going to happen?
Now, never mind. Just remember what I told you, Mary Lou. Keep quiet.
Hello, Rusty. Elmer.
Hello, George.
A little late, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's the manifest in that mail.
Thanks.
Oh, you're carrying a passenger. I didn't know.
Yeah. Come on, Elmer. Passengers this way, miss.
Oh, thank you.
Rusty, I'll bet we could get away with it.
Yeah. Now, Mary Lou, you and Elmer go into the lunchroom. I'll check in and meet you there.
All right. Come on, Elmer.
I'm coming. See you later, Brother Galahad. That is, I hope I will.
Elmer, why is Rusty so long? If he's just filing reports like you said, he'll...
Elmer. So you did arrive.
Helen.
I phoned a half hour ago. They said Flight 9 was delayed.
Yes, we got sort of held up.
Oh.
This is Mary Lou, Helen. Miss Marshall, Miss
Masters.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, where's Rusty, Elmer? Do you know?
Yeah, in your father's office.
In her father's office? But, Elmer, you told me Rusty was...
Oh. Then you know Rusty, too, Miss Masters.
She just met him once. You'll find him in there now, I think, Helen.
Oh, fine. Well, thank you. I'll see you again, Miss Masters.
Elmer, you lied to me. You said everything was all right, but if Rusty's in the boss's office...
Okay, so I lied to you. But Rusty wants it that way.
But what'll they do to him?
Ground him, I guess. Take away his license.
Oh, but Elmer, they can't ground Rusty. Why, flying is his whole life. We've got to stop them. We've got to go in there now and tell the truth.
No, you don't, Mary Lou. You see, Rusty wants to tell this in his own way, so that it keeps you in the clear.
You mean he's taking a chance of losing his license because of me?
That's about it, I guess.
Oh, Elmer. Then he... I mean,
But look, Mary Lou, there's something else that you don't understand.
Elmer, even if I can't talk to Mr. Marshall, there's another way I can help Rusty. That's stewardess. I'll phone my brother. You know, he's the forest ranger on Misty Mountain, and he can drive her to the station so she can get back here sooner. Where's the phone?
Phone right through the archway there. Hey, wait, have you got some money?
I'm all right. Wait for me.
Yes, miss. Something I can do for you?
Mr. Marshall's office. Can you tell me where it is?
Mr. Marshall? Why, yes. That door over there. But unless you've got an appointment...
Well, thank you. Oh.
Well, Miss Masters.
Where are they? I've got to see your father, Miss Marshall. He must understand that it wasn't Rusty's fault.
Well, what wasn't Rusty? Oh, so it wasn't his fault. Well, suppose you explain all this to me, Miss Masters. If it concerns my father, he'll usually listen to me more quickly than to someone else.
Oh, will you help? You see, Rusty would never have made that emergency landing if I hadn't lied to him.
The emergency... Oh, well, yes, of course. You've known Rusty for a long time, then.
Oh, no, I've never seen him till today. It was just by radio.
By radio?
Is by a ham transmitter. You see, I've got one up at my brother's place on Misty Mountain. I'm alone a lot, and, well, I just got in the habit of talking to Rusty every time he flew over.
Oh, I see.
And then when Rusty said it was his last trip over the mountain and that he was leaving to go east on a big job, well, it was crazy, I guess, but he'd always been just a voice up in the sky, and I wanted him to be more than that. I had to see him just once anyway.
Oh, naturally.
So I radioed him that I was in danger and needed help. And he landed. Of course, when he found out why I'd done it, he was awfully mad. That is, except for a moment or so, and he rushed back to the plane to take off again, but I knew it would help him if I came and told the truth. So I came along. I had to. You understand that, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do understand, Miss Masters. And I want you to know that I appreciate what you've done.
You appreciate?
Yes. You see, I wouldn't want to...
And furthermore, I wonder... Oh, hello, Helen, dear.
Hello.
Oh, Mary Lou. What...
Oh, hello, Rusty, darling. Oh, Dad, this is Miss Masters. An acquaintance of Rusty's.
How do you do, Miss Masters? Well, Helen, all our worry about Rusty was unnecessary. He's been telling me why he was delayed.
Oh, yes? What was the reason?
Well, thought he'd gotten a distress signal from some forest range station, so he made an emergency landing. Turned out to be a mistake. But then on the takeoff, the stewardess somehow was left behind.
Well, it all sounds almost unbelievable, doesn't it, Miss Masters?
Why,
look, Mr. Marshall.
Now, let's not discuss it further. Right now, there are other things to consider.
Oh, yes. Have you told Rusty the news, Dad?
Well, I thought you'd want to. Of course, you know about these two, Miss Masters.
Why,
look, I think we'd
Your executive appointment, Rusty. Dad says it can be official now. From now on, you'll spend your working days on the ground.
Yes, Lane. We start to work on the transatlantic service at once. In fact, we leave for New York in about 3 days.
We?
Yes. You, Helen, myself, and whatever co-pilot you wish to select. We'll go in my private ship.
Oh, and incidentally, Rusty, Dad says that we can be married just as soon as we arrive in New York.
After all, I see no purpose in further delay.
Oh, dear Dad. That's what he says now, but you've no idea what a time I had to get him even to agree to our engagement, Miss Masters.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, if you'll all excuse me, I'd better be going.
Oh, so soon?
I have to be getting home, and it's quite a ways. I'm so happy to have met you all. And good luck on your trip to New York.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Miss Masters.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mary Lou. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, what's got into that young man?
Oh, it's nothing at all, Dad. He'll be back. And soon. I'm sure of it.
Well, here comes my train. Thank you for coming to the station with me, but you needn't have bothered.
Now, look, Mary Lou, for the 40th time, what did you and Helen say to each other? Now, why this sudden rush home?
Why not? The whole thing was just a lark, and now it's ended.
What was a lark?
Well, all of it. Talking to you up there in the sky and getting you to come down to Misty Mountain and then riding out here in the plane. I've never had such fun.
Fun?
And now that everything's straightened out, I'm glad for you, Rusty. You'll be happy in your new job and all. You know, there are some people that just belong in the sky and others that should be on the ground. Joke is, I had you all wrong. I thought you were one of the up-in-the-sky ones.
You did, huh?
But I'm cured of talking to airplanes from now on. I guess I'll have to stick to Boris.
Boris? Well, who's Boris?
Oh, he's a fellow in Russia. I pick him up on 34 meters about 10 in the morning. He doesn't speak any English, and I don't speak any Russian. We have a swell time not understanding each other. Well, my train's leaving.
Oh, Mary Lou, wait just a minute. Won't you please?
Goodbye, Rusty. It's been fun being crazy for a while. Goodbye, Rusty. Good luck.
Mary Lou. Mary Lou. Mary Lou.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the rest of tonight's entertainment, may I say just a few words about the entertaining you do. It so often happens, you know, that a man's business success depends a lot on his wife's success as a hostess. And the more important your husband's position, the more social obligations for you. More dinners, buffet suppers, occasions when your silverware is sparklingly on parade. And naturally, you'll be a more poised and gracious hostess if you know that silverware is beautiful and correct. So may I suggest International Sterling Silver. International Sterling is solid silver through and through. Its pattern's exquisite in every detail, and radiant with a mellow luster that is given to sterling silver only by silversmiths devoted to their craft. What's more, you can own this lovely solid silver far more easily than you imagine. And here's the man to prove it to you. John Conte?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can now get a place setting for one person, 6 lustrous pieces of solid silver created in International Sterling's exquisite enchantress pattern for only $16.75. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow, Monday, and talk with him about it. See the other beautiful International Sterling patterns while you're there, and learn firsthand how very easily indeed you too can own silver that's a lifetime treasure. Solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan. 2 days have passed since Mary Lou went off to rejoin her brother Jack in the lonely forest ranger station on Misty Mountain. And meanwhile, Rusty is the center of intensive activity preparatory to leaving the West Coast for New York. But a change has come over Rusty. A change he can't understand himself.
Look, Rusty boy, will you please get Mary Lou off your mind? You're engaged, remember? To Helen Marshall. And you're taking her to a banquet in half an hour. You gotta get ready.
I'm not going.
But you gotta go, Rusty. The whole party's a send-off for you and Helen. You can't get out of it.
All right. I heard you, and I'll go. I'm an executive now. I gotta go. That's where big business is done, over a banquet table. Sure, I'll go.
And Captain Lane has very definite plans for the route, haven't you, dear?
What was that?
I said you have the new route across the Atlantic all laid out. You're just looking for the right flyer to try it out.
Yeah, that's right. A flyer. That's what I need. One of those up in the sky ones, not an on-the-grounder like me. That kind wouldn't do, would it?
Well, Rusty, darling, what on earth are you talking about?
How about a statement for the press before you leave, Captain Lane? Is it true you and Miss Marshall are getting married as soon as you reach New York?
Sure, it's true. Why shouldn't I marry? We're engaged, aren't we? Lane and Marshall Spatial. We're ready to take off.
Okay, Lane. Field is clear. No traffic in area. Take off north to south. Wind south 22. And here's a special weather report. Storm area is still holding in the vicinity of Rex City and moving southward toward Barlow and Misty Mountain. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Rusty.
What?
Sure you want to do it? Through a storm and all?
What are you talking about?
You're not the Rusty Lane I've flown with 300 times. Something's happened. I don't know what, or maybe I do, but it's none of my business, and I don't care either for myself. But Helen and Mr. Marshall are back there in the cabin. They've got a right to be piloted by a guy who still hasn't cracked up somehow inside himself.
How'd you like to shut up?
Don't do it, Rusty. You're not yourself. You know you're not. Please, Rusty.
I said to shut up. We're taking off. Keep your hands off these controls. I'll pilot this plane, and I'll do it alone.
It's your play. I put the red jack on the black queen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. Look, let's not play anymore,
Huh? Okay. Oh, now look here, sis. I didn't bawl you out for that plane business and the stowaway act. Only now that it's all over, you gotta snap out of it. For your own sake.
I know. You're right, and I have, Jack. I'm just upset tonight somehow. Maybe it's the storm, and maybe I'm...
Oh, sure, sis, I know. Hey, look, sis. If this Lane fella's done anything to make you unhappy, well,
Oh, but he hasn't. As a matter of fact, he was grand to me. He's just engaged to someone else, that's all.
I see. I'm sorry, kid.
Oh, Jack, it is so crazy. A man I only saw once in my life.
Oh, that doesn't make any difference, Mary Lou. We can't decide things like that. They sort of get decided for us.
Yes, I guess they do. Oh, and Jack. Wait.
Well, what's the idea of locking the radio room?
You keep this key, will you? And don't give it back to me.
Okay, sis. You're the doctor.
You're okay?
Sure, I'm okay. Why shouldn't I be?
The weather's getting worse all the time, and we're losing the beam.
Well, suppose we are. We're flat without the beam. Well, shut up and leave me alone, will you?
Now, look, Rusty, don't get sore, but we're mushing and losing altitude. Look at that altimeter, 8,600.
Well, I can't go any higher. We're icing up. We'll have to go under the weather.
Go under the weather? We're still in the mountains, and you knew it. And San Carlo Ridge is nearly 10,000, and in this weather we could crash into it before we saw it. Hey, the beam, it's gone completely now.
All right, let it go.
Rusty, you can't talk like that in a storm like this.
Well, anyway, it's clearing here, you see?
Rusty,
Watch, it's
look
clearing.
out there ahead, the ridge.
Now,
Rusty, bang!
Hold on!
Oh, well, that's one way to see a mountain. Rusty. You got to get back on course. You've got to.
I can't. I've been trying to get on course. I can't.
Well, then where are we?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm lost, Elmer. Did you get that? Did you get that? 200 flights on this run, and Rusty Lane's lost. I'm lost. I'm lost. That's funny.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I don't know. I just keep flying. Till we get somewhere or nowhere. Who cares?
I wish she could see you now.
Oh, Helen? Oh,
No, not Helen. Mary Lou. The girl who thought you really belonged up in the sky. The girl who broke her heart when she found out you weren't going to stay there. The girl down there somewhere on Misty Mountain who right now is...
Elmer, that's it. That emergency transmitter. Switch it on.
What do you mean? Mary Lou? She won't be listening. Why
should
she...
Switch it on. Hurry.
Okay.
Lane calling W6RX2. W6RX2. Mary Lou, come in, please, and hurry. Hurry. W6RX2, come in.
Mary Lou, what you going to bed?
I did, but I just couldn't sleep. Oh, Jack,
Now look here, sis. You got to quit this. After all, there's a limit.
I know it's crazy, just like all the rest of it, but Jack, I'm not feeling sorry for myself or anything like that. It's something else, something I can't describe. I don't know. But I do know, Jack, the key.
The key?
To the radio room. Give it to me.
Oh, but Mary Lou, you said you
I don't
wouldn't...
care what I said. Look, please give me that key.
W6RX2, come in.
You gotta give up, Rusty. There's not enough gas to keep on like this. Better go down again and take a chance on finding a landing. You can't...
I know what I'm doing. Maybe I didn't before, but I know now. Plane calling W6RX2, calling W6RX2. Come in, Mary Lou, come in, please.
I tell you, if she was there, she'd have answered long ago. You're going fast if you keep it up.
W6RX2, Rusty Lane calling W6RX2. Come in.
Will you quit it, Rusty? I tell you,
Rusty, W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. I'm standing by. Come in.
Mary Lou, we're up here somewhere in the storm. I think I'm north of Misty Mountain near San Carlo Ridge, but I've got to make sure. Now, I think you can guide us on our course again. Do you understand? Come in.
Yes, Rusty, but how can I? It's storming here, too, and I can't see a thing. Go ahead.
You're not going to see. You're going to hear us. Now, I'm going to turn south and try and find Misty Mountain. Now, you've got to let me know when I'm overhead. So listen for us, and when you hear our motor, call back. Come in.
All right, Rusty, I understand. Come in.
All right, Mary Lou, I'm standing by. I'm turning south.
Jack, do you hear him?
No, sis, not yet. He may have been a long ways off the course. Have him keep coming.
W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. Calling Rusty Lane. Come in.
Go ahead, W6RX2.
We still can't hear you playing, Rusty. But don't be afraid, darling. You can't be. Because you do belong up there. I lied when I said you didn't. You're an up-in-the-sky man, Rusty, and the sky can't beat you. I know it can't.
Hey, Mary Lou. Sis, listen.
I'm going to turn off for a moment so I can hear you. But stand by, Rusty.
Mary Lou, there they are. Just over northwest of us. Have him turn southeast and be right overhead.
Rusty, now you're northwest of us. Turn southeast. Southeast, Rusty. Now, Rusty, you're overhead. I can hear you. Turn east and you're on your course.
What does he say? Hey, tune it so it can talk back to you. Throw the switch. Sis, what's wrong with you?
I can't let him call back. What is there for him to say? He's on his course and safe again. That's all that matters.
Oh, yes, sis, but listen.
W6RX2 to Rusty Lane. Goodbye, Rusty. Goodbye and happy landings. W6RX2 signing clear.
coming with me? Hey, what is this? Seems to me only a couple of days ago you were through with radio for life.
This doesn't count. I'm talking to Boris.
Oh? Oh, that fellow in Russia. Oh, thanks. I won't have some.
W6RX2 calling UX24Y. Calling UX24Y in Moscow. Calling UX24Y. Come in.
Hello. W6RX2. This is, Boris. Nichivoka Kavashmordi, America. Go ahead.
Boris? Boris, is that you? Come in.
Yeah, sure it's... Oh, sure it's... look, I lost my accent. Come in.
Rusty, where are you? Go ahead.
Now, never mind that. Now, listen. Standard Airways is going to start its transatlantic service without Rusty Lane, and Helen Marshall has sailed to Europe to find herself a count. Now, what I want you to tell me is this. What's a guy called Rusty Lane who belongs in the sky going to do? Now, come in.
Well, I don't know, Rusty. What is he going to do?
Well, he's going to land on Misty Mountain and kidnap a gal named Mary Lou, and if she won't promise to marry him at Las Vegas this afternoon, he's going to throw her overboard without a parachute. Well, how about it? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I love you. Come in.
And I love you, Rusty. I do love you.
That's all I want to know. I'll be right down.
Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're all eager to have our stars, James Stewart and Jane Bryan, come back and say a personal word, and they will be back in just a moment. First, however, I'd like to ask you to take a quick look back with me to a day 91 years ago in a little tree-shaded town of Connecticut, where three brothers were creating silver plate of surpassing beauty and craftsmanship. Those three brothers were founders of the house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. 91 years ago, their name was little known outside their own small New England town. Today, 1847 Rogers Brothers is the most important name in American silver plate. Many of you have cherished this silver plate in your homes for years and need no words of mine to convince you of its beauty and quality. To those of you who are not familiar with 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, here is a man with a special invitation for you. John Conte.
It's an invitation from your silverware dealer, ladies and gentlemen. An invitation to visit him tomorrow and see the magnificent 62-piece service of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, which can be yours for only $59.75, a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. You can get this service in many different patterns, including the sensational First Love pattern. You'll be surprised and delighted, too, to learn what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged. For this is indeed the time to get America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, at savings beyond your dreams. And now back to Conrad Nagel, who is leading our stars out in front of the silver curtain so that they may meet you in person.
And here they are, James Stewart and Jane Bryan. Well, Jimmy and Jane, suppose you tell us something about yourselves. You, Jane, I understand you just finished Hero for a Day at Warner Brothers.
Yes, that's right, Conrad.
And you, Jimmy, how are you coming along with your flying?
Oh, swell. I've got quite a few hours in the air, and it's a lot of fun. That's why I got a great kick out of playing Pilot Rusty Lane.
Ever been grounded?
Grounded? Well, I just finished Ice Follies of 1939 from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and I was grounded plenty in those skating scenes. I had to take the de-icer off my plane and wear it in my pants for 2 weeks.
Well, maybe this will take your mind off all those spills. You know, we're thinking of having a nice silver medal struck off for you.
Well, that's wonderful. For piloting?
No, for endurance.
Endurance? Well, how come?
Well, Jimmy, you hold an all-time record for stars who've made silver theater appearances. You've chalked up 8 broadcasts.
Oh, that's grand, isn't it, Jimmy? Any chance of me piling up a record like that, Conrad?
Oh, we'd love to have you, Jane.
But I won't be satisfied with a silver medal when I do.
No?
No, I'm going to hold out for a complete set of that lovely First Love pattern I've been hearing about.
Well, we'll try to do something about that.
Now, I'm sorry to say that our time is about up, and I'm afraid that
Just one more thing, Conrad. I want to get in a quick thanks for Johnny Gibson's work as Elmer, my co-pilot in today's show. That guy's terrific.
And thanks the rest of the cast for us, too, will you, Conrad?
I'll do that gladly. Thanks a million, James Stewart and Jane Bryan. We hope you'll be back soon.
Next week, Silver Theater presents Loretta Young in another original radio play by Grover Jones and True Boardman. Conrad Nagel will direct, and of course, there'll be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. In the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
For almost 2 centuries, Americans have enjoyed the valuable privileges of freedom. Now, freedom needs each American to dedicate himself to its preservation. We must not allow our liberties to be endangered by neglect of our duties as citizens. During this year of rededication, join with your fellow Americans in reaffirming the principles on which this country is founded and the safeguarding of those principles. Make it your business to see that federal, state, and local governments are conducted honestly. Help to maintain the good morale of your sons and daughters in the armed forces. Learn the facts about all candidates and issues. Then vote for the one you believe in. Make the most of every minute on your job. Produce as much as you can, and thus increase our military and economic strength. Work for better schools and a better community. Guard your American heritage of freedom. It needs you.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
This is chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Andrea Leeds and John Garfield in Escape from Tomorrow, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of 2 of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 20th of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Before we introduce today's play and its players, we'd like to say briefly that among those to appear on Silver Theater in the near future are Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, Helen Hayes, and others. And now for today's story. The lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on Act 1 of Escape from Tomorrow, an original drama written especially for Silver Theater by 2 of America's foremost motion picture writers, Gene Town and Graham Baker. Our stars are John Garfield and Andrea Leeds, who play the roles of Dan and Wilma Morgan, with Lindsay McCary as Inspector McLaughlin. High over the Atlantic, bound from Nassau in the West Indies to New York, a huge flying transport battles its way through a sudden and unexpected storm. 13 are aboard, eager all of them to be at their journey's end. All that is, save 2. 2 who speak so that others may not hear.
But we've got to decide, Dan, and before we land, don't you see if...
Now,
if
look, funny face. If anybody's doing any worrying, it's me. Get that? This is a honeymoon, remember?
Oh, but I'm scared, darling. What's the use of...
Scared? For what? We're in one of the biggest transport planes ever turned out. We're up in the clouds so close to the old angels you could stick your head out and talk to them. And you're worrying.
Oh, it's not flying I'm afraid of, Danny. You know that. It's...
You know, the more I think of it, the surer I am. Over in Jersey. That's the place.
Jersey?
Of course, it's farther out, but you can get better houses for less dough. I think we can even get one with a fence around it. What kind of fences you like?
Oh, darling.
Personally, I go for pickets. You see, picket fences are the one kind kids can't crawl over, while they're little, I mean. And I'm darned if I'm going to let you chase all over the...
Danny, will you stop it?
Hey, now look, Mrs. Daniel Morgan, you got to take it easy.
How can I?
Well, be like me. I just let myself think of one thing, see? That's you and me, standing in that little church back there in Nassau, saying forever and ever. Because that's what it's going to be.
Is it?
Bet you my life.
Oh, Danny.
That's better.
But how, darling? How can it be forever?
What does that matter? It's going to be. You see, I never told you this, but I got a special pal who's aces with the guy who fixes things.
The guy who fixes things?
That's how I got you. I talked to this pal of mine. I say, look, buddy, there's a gal named Wilma, see? Now, I don't know what other people think, but for Danny Morgan, she's Miss America, plus Canada, plus Mexico, plus all the other countries you got around. So how's about a word to the guy who fixes things for me? That's what I told him. And, well, that sure got fixed, didn't it? So now...
Danny.
Yeah?
Sorry to interrupt, lad, but do you suppose Wilma could change seats with me a minute? I want to talk to you.
What about?
Sure, I'll change seats with you, Mac. Oh, Dan, please keep your temper.
Thanks, Wilma.
Oh, that's all right.
All right, copper. Too much to expect you to leave a guy alone a minute with his wife.
Oh, don't talk like that, Dan. You know that I...
But I'm serving chocolate to all passengers in just a few minutes. Would you gentlemen care for some?
Huh? Why, sure. I'll have some. Thank you, stewardess.
And you, sir?
Count me out. Oh, thanks just the same.
Quite all right, sir.
Now, Danny.
What's up? Decide to put the bracelets on me to be sure I don't run out on you?
Oh, now, cut it, lad. There's no one on this plane knows, and no one needs to know. You're just a passenger like all the rest. And, son, I want to help you.
Help me? That's a cinch. Just jump overboard.
Why do you think I stood up with you and Wilma to get married yesterday? Well, there's nothing I'd like better than to just forget I ever caught up with you and let you kids go on your way. But I can't do that. I'm a copper, and I've got to do my job. What are you going to do, Dan? When we land, I mean. I ought to know for your sake.
Suppose I tell the truth.
Ah, that's smart.
And plead not guilty.
Not guilty? Pretty stubborn, aren't you, son?
Am I?
Now, look, Danny.
Hey.
Huh?
Those motor planes. They sound right to you?
Sure, I think so. Sure they are. Oh, you're a little jumpy, that's all, Dan. So it's not guilty, huh?
That's what I said.
It's crazy, Danny. Add it up yourself. A boy has a taxi stand at 42nd and Broadway, and among his steadiest customers are Tony Morelli and his boys. One day, Morelli and 3 others jump in the boy's cab, and he rides them to the Eastern National Bank. He waits for them and then drives them over to Jersey. Only our boy don't know that his customers have robbed that bank of $60,000 while they were inside.
Well, that's on the level. I didn't know. I'd ridden them guys lots of times on Sunday.
I haven't finished yet. And that same night, while our taxi driver is visiting his girlfriend, one of the guys he drove that afternoon shows up. He hands our boy an envelope, and he says, "There's your split. Keep quiet." And then he beats it. And our boy opens the envelope, and there's $5,000. And that's the first he ever knew there was a robbery. You really expected Jury to believe that, Danny?
Well, it's true.
Then why did you jump the country and Wilma with you? Why didn't you come to me?
Because you got a habit of asking names, copper, and telling names ain't healthy. Not when Morelli's boys is mixed up in something.
I get it. You're scared.
For me, no. For Wilma, yes. But I'm going to beat this rap, copper, and I'll do it without a lot of talking. I can prove that they came to me with payoff dough.
How can you prove it?
By Wilma. I was at her place when the guy gave it to me.
Oh, that's swell. Did you ever hear of a law that prevents a wife from testifying for her own husband?
You mean Wilma can't...
Maybe you had an alibi, son, but you married yourself out of it at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Oh. Well, that's a hot one. Well, that's swell.
Now, look, Danny, there's one chance for you, and only one. Turn state's evidence. Whether you helped to rob that bank or not, you know the guys who did. So tell us who they were. Come with me to the...
Something wrong. There's no need for concern. The ship's all right.
Thomas, what's happening? Why don't you find out? Danny, the plane, we're going down.
Take it easy, kid. She's all right, huh? Listen to those motors now.
I tell you, I've been a flyer myself, and I know the plane's icing up. Why don't you tell the truth?
There's nothing to be concerned about. Quiet. Quiet, everyone, please.
Oh, Danny, darling.
Everyone in his seat, please, quickly, and fasten safety belts.
Look, Mac.
Sure. Take your seat back, Wilma.
Thanks.
I don't know just what's happening right now, but anyway, good luck.
Oh, look, Danny, out the window. Those waves down there, we won't have a chance.
Oh, you always got a chance besides. Whatever's going to happen, we're together, aren't we?
Oh, quick, darling. Kiss me just in case.
Sure.
Oh, Danny. Danny, I love you.
God. Wilma, you all right?
Yes. Yes, and you?
Sure. You can't kill her.
Thomas. Help me, somebody. Help me. My husband. Don't get excited. Keep your head. Be calm. Don't get excited.
Silence! Silence! Attention, everybody. I'm in command of this ship, and you'll obey my orders, all of you. Now, you'll find life belts under your seats. Put them on now.
Here, kid. Here's yours. Go
We
on.
may have to abandon the ship, but everyone must keep his head. We've landed in the Gulf Stream, and the water is warm. You can stay afloat for hours. We've already radioed for help. It may be here before the ship goes down.
No, it won't. She's sinking now.
Dan, look. Mac's unconscious.
Hey, Mac. Come on, copper. Snap out of it. He must have smacked his head when we hit the water. Come on, Mac.
Dan, is he alive?
Sure, he's alive. Look at him breathe. Come on. Here, copper. You got it.
Danny was thinking.
Abandon ship. All passengers into the water and hurry.
Oh, darling, we've got...
Mac, he's still out here. Take his life belt. I'll have to carry him. You go ahead there.
All right, Danny.
Remember, everybody, jump as far from the plane as you can and then keep swimming. Don't cling to the wreck or you'll be pulled down with it.
Go on, Wilma. See you in a minute.
All right. Come on, Danny.
Hey, how's about a hand here, buddy? I want to toss this guy out.
You sure he's alive? Maybe you better just...
No, you'll give me a hand. Shove us both at once.
Right. Here you go. Oh. What is it?
You went out, copper. Now you're taking a swim. Here, keep hold of my shoulders. We gotta find Wilma. Wilma!
Look, Dan. Don't worry about me. I can...
I said stick with me. Hold on. Wilma! Hey, funny face. Wilma! Come on, copper. Come on.
Danny, here he is. Here's my husband. Here he is. Oh, where's mine? They didn't get him.
Easy, ma'am. You can't go back to the wreck. She's going down. Keep clear, everybody. Keep clear of the plane. Keep clear! There she goes. Oh. Hello. Hello, everybody. Listen to me. We've got to stay together. We wireless our position, and there'll be ships to look for us. Keep your heads. Your lifeboats will hold you up.
Oh, how long will it be before they come, Captain?
I can't tell you that. Perhaps only an hour.
Oh, they'll never find us. They'll never find us. We'll drown, and you'll know.
Stewart, try to quiet that woman.
Yes, Captain.
Is there anyone who needs special help, who feels he can't stay up?
That man over there, Captain.
Well, McGuire's all right. I can take care of him. But, Captain, what if we all get in a circle and tie our life belts together? We can hold each other up.
A good idea. You hear that, everybody? Swim into a circle. All here together.
All right. Copper, come on. We're swimming again.
I can't, Danny. I'm too far gone.
Forget it. Stick with me.
Wilma.
Yes, Mac.
Make him let go of me. I'll drag him down, too. My legs are lead.
I said I'd keep you up. Hey, your bracelets, where are they? Wilma, while I keep hold of him, you get his handcuffs. They'll be hanging from his belt.
No, look, Danny, lad. You can't do this.
You got him?
Yeah. Here, darling.
Good. Now snap one on his wrist. Now the other on mine.
No, Danny, no. You've got Wilma to take care of.
Hey, Wilma, snap that cuff.
All right. All right, darling.
Now I've got your copper. And you're not getting away, see? I bet you my life. Come on. We're joining the family circle. All three of us. Hey, how you doing, funny face?
I'm all right, Danny. How long has it been?
I don't know. 4 hours, I guess, maybe 6. How about you, Mac? You know, you ain't doing such a hot job of holding me up. What do you think I fastened you onto me for? You know, this ain't so bad. Now with the wind's gone down, it's...
Listen, all of you. Please do what I say. How, I don't know, but my life belt got away from me. I can't hold out. Not any longer now. And I know it. Now, don't try to save me, please. It'll do no good. I'm too far gone. The 10 of you that are left will have a chance. In fact, you'll win. I'm sure of it. But only if you let me go.
Martin, wait.
I can't, Captain. Sorry. The old arms just won't function any longer. It's better this way. So cheerio, all of you. A world of luck. It's best.
Martin!
Hey, some music. That's what we need. How many of you can sing? Come on, somebody start a song. I said we gotta sing. Wilma, help me start it. Come on! East side, west side, all around the town. The boys will bring around Rosie. Hey, what's happening? You're not going to let getting dark stop you singing. Well, what if a couple of ships did pass by without seeing us? That proves at least they're looking for us, don't it? Come on now, there's lots of songs we haven't tried yet. How's about a hot time in the...
Might as well give up, Danny. None of us has the strength or spirit left for singing.
Oh, why don't we stop it? Why should we keep pretending? We might just as well give out.
Try and calm down, Mrs. Reed. That's going to do no good. There'll be another ship.
Sure. I'll bet you my life. Well, what time is it now? Any idea, Captain?
Nearly 9, I guess.
10 hours we've been here. How much longer can we stand it?
Oh, plenty. I'm getting used to this. You know, when I was a kid, we used to go swimming in the East River in the summertime. Only I never got to go much because I was working. This kind of makes up for it.
Danny, any sign of another boat, son? I'm nearly gone for good.
No, but there'll be one. And this time we'll connect. Third time's a charm. That right, funny face?
Yeah, that's right, Danny. Want me to help you hold Mac?
No, I'm okay. If my wrist hold out. Hey, what's happened to everybody? None of you know any more stories? Oh, who's heard the one about
Danny.
the... Yeah?
Danny, watch there. It's like a searchlight.
Huh? Wait, that comes again. Wait, we're sure. It is! Captain, over there. Watch, a searchlight.
Help!
No, wait, that'll do no good. It's too far off.
Captain, why not take a chance? Let's all of us call at once, together.
He's right. We've got to call together and make our voices carry as far as possible. Ship ahoy!
Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy!
It's no use. It's no use. They're going to pass us.
They are going to pass us. They can't pass us. We're going to keep it up. Now, come on. Help! Help!
They've got to answer. They've got to answer.
And they will. I bet you my life. Listen, everybody.
They've heard us. Look, the searchlight. They're looking for us. Oh, Danny.
Keep on calling. Ahoy! Start shouting. Save! I tell you.
In just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, Andrea Leeds and John Garfield will bring you the thrilling second act of Escape from Tomorrow. But first, I'd like to say just a few words about a different kind of thrill. The thrill that many of you are experiencing as you plan your approaching wedding and your future home. And as you dream and plan for the future, is there perhaps a wish deep in your heart that the silver you choose for your new home could be solid silver? Then for you and for all those others who long to own the best in silverware, we have a message of special importance tonight. If you will, John Conte.
Ladies and gentlemen, International Sterling offers 2 easy plans to help make your silver dreams come true. The first is to start off with individual place settings, 1 or 2 at a time, and build a solid silver service month by month. A single place setting, 6 lustrous pieces in International Sterling's beautiful Enchantress pattern, costs as little as $16.75. Now, the second plan is to buy a complete service of International Sterling out of income, just as you do furniture, fine rugs, and other permanent possessions for your home. But your silverware dealer can give you complete details. So tomorrow, Monday, stop in and talk with him. Let him show you not only Enchantress, but the other lovely International Sterling designs also. No matter what pattern you choose, it will be beautiful and correct always. The kind of silver that not only glorifies your own home, but becomes the cherished possession of your children's children. Solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the second act of Escape from Tomorrow, starring John Garfield and Andrea Leeds as Dan and Wilma Morgan. It's the following evening. Safe aboard the rescuing vessel, a cruise ship bound from Havana to New York. The 10 survivors have been the center of interest and attention for both passengers and crew, and no effort has been spared to ensure their comfort and well-being. And in a luxurious cabin forward on A deck...
Mac, I think he's waking up. Will you go now?
Okay, youngster. But I'll be back to talk to him. I've got to for both of your sakes.
All right. Danny? Awake, Danny?
Huh? Oh, hi, funny face. I remember you.
Do you? You slept so long, I thought maybe you wouldn't.
Oh, sure. I'm funny that way. I always remember my wives. In fact, hey, what is this? Well, where'd you get that dress? And this room? I didn't go to sleep in...
You went to sleep in the Atlantic, Danny. Almost 2 days ago.
Huh? Oh, wait a minute. Are you all right?
Oh, I'm swell. Now that I've got a husband again.
And what about the others, Mac?
Mac's all right, too, Danny. He's more than all right. That's why we're here.
Why, we're here?
This happens to be the bridal suite of the cruise ship Mayfair, bound from Havana to New York.
The bridal suite? Hey, and these pajamas.
They're the captain's, and here's his robe, too.
The captain's clothes and the bridal suite. Hey, what is this? Is this some kind of a gag?
No, Danny, it's not a gag. You see, they figured it was the least they could do for the hero of the plane disaster.
The hero? Who gave him that idea?
All the survivors, but mostly Mac.
Mac? You mean Mac told him that...
He told them the truth, that you saved his life. That's all he told them, Danny.
Yeah? The bridal suite! How do you like that?
And it's not all, darling. The captain's giving a dinner tonight just in our honor. Really in yours, but they count me in because I'm the hero's wife.
Look, will you cut that stuff?
Oh, all right, Danny. Oh, but you know I'm so proud of you, don't you?
Proud? What have you got to be proud of? I'm the one. Let me look at you. Hey, what'd you do to your hair?
And the hairdresser on the boat fixed it for me.
And that dress. I suppose that's a hand-me-down for Mrs. Astor.
Well, I don't think that's her name, but it could be. One of the passengers was determined to fit me out.
She was, huh? Well, that was part of it. In fact, everything's just like it was supposed to be.
Like it was?
That pal of mine, remember? The fixer-upper? I'm talking to him and I say, how's about a couple of new outfits for Mrs. Mrs. M. And while you're about it, we could use a swell suite on a boat that's a honeymoon for us. So my pal says, okay, Danny. And here we are.
You had the whole thing planned this way, huh?
Bet you my life.
I'll take that bet, mister. Oh, Danny, darling.
You think this is something? This is just the beginning. We're going to do lots of traveling, funny face. In suites like this, we're going to...
Danny.
Huh?
What are we going to do? Max kept quiet till now, but once we reach New York...
Look, will you forget New York and forget Mac?
Oh.
I should have let him drown.
Oh, you couldn't. Not be you. I know that, Danny, and so do you. And please don't blame Mac. He hates what he has to do worse than you do. Oh, Danny, why? Why did it have to happen like this? We didn't ask anything except each other. What did we do to make it all go wrong? I used to pray, Danny. Do you know that? I used to go and pray. Pray for nothing but to have us married and by ourselves. I didn't ask for any money or even for that little house with fences. I just wanted you, and now...
Oh, now they're doing nothing.
Oh, they'll railroad you. You know they will. Oh, Danny, unless you turn state's evidence, and you've got to. I know what's stopping you. You've been afraid for me because of Morelli and his gang, but that mustn't stop you, Danny. Tell the DA what you know. Tell him who did that robbery. You've got to, darling.
Maybe you're right. Who is it?
It's Mac, Danny.
Come in, Mac.
Hello, son.
Mac, Danny's going to...
I'm going to... I get it. A little framing with my wife while I'm out. Is that it, copper? Thought you'd scare her into breaking me down.
Danny.
Let him talk, Wilma. You don't make it very easy for a guy, Danny. You know, I didn't pass that taxi stand of yours every day for 5 years without getting pretty strong for a lad named Danny Morgan. I haven't forgotten the night you rode me home with the meter up. But that's all apart from this, Danny. Even what you did out there in the water's apart from this. Maybe I feel like a heel, but taking you in is my job. There's nothing else I can do.
No?
Oh, but there is, Mac. Look, supposing you hadn't found us in Nassau. Suppose you were just to turn your head when we landed.
And let 100 other coppers grab the both of you when you step off the gangplank?
Oh, he's right, Danny. There's no other way.
Well, son, it's up to you. Do you talk or not? If it's that gang you're thinking of, you have my word that you and Wilma will be as safe as the whole department can make you, and that's pretty safe. Well?
I got your word on that? What you said? Protection for my wife?
For both of you. You have my word.
All right. I'll do it. I'll turn state's evidence.
Oh, Danny.
Great. And now be getting dressed. You've got a day or so of being a hero to be attended to before we reach port. And as for your trial, you can forget it. I'll clear you, Danny, lad. As sure as my name's McLaughlin, I'll get you off. And therefore, Your Honor, Dan Morgan can't be held for trial. Not just because of what he did out there in the ocean after that plane came down. That's all beside the point. He's got to be dismissed because he's offered to turn state's evidence. In fact, he's already told the district attorney who really robbed that bank.
Just a minute, Inspector McLaughlin. Let me remind you that you're the arresting officer in this case and not the public prosecutor. Stick to the facts, and the court will hear pleas from the proper source. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, what's your recommendation in this case?
My office will leave that to Your Honor's discretion.
To his discretion? No, wait a minute, Mr. Prosecutor. You promised me...
Inspector, you'll be in order. It is the judgment of this court that an attempt has been made here to sentimentalize upon the so-called heroics of Dan Morgan during an airplane accident at sea. I see no reason why the defendant should not be held for trial. Daniel Morgan, will you please face the court?
Oh, Your Honor, please, you can't do this.
Silence! Daniel Morgan, you're aware of the charge on which you have been arraigned?
I am.
How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
I'm not guilty.
The defendant's trial is set for April 16th in Department 32 of the Superior Court. Bail is $5,000, incarceration in...
And we will prove that the defendant is beyond all reasonable doubt guilty of direct participation in the robbery of the Eastern National Bank. We will further prove that this muchly publicized and self-heralded hero did willfully so participate.
Sure he rode Morelli and his gang that day. I seen him ride him lots of times.
He could have been one of the men who held me up. I think he was.
He bought a ticket to Nassau, yes, and with that marked bill. The girl was with him.
All right, then I am in contempt of court. You can take my badge. I still won't testify against Dan Morgan. This whole thing's a farce.
They did, I tell you. They brought the money in an envelope while he was with me. He didn't know why they were paying him.
Object. Move that be stricken. Witnesses the defendant's wife can only serve as character witness.
Objection sustained.
What does it matter what I say? I told you the truth, but it's not the truth you want. Go ahead, you've made up your minds already. The railroad is on its way, so let it go. Go on, and find me guilty.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have decided upon a verdict?
We have.
The defendant will rise and face the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how say you?
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged.
The defendant, Dan Morgan, stands convicted as charged and is hereby sentenced to imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a term of not less than 15 years.
No! No, Daddy! They can't!
She fainted.
Where do you think you're going, Morgan?
My wife, and try and stop me.
All right. Get back. Give her air. Get back, will you?
Wilma.
Dan, I'm sorry, kid, you know.
Suppose you shut up, copper. Wilma.
Oh, Dan.
Hiya, funny face.
Oh, Dan. They can't. 15 years, they can't. Not now. You don't know, Danny.
What is she talking about, Mac? You heard me. What's she talking about?
Okay, Dan, then maybe it wasn't just the news that made her faint.
You can't go to prison, Danny. You can't go now. You...
I get it. A kid. That's wonderful. That's all we needed to make the picture perfect. That's all we needed. The guy that fixes things. Huh?
Listen to me, Dan. Wilma's going to have a child, yes. But I'm going to have you out before she does.
Yeah?
Yeah, bet you my life, Danny. I'll have you out before your kid is born. Bet you my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we tell you about next week's episode of Escape from Tomorrow, I'd like to tell you the story behind the most distinguished name in silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers. This famous house first came into existence back in the days when the country was expanding on every side, acquiring new boundaries to north and south, pushing steadily westward across the plains. And influenced by the change and growth all around them, a group of New England craftsmen formed a partnership and started developing new and finer techniques in silversmithing. Even then, the skill and artistry of their craftsmanship was really extraordinary. And as the years went by, their skill became even greater, reaching its climax with the latest and greatest achievement, a way to apply sterling silver craftsmanship to finest silver plate. A shining example of 1847 Rogers Brothers craftsmanship is the pattern Lovelace, a pierced pattern, utterly graceful and feminine, with shimmering orange blossom motif and exquisite sterling-like detail. And so that you may appreciate the full beauty of Lovelace and also see other stunning silver plate patterns, 1847 Rogers Brothers extend this cordial invitation to you.
Tomorrow, Monday, visit your silverware dealer and let him show you the really gorgeous 62-piece service of 1847 Rogers Brothers. Silver plate that can be yours at a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. Let him tell you also on what easy, convenient payment terms this lasting loveliness can be yours. For now, as never before, you can afford the finest in silver plate. Silver plate that bears the illustrious name 1847 Rogers Brothers.
This is Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, Silver Theater will once again star John Garfield and Andrea Leeds in the thrilling concluding episode of Escape from Tomorrow. We know you'll be interested in hearing how Dan and Wilma Morgan face the greatest moment of their lives. In the meantime, I think you should know that Andrea Leeds, who appears on Silver Theater through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn, will soon be starred opposite Gary Cooper in The Real Glory. John Garfield may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers picture They Made Me a Criminal, and his forthcoming production for that studio will be Juarez, in which he will appear with Paul Muni and Bette Davis.
Remember, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Escape from Tomorrow is by Gene Town and Graham Baker. The radio adaptation is by True Boardman, with original music by Felix Mills. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Andrea Leeds and John Garfield in Escape from Tomorrow, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 21st of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Before we introduce today's player, we'd like to announce that next week, Silver Theater will star Herbert Marshall and Maureen O'Sullivan. And in the near future, you'll hear Joan Crawford, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, Helen Hayes, and others. And now for today's story. The lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on Act One of the concluding episode of Escape from Tomorrow by Gene Town and Graham Baker, starring John Garfield and Andrea Leeds as Dan and Wilma Morgan, with Lindsay McCary as Inspector McLaughlin.
Read all about it, X3, hero of Extreme.
Here, give me one of those.
Yes, sir. Here you are. It's your Extreme here. Here on plane
You get it?
Yeah, I got it.
What does it say?
They nicked him. 15 years. Read it yourself.
Let's see, Carlo.
Dan Morgan, hero of the recent Atlantic plane disaster, was today sentenced to 15 years for participation in the robbery of the Eastern National Bank. The sentence was of unexpected harshness, inasmuch as Morgan had offered to turn state's evidence, naming the notorious Morelli brothers as the men who'd really committed the crime.
A rat.
As a result, Tony Morelli, leader of the Morelli organization, is already in custody, and the other brothers, Joe, Mario, and Carlo, are being hunted by police. 15 years.
That's good.
Good. What chance have we got to get at him behind 20-foot walls? I want to see him out and quick.
Yeah, maybe you've forgotten Tony, huh? Already on his way to Alcatraz because this kid don't keep his mouth shut.
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe we don't have to wait so long. Look at this picture.
Huh?
Wife of condemned hero collapses. Wilma Morgan, young wife of convicted man, has shown us she fainted in court, just as sentence was pronounced. Left to right, Dan Morgan, his wife, and Inspector Thomas McLaughlin, whose life Morgan reportedly saved when the transport plane in which McLaughlin was bringing Morgan back from the West Indies crashed in the Atlantic.
I don't get it. What's the copper got to do with it?
Nothing. But maybe the girl has. So Morgan goes away. Well, it's too bad. But his wife ain't going nowhere. And she won't be behind no walls.
His wife? You mean...
Look at that picture again. The both of you. Look good. Just so you're sure you can remember.
Morgan, Inspector McLaughlin has asked permission to be the one to take you up the line. Well?
I have to put the bracelets on you, son. Your left arm.
They go on easier here than they do in the ocean, don't they, copper?
Danny, you... Come on, lad. We've got a train to catch. Look, Danny, I know how you feel towards me, and I'm not blaming you. I promised I'd get you off, and then I couldn't deliver. But what I told you the other day in court still goes. I'm going to find a way to get you out.
Save the chatter, copper. If you'll be needing it to convince some other sucker to turn himself in.
Look, lad, will you quit it? I haven't forgotten that you saved my life when that plane went down, Danny, and I'm never forgetting it. Why do you think I asked to be the one to take you on this trip today?
How do I know? Maybe... Hey, this isn't Grand Central.
You're right.
Well, what the...
You're getting out here, Danny. But first I'm taking that handcuff off your arm.
Well, wait a minute, you...
I'm putting you on your honor, lad, and waiting for you while you're inside.
Inside? A church. That's swell. So I should go in and talk to the guy who fixes things, huh? Great.
Danny, you're going in there. Now.
Why should I?
See those two guys waiting there by the steps?
Yeah, what about them?
They're plainclothesmen. If you remember, I promised you protection for your wife.
For Wilma? You mean Wilma's there inside?
And waiting for you. I couldn't let you stop off at your house, but after all, a church. Well, Danny, wait. You're on your honor, lad, and there's not much time.
Hey.
Danny.
Hi, funny face.
Oh, Danny, my darling.
Hi. Feeling okay?
Sure. Sure, darling, I'm swell. I was just afraid you might not get here.
Say, this ain't so bad. The church looks different when it's empty, don't it?
Uh-huh.
Where's the fella that's playing that music?
Up in the balcony, I guess.
Why didn't he learn to play?
He's practicing. Don't say anything. I like it.
Okay. But he still ought to learn to play. You sure you feel all right?
Yes, Danny.
You're not scared or nothing?
Uh-uh.
Hey, this church ain't so bad. But I'd still take that little one in Nassau. You looked swell that day, you know it?
Did I, Danny?
Sure. If you only hadn't bawled. Of all the stoops, bawling at your own wedding.
Mac bawled, too.
We'll leave Mac out of this.
Oh, Danny.
You sure you're okay, funny face? Shouldn't you maybe be at home in bed resting?
Look, Mr. Morgan, there are a couple of million babies born in this country every year, and their mothers don't all go to bed the whole time they're waiting for them to arrive.
Did the doctor say anything about when...
A long time yet. October.
Oh.
Danny,
Huh?
we've got to talk about something else. While you're up there, darling, you're not to be afraid. For me, I mean. I'll be all right. I'll write you every day, and twice a month on Sundays I can come up
You
to...
won't. You'll stay away from there. I don't even want you near the place. We'll wait till I get out. We'll wait, do you understand?
All right, my darling.
Well, I guess I better go now. How's about it, Funny Face? You coming to the station with me?
Let's say goodbye. Here, Danny.
Okay, kid. Take care of yourself.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Hey, cut it, will you?
Danny. Don't think I'm crazy, but before you go, won't you... I mean, will you say something, just a word maybe, to the guy who fixes things?
No.
Please, darling. There are times when there's just nothing else to do, when no one else can help. Please, Danny.
You heard me, no. I tried that stuff before. The guy that fixes things, huh? He fixed things, and how? 15 years.
Oh, it won't be that long, my darling. Max swears he'll have you out before October.
Max swore I'd never go up at all. But you needn't worry. They're not going to keep me in that place. Not when my kid's being born. I'd like to see him try it.
Danny. Danny, no. Please don't do anything crazy. Oh, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to wait. I'll wait forever, Danny, darling, just so I know you're coming back to me. But you mustn't take any chances up there.
And she's right, Danny.
Mac.
I'm sorry, Wilma, but I've got to take him now. Come on, lad.
Always have to bust in, don't you, copper? Go on. I'll meet you in the taxi.
Okay, lad, but remember, we can't miss that train.
Well, Funny Face, this is it.
Yeah.
Look up here. That's the stuff. Okay if I don't kiss you? I just want to remember you like this. Only I'll be pretending them tears ain't there. Because Mrs. M is a gal who can take it, see?
Sure.
Now, turn around and look that way, will you? And don't say nothing till I'm gone.
Danny.
Hey. Yeah, that's better. Okay, Funny Face. So long. And just remember this. When that day in October comes along, a guy named Danny Morgan is going to be there. There's nothing in this man's world can stop him. Bet you my life.
Danny. He doesn't mean it. Those things he said. He doesn't really mean a one of them. You've got to understand it. Help him. Please. If he won't talk to you, then let me talk for both of us. He didn't mean to blaspheme. I know he didn't, but you see, to Danny, you were always the guy who fixes things, and he thinks you've let him down. Oh, I know you haven't, because you couldn't. Not Danny. Not after the things you've done. Why, Danny saved 9 lives when that plane went down. You know that, don't you? You must know, and that's why you've got to help him now. Without his asking. Please. Please, you've got to help him now.
In just a few seconds, Andrea Leeds and John Garfield will bring you the final act of their thrilling story of today. But before they do, I'd like you to go back with me some 90 years and picture the leisurely, orderly living of the people of that era. Now, the radio and the airplane was still unheard of. Great ladies are riding sedately in carriages instead of automobiles. And up in a quiet little Connecticut town, a group of artist craftsmen are turning out the finest silver plate this country yet has seen. Today's descendants of those early silversmiths, the present house of 1847 Rogers Brothers, adhere to the same high standards of quality and craftsmanship. One of their most popular creations is the pierced pattern Lovelace. Graceful in line, with inspired orange blossom motif and sterling-like detail, Lovelace is truly a pattern beautiful beyond belief. Yet lovely as it is, lovely as all 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate patterns are, you can afford to earn a complete service very easily.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can now get a 62-piece service of gleaming silver plate at a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. But why not get the complete details from your silverware dealer tomorrow? Ask him to show you several different patterns and tell you about the easy, convenient payment terms. For today, you can make your dreams come true. You can easily own America's finest silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Escape from Tomorrow, starring John Garfield and Andrea Leeds as Dan and Wilma Morgan. Several months have passed, endless, torturous months to Danny, determined to get out by whatever means and regardless of cost. Anxious, fearful months for Wilma, thinking ever of the danger to Danny if he fulfills his threat to break from prison. And then on a day early in fall...
Okay, Inspector McLachlan, what kind of runaround is it this time?
I've got news, lad. News you ought to know.
Wilma?
She's all right, Dan, but only because my boys were on the job. The Morellis were after her.
The Morellis, you mean?
They didn't touch her. There was some shooting, and Mary Morelli's dead. But the other brothers got away. I only tell you, lad, so that you'll know that when you do get out, you must be careful.
When I get out? You've been saying that for months. I'm tired of listening, see? You're going to get me a new trial. You're going to get me a pardon from the governor. You're going to...
Listen, Danny. The parole board meets October 1st. That's just a week away, and I'm going to make them give you a parole.
Suppose you save it, cop. I heard it all the time before. I'm getting out, see? And without your help.
Danny, no. No, lad, listen. You'll ruin everything.
But you gotta let me use that gun, Roy. You gotta. Do you understand?
Easy, Danny, my boy. I got a rod, yeah. But the pal who got this gun in here to me forgot I never break that way. You're bunkered with an expert. I guess I busted out of more pins than you can name. But you gotta be smart, me bucko. If you walk out a door, that's one thing. When they catch you, you walk back in. But if you walk out over a stiff or two, then when they catch you, you don't walk anywhere no more. No, son. We wait until we get...
Roy, I ain't waiting, see? If you won't use that rod...
Watch it.
Morgan, you're wanted in the warden's office.
Okay.
The warden to speak to you alone in here because...
Never mind all that. What about my wife?
Wilma went to the hospital this morning, Dan.
The hospital?
The doctor wanted her there for observation. The baby's still not due for 2 days yet, maybe 3.
You're lying to me.
Why would I lie?
To keep me in here. To be sure I don't break. Well, I am breaking, copper. I said I'd be out when that kid is born, see? And there's no jail strong enough to stop me.
Easy, Danny. You're talking wild. You've got no way to get out.
I got a way. I got a rod in there. I mean,
What are you saying, lad? Well, you can't, Danny. If you've got all the guns in creation hidden away inside there, you mustn't use one. Not now, lad. It'll ruin everything. I tell you, this parole is on...
You tell me nothing. Sure, I can get a rod. I'm using it tonight. Now, go and tell the warden what I said. Go on and squeal on me.
Oh, Warden...
Yes, McLachlan?
Warden, I've just been talking to Danny Morgan.
Yeah?
And there's something you should know.
Oh, what's that?
He's sick, Warden. I'd suggest you send him right to the hospital now, before he even gets back to his cell. The lad's in no condition to be left alone.
Good idea, McLachlan. Thanks.
I got it. It's signed, sealed, and in the bag.
Oh, Mac. Dan, does Dan know?
No, I'm on my way up to him now, but I had to stop with the news for you. How are you, girl? What does the doctor say?
Well, he isn't sure. Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow.
Oh, well, either one, the lad will be there. You can be sure of that. Well, how's the patient, Danny boy?
You, of all the lousy double...
Now, wait a minute, lad. Suppose you look at this.
Huh? Dan Morgan is hereby paroled to... You did it! You weren't lying, copper. You did it!
I'll say I did it, laddie. You're paroled in my custody.
Wilma.
The baby's due tonight or tomorrow morning, lad, so we're getting out of here and down to that hospital right now, the two of us.
As the State Parole Board released Morgan in the custody of Inspector Thomas McLachlan. Rumored as having strong influence with the parole board was the fact that Morgan's wife, Wilma, is hourly awaiting the birth of a child in St. Stephen's Hospital. Today's action reawakened speculation as to the whereabouts of the two survivors of the Morelli gang, which Morgan exposed.
Turn that off.
the-
So I was right. Maybe we don't have to wait so long. Huh?
Now wait so long?
Look, Carlo. Tony is in Alcatraz. Mario, the cops get him, both because of Danny Morgan.
You mean that now we go to...
To where Danny Morgan's going. That's where we go. Come on.
But, Sister Miriam, please let me wait as long as possible. Danny will be here. Mac went for him. He's...
Hiya, funny face.
Danny. Sister, will you please? Just for a minute. There must be that much time.
All right. Until the doctor comes back.
Darling.
I made it. Didn't I tell you I'd make it?
And Mac?
Gone down to headquarters, but he'll be back. Hey. How are you? You okay?
Uh-huh. Sure, I'm swell.
Is it pretty bad?
It's well, it's kind of like having about 1 million lights flash on at once and so bright you just can't stand to watch them and then go out. Only the lights keep coming on again.
Gee. Well, I'm here anyway.
Yeah,
How much longer did they say?
pretty soon.
You're not scared?
You?
Oh, me? When was I ever scared? And look, kid, you got to be thinking of one thing all the time, see? That house with fences.
A picket fence. Because that's the one kind kids can't crawl over. Remember when you said that?
Yeah. And there's another thing. I don't want no double cross from you, see, funny face? This has got to be a girl, see? So as I can call it Wilma.
I'll see what I can do. Mr. Morgan.
Hey, okay?
Yeah, but you better call the doctor.
Sure, kid. The doctor, sister, hey. But you're sure about one thing, Doctor. Nothing's more important than my wife. I mean, if...
Yes, son, I understand. And now I must go, sister. Will you show Mr. Morgan to the waiting room?
Of course. This way, young man.
Yeah. Good luck, Doc.
Same to you, son.
You'll wait out here. As you see, you won't be alone. Mr. Olafson's an almost father, too. This is Mr. Morgan, Mr. Olafson.
How do you do?
Hello.
If the delay gets too trying, Mr. Morgan, I might suggest you watch the babies through the glass there. That's the nursery.
Is that where mine will be after it's born?
Yes, they're all of them kept in there.
Gee.
We'll let you know just as soon as there's word.
Thank you.
I think it's better you sit down. Maybe it'd be a long time.
Huh? Oh, I'm okay.
Oh, you first time here, no?
Yeah, first time.
I know. Now I can tell. Another fella here until 10 minutes ago, he first time too. He go away just now. He go away crying.
Crying?
Yeah. His baby die.
His baby? Gee.
Oh. You look at kids in there, huh? They plenty cute. I look too first 3-4 times I'm here, but no, I...
Hey. Where's that coming from?
What?
That music.
Oh, there's chapel just down the hall there. You forget, this is a church hospital, yeah.
Well, there's a guy who can really play that piece.
Huh?
Nothing. I was just mumbling. Sister, is it...
Not you, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, it's for me, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Olafson.
What is it this time? A girl, a flick, or no?
A boy, Mr. Olafson. A fine boy.
Oh, a boy. Too bad. $3 I lose. I bet my brother Justa. I go see Helga now, no?
Yes, she's fine. You may go right into her room.
Ah, good. Oh, son. Good luck. And don't be too jumpy, huh? A lot of kids get born, yeah.
Okay, old-timer. Thanks and congratulations.
Congratulations when I lose $3.
Sister, just a minute. My wife, do you know?
I'm sorry. There's no more I can tell you.
Well, is she all right?
Yes, she's all right. You'll just have to be patient, I'm afraid.
Patient? Oh, yeah. I'll just stick around and watch the kids through the glass there. Excuse me for bothering you.
It's no bother. And, son,
Yes, sister.
you mustn't be too afraid. That's not the way to help her. You must have a little faith.
Huh? Oh, sure. Thank you. Yeah. I guess this is one of those times she talked about.
One of those times.
When there's nobody else you can ask. Look, ma'am, you know how to put the words together better than I do. Do you suppose you could, that is...
Yes, son. I could and I will. I'm going to the chapel now.
Morgan.
Yeah?
Morelli.
Yeah, Morelli. Stand where you are and don't start yelling.
What do you want?
You hear that, Carlo? What do we want? 6 months we wait to find him, and he asks, what do we want? Tony goes to the rock because of him. Mario's dead, and he asks, what do we want?
Let's get it over and get out of here, Joe. This place...
I get it over soon enough. If you got a prayer to say, Squealer, say it now and quick.
I'm saying no prayers, and you ain't shooting me, Morelli. My kid's being born in there, and I'm sticking around until I see it.
Yeah? We got other plans.
Then you changed them. Know what's inside this glass behind me? Take a look.
Hey, Joe, there's kids in there.
You bet there are a bunch of them. Go on, boys, and give it to me. Knock off a half a dozen kids while you're getting me. See how long before the coppers chase you down.
He's right, Joe. We can't plug him with those kids.
Shut up, Carlo. All right, Morgan. It's up to you. I'm counting 5, and then I'll let you have it. If you move over so the wall's behind you, there won't be no kids hurt. But if you don't, it's up to you. Make up your mind. 1.
You'd do it, too, wouldn't you? Okay.
2.
I'm moving.
So you came to see your baby, did you? Keep moving. 3.
I said I'd move. I'd move till I was clear, didn't I? So...
Joe! Hey, Carlo! Come on,
Take him for a fire escape. Go after him.
No, stay back. They're getting from outside.
They did. They got him. They got him both from down below. Come on.
But Mac, he's hurt.
Go on, I'll take care of Mac.
Sure, lads. Go on. Danny can take care of me.
Mac, you crazy fool. You walked right into it.
Yeah. Always was a cop who busted in at the wrong time, lad. You told me so yourself.
Here, in here, Doctor. There were no children.
That's no use, Doctor. No use, believe me. It'd be a waste of your time.
Mac, look, Mac, you're gonna...
Danny, tell me, lad, is it a boy or a girl?
We don't know yet.
Yeah, well, when you find out, just slip a word to the guy who fixes things, huh? And you'll tell me.
Mac. Oh, Doc.
I'm sorry, son. Your wife, Morgan. You can go into her now.
Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks. Mac, you'll...
We'll take care of everything.
Yeah.
Danny, those shots. I heard...
Morelli's. They got Mac.
Oh no, Danny.
Yeah.
But how?
He jumped in front of me. Oh, Wilma.
Oh, darling. Darling. Don't. You must.
But I was a heel to that guy, Wilma.
He didn't think so, Danny. He understood. He was a cop, Danny, but he was a swell one. And for anyone he loved like he loved you and me, well, Mac's glad, Danny. I'm sure of that somehow.
Glad?
He swore he'd have you out to see the baby. Remember what he said?
Bet you my life.
And he didn't lose that bet, Danny. Not really. He wouldn't think so. Oh, darling.
Hey, what about you? I just went kind of crazy with what happened out there. You all right?
Sure. I'm swell. And Danny, hold out your arms. Here.
What's this?
You got your wish, darling. A girl.
Yeah? Gee. Hi, funny face.
Our stars, Andrea Leeds and John Garfield, will be back to greet you personally in just a moment. But first, may we help you turn a dream into a reality? Listen to John Conte.
If you've ever dined at the home of a friend who owned sterling silver, you probably couldn't help envying her a little. Couldn't help wishing that your dinner table, too, could shine with genuine, solid silver. Of course, 10 or 15 years ago, a wish like that would have been pretty much of an idle dream. But today, it's easy to make that dream a reality. For International Sterling, creators of many of America's most exquisite solid silver designs, has a budget payment plan which makes it possible for you to buy a complete solid silver service out of income. Or you can start a service in International Sterling Silver with individual place settings, and month to month add extra place settings until you have a service for 4, 6, or 8 as your entertaining needs demand. A single place setting, beautifully wrought in the Enchantress pattern, 6 pieces of solid silver, costs as little as $16.75. But tomorrow, Monday, go wherever fine silverware is sold and get the facts firsthand. Look at Enchantress and other International Sterling patterns, too. Notice the painstaking detail, the indescribable richness and beauty of every one. Here is silver that will speak of your taste and love for worthwhile possessions every day for years to come. Silver as exquisite as any the world has ever created. Solid silver by International Sterling.
Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen, and I want you to meet our stars, Andrea Leeds and John Garfield, who at this moment are stepping out in front of our silver curtain.
Thank you, Conrad. Thank you.
We want to thank you both for your fine performances in our play, Escape from Tomorrow.
Well, Conrad, it's been more fun than anything I've done in a long time.
You see, John, I told you Silver Theater performers have more fun than anybody.
Well, you should know, Andrea, this is your 3rd broadcast you've done for us.
That's right. And I almost forgot to tell you. Since I worked for you on Silver Theater, almost a year ago, I've listened to most of your productions, and I think they're wonderful. Also, I became so sold on International Sterling that I bought a complete set of it for my home.
That's great. Hope Mrs. John Garfield's listening.
Well, you don't have to sell us, Conrad. Mrs. Garfield and I are both International Silver fans. Bet you my life.
Well, that's fine, John. Now, I'm afraid our time is up. Thank you, John Garfield and Andrea Leeds. We'll be looking for you on Silver Theater again in the near future.
Andrea Leeds, who appeared on Silver Theater through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn, will soon be starred opposite Gary Cooper in The Real Glory. John Garfield may currently be seen in They Made Me a Criminal, and his forthcoming Warner Brothers picture will be Juarez, in which he will appear with Paul Muni and Bette Davis. Next week, Silver Theater will star Herbert Marshall and Maureen O'Sullivan. Be sure to listen. In the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Escape from Tomorrow was adapted for radio by True Boardman, with original music by Felix Mills. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
This is chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Bette Davis in Broken Prelude, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. Tonight, we welcome you to the 11th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Among the many excellent dramas you will hear in future weeks will be David Goth's Red Book magazine story, Challenge for Three, in which the lovely Ida Lupino will be co-starred with Conrad Nagel, whom we know you'll be glad to hear once again in a dramatic role. He's with us today in his usual capacity of director, so I'll let him tell you about this afternoon's play. Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Today's drama, Broken Prelude, was written especially for Bette Davis in the Silver Theater by Grover Jones and True Boardman. Miss Davis has chosen as her leading man Carlton Cadell, well-known radio actor. An important role will be played also by a very young lady about whom I think Miss Davis would like to tell you something. Right, Betty?
Yes, Conrad. The young lady is a protege of mine, Pamela Cavendish. She plays the part of Nina Maloff, a girl of her own age, 15 years. Today marks Pamela's first public appearance, and I hope the Silver Theater audience received as much pleasure from her performance as I did when I first heard her sing and saw her act. I want to wish her luck on her debut and to thank Silver Theater for giving me this opportunity to present her.
Thank you, Betty. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Broken Prelude, starring Bette Davis as Julia Connors. Our scene, the women's quarters of a penitentiary. Along the narrow corridor between the rows of cells moves a solitary figure. Chief matron of the prison. Before one door, she stops.
Connors? Connors, come along. You're wanted in the warden's office. Oh, don't let me rush you, dearie. I've got all day. Come along.
Hey, Connors is going out. She's got a date with a horse. Give her my love, Connors. Give her my love. Yeah.
Come on, Connors, move along. Shut up, the rest of you. All right, Connors. Here she is, Mr. Parkman.
Oh, yes. Come in, Connors. You, know Mr. Thomas here.
Julia.
I told you it was a waste of time.
I don't think so, sir.
Mr. Thomas has just come from the parole board, Connors. He's convinced them that considering the circumstances of your conviction, you should be paroled in his custody. So, you're going out today. I tell you frankly, Connors, he got the board to release you only against my recommendation. I'll have to admit that in many ways you've been a model prisoner, but...
Warden.
Oh, yes. Mr. Thomas has asked permission to talk to you alone, and, well, come, matron.
Julia. Julia.
Paroled in your custody.
Julia, listen to me. We've got to get this straight, you and I, now, before you go out of here. You can't see what these 3 years have done to you. You're not the Julia Connors who stood up and pled guilty in that courtroom. You're a different person. Someone I don't even know.
Is that all you have to say?
No. Julia, you can't do it. I know what's in your mind. Marcia Wallace. You think that Marcia Wallace framed you, and because of that...
I know she framed me.
All right, you know it then. And from the moment that you found it out, you've lived for just one thing. To get out of here and find Marcia Wallace again. That's true, isn't it? Julia, answer me.
Yes, it's true, and I will find her. There's nothing you can do to stop me. A model prisoner, sure I was. Because I was out to cut down the sentence that you wished on me, Mr. Public Prosecutor. 6 months. That's what you'd get me off with. But I must plead guilty. You said the cards were stacked against me, and I was sure to be convicted. But just by a plea of guilty, you could fix it. Maybe even get me off.
Julia.
5 years. That's what your friend, the judge, said. 5 years. And I was innocent.
I've tried to tell you 100 times there was no other way. The evidence was there to convict you, and
evidence was all that mattered. A girl scared and desperate and swearing that she was innocent. That didn't mean anything to you. Well, I'm not scared now, Paul Thomas. I'm not desperate. If anyone ever knew what the score is, a girl named Julia Connors does. The state and Marcia Wallace owe me 3 years. 3 years, and I'm going to collect from both of them.
Julia, you can't. You'll bring yourself right back to this place.
Sure, I'll be back. And next time I won't be innocent.
Oh, listen to me.
No, I tried that once before. And as for that little joke of me being under parole to you, we'll both forget it now.
Will we?
Warden, matron.
Yes, what is it?
Suppose I go out at 4 o'clock, don't I?
Well, that's customary, yes. But as long as Mr. Thomas came all
Then
over...
I'll go back to my cell and wait till 4. And when I go out, I'll go alone.
All right, matron.
Come on, Connors.
What is this? My cell's the other way.
You're not going to your cell. Why she should want to see you beats me. But as long as she does want to, you're getting no chance to refuse.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out in here.
In the hospital ward, but...
Hey, matron, how's about stopping that phonograph? Yeah, that song's driving us nuts. Turn the thing off, can't you?
Shut up! Shut up, all of you! Shut up! Maloff wants that record playing, and she's going to have it.
Hey! If it's Maloff sent for me, I won't see her. What's Maloff to me? Just because we're in the same cell for 2 years.
Say, listen, this ought to mean something even to you, Connors. Maloff's dying. That's why those screens are around her bed. The doctor don't give her 2 days.
Oh, well, why'd she have to ask for me?
Well, that's something I can't figure out either. But she did. And you're seeing her. Now.
Oh, I won't do it. That record of hers. While I was in the cell with her, she played it 10,000 times. Even if she is sick, there's nothing that I can... Oh, all right.
Go on. You can move that screen, but don't make a noise. The nurse said she wasn't to be excited.
Okay. Anna?
Julia.
Hello, Anna.
Listen. That's me, Julia.
I know.
Anna Maloff. Soloist with the Chicago Symphony. The Anna Maloff. It is not bad, Julia.
Oh, no, it's good, Anna. It's wonderful.
She can be proud of that anyway. Can't she, Julia? Oh, that can make up to her for other things, for me.
Make up to? Oh, Anna, you must be quiet and rest. You're not...
I know what you think. But because I am sick, I see crazy things. Like out of my head. Oh, no. No, this is not like that. I know, Julia. I know what I am saying.
The record, I'll turn it off.
No, again, Julia. Play it again. The others maybe then they do not hear what I tell you. Oh, no, they must not know, Julia. Only you. You go out today and you are different. I know. You can understand. Oh, the record again, Julia.
Sure, Anna. Now, come on, tell me. What is it, Anna? I'm going out. It's true. I've been paroled.
Oh, can you go see her, Julia? Oh, you got to go. I can ask nobody else.
Going to see who, Anna?
Nina.
Nina?
My daughter.
You're
15 she is, Julia. 15 last month. Oh, Julia, believe me, there is a greatness in my girl. I know it. You should hear her sing. Oh, but she must have a chance. You see that, Julia?
Yes, Anna, and she will have. If your Nina can sing...
but not with him. No, not with him. She can have no chance with him. He hates her. Because she is my child, he hates her. He told her I'm here, Julia. I begged him that she should never know, no. And yet he told her. She wrote to me and told me that she knew.
Shh, Anna, hush. You mean her father told her?
Oh, no. Her stepfather, he is. Giorinato is his name, and... Oh, Julia, tell me you go to see her. There is nothing you can do, maybe, but you can see her. You can tell her I have said that always she must sing.
that what has become of me must make no difference. Oh, say you will go, Julia. Look here. The address I have written down. 135 Cornelia Street. 135 Cornelia. Julia. Oh, Julia. You do not say you will go. Oh, I'll go, Anna. 135 Cornelia Street. Sure, I'll go. Goodbye, Anna. Goodbye, Julia. Oh, it not matter so much now what happens to me. Just so you see her and tell her what I say. Goodbye, Julia. Matron, take me out of here.
All right, this way. And to think that of everybody in the place, she chooses you to tell.
Yeah, well, I wish to God she hadn't.
And you were lying, weren't you? You'll never go see that kid. Connors, you were lying.
Sure I was. Sure I was lying. Why shouldn't I? Why should you pick me to tell a sob story to? I've got my own business to attend to. Business that nobody's going to interfere with. And what's Molly's kid to me? So she can sing. Oh, that's great. I suppose I should look her up and maybe have her sing for me. Maybe that song I've already heard 1,000 times before. Julia Connors, ex-convict turning good Samaritan, rescuing 15-year-old singers in distress. Oh, that's rich. It's wonderful. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
You've just heard Act One of Broken Prelude starring Bette Davis. Before we continue with Act Two, here's a man with a few words about Christmas. Not a white Christmas or a gray Christmas, but a silver Christmas. John Conte.
The stores are bright with holly, and on every face you see there's an air of expectancy and excitement as that day of days draws closer. And what a truly memorable Christmas it will be for someone you love, if it's a sterling silver Christmas. For here is a gift that will endure for generations, the gift of solid silver of imperishable beauty, proudly created by International Sterling. If she already owns International Sterling Silver, make this Christmas the occasion to complete her sterling service by adding salad forks or other matching pieces. She'll be proud of your taste and thoughtfulness in giving sterling silver, and proud of your cleverness at knowing just the right pattern and the right pieces. Or if she's a woman who has always longed for solid silver but never had it, here is your chance to start a service for her. Give International Sterling's lovely Me to You set. This is a place setting for one person. 6 lustrous pieces of solid silver in the Enchantress pattern, costing only $16.75. Your silverware dealer will welcome the opportunity to help you select the right gift and the right pattern. So go there tomorrow. Find out about the budget payment plan. For this is indeed the Christmas to give solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on Act Two of Broken Prelude starring Bette Davis as Julia Connors. 4 o'clock has come and gone. Through the door which marks the boundary between freedom and imprisonment has walked the figure of Julia Connors alone. Early the same evening finds her in that crossroads of humanity that is New York's Grand Central Station.
Excuse me, miss, is something wrong? I mean, you look as if...
All those people, they're all free. All of them, aren't they? Just going anywhere they want to. It's funny.
Funny?
Oh, don't mind me. I just want a taxi.
Oh, yes, I'm right out here.
Thanks.
Taxi here. Get a yellow cab. Taxi lady?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Where to?
507 East 54th Street. And hurry.
Young lady's wrong, driver.
Oh.
We want to go to 576 West 49th Street.
Huh? Okay.
You see, Julia, Marshal Wallace doesn't live at that address anymore. You're only wasting your time looking for her.
So, you've been following me ever since I left up there, haven't you?
Suppose we put it that I happened to come down on the same train.
I told her I wanted to be left alone.
Julia, there's one thing you overlook. You are under parole to me. And it depends on me whether or not you go back to serve those other 2 years.
Oh, I see. And you'd send me back, wouldn't you? You'd love to send me back.
It's the one thing I don't want to do. And you're not going to force me to. That's why you're coming with me now. Well, how do you like it?
I'm more used to apartments that have bars in the windows.
Here, let me take your coat.
Oh, that won't be necessary. See, I'm not staying.
But you are.
I get it now. Excuse me. I evidently didn't understand what being paroled in someone's custody was supposed to mean.
This is your apartment, Julia. I happen to be paying for it, yes, but only until we found you a job so that you can support yourself.
Accepting nothing from you, Paul Thomas. Why should I?
I'll tell you why. It's a simple story, Julia. A lawyer who happens to be a deputy district attorney. A case is turned over to him to prosecute. A blackmail case involving a girl of whom he is very fond. There's just one thing he can do. He weighs all the evidence, gives that girl his best advice, promises her his help.
Oh, you're wasting time. I know all...
But his advice proves wrong. His help is anything but that. And the girl he wanted to protect suffers more because of him. That's why, Julia. Because that man realizes there's nothing he could do for that girl to make up for his mistake. But he can try. Say that you'll stay here, Julia.
No.
You know, Julia, it's really not such a bad apartment. There's a swell view of the river from the kitchen window.
I said I wasn't staying.
And in case you feel like music, a combination radio and phonograph. I just guessed at the records. Listen, I'll play one.
Oh, let's cut the little comedy, Paul. I told you before where I was going and what I was going to do to find Marcia. I told you, too, that... Turn that off.
All right.
You know.
The matron told me.
No, I think I see another answer. The whole thing was framed, wasn't it? A little idea of yours, even having Maloff tell me that tale about...
No, Julia. It wasn't framed. You see, Anna Maloff got out of prison today, too. Just before you did. Only in a different way.
Oh, did she?
What are you going to do?
Well, that's my business.
She died believing you'd keep your word to her.
Oh, but why should I? What's Anna Maloff to me?
I phoned down for a report on the stepfather. And Joe Renardo is anything but a new name at headquarters. That address on Cornelia Street is a so-called club that he operates as a front for gambling. A swell place for that 15-year-old daughter of Anna's.
Oh, will you shut up? I'm getting out of here. Getting out, do you understand? I told you what I was going to do, and parole or not, you can't stop me. I'm going to find Marcia Wallace.
Who, ma'am?
Marcia Wallace. Is she here?
Miss Wallace? No, ma'am. She ain't lived here for more than 2 years. Last I knowed, Miss Wallace was at the Chelsea, ma'am.
You go see Nina, Julia. Oh, you got to go. I can ask nobody else.
Is that all you wanted, ma'am?
Yes, the Chelsea, you say. I'll find her, thanks.
She was only here a month, but you could probably find her through Chorus Equity.
Oh, Chorus Equity, yes. Yes, I should have thought of that.
The others must not know. No, only you, Julia. You go out today.
Equity.
You are different. You understand.
Oh, no. No. What did you say? Oh, nothing. It's just that I'm having trouble finding Marcia. Thanks, I'll try Equity.
Marcia Wallace? Why, yes, she's dancing at the Green Slipper up on the Post Road.
You got to go, Julia. There is nothing you can do, maybe, but you got to go see her. 135 Cornelia Street. Oh, you got to go, Julia.
Stop it!
Huh? So what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just a little upset. The Green Slipper on the Post Road, you say. Well, thank you. I've been looking for Marcia for a long time, and I'm glad I found her. I'm glad.
Yes, miss, where to?
What?
Hey, are you all right?
Oh, I'm all right. Take me to,
Yeah?
Take me to... 135 Cornelius Street. Here, driver.
Thanks. And say, miss, it's none of my business, but you're not going in that place alone, are you?
You're right, it is none of your business.
Well, I got to only try.
The driver was right, Julia.
Paul.
And you're not going in there alone.
So you were waiting for me. You were that sure.
I wasn't sure, Julia. But this was our one hope. If you hadn't come here tonight, I'd have known that you...
Oh, you are wonderful. You think you've had your way, don't you? Well, you haven't. I came here tonight, yes. Well, because I said I would. But nothing else has changed. After I've seen the girl, I'll go right on from where I left off. Oh, and in case you're interested, I found Marcia.
Julia.
I'm going in now and get this over. You can come and out. It makes no difference to me.
It does to me. And perhaps to you, Julia. Have you thought how you'll get to see the girl? It probably won't be enough just to tell her stepfather that you came from Anna.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I have. Come, we'll go in. I'd suggest you let me do the talking.
Check your hat, sir?
Oh, thanks. Is Joe Renardo around?
Yes, sir. Right over there. I'll get it.
Paul, you said some kind of a club. This is just an ordinary bar.
A front for the club inside, and the club in turn is a front for the gambling room upstairs. A little complicated, but Renardo's found it practical.
Good evening. You wanted to see me?
Oh, Renardo? Oh, yes. Tony Morelli suggested that we drop in and see you.
Glad to have you.
Oh, excuse me. Miss Connors, Mr. Renardo.
Hello.
Hiya.
And incidentally, Joe, suppose I said I felt lucky tonight. Think the place could do something about it?
You can go right up to the rooms now if you want. But if you take my tip, you'll come back to the club room first. The kid's just started her number, and she's worth hearing.
The kid?
My daughter. Didn't Tony tell you about her? I got her singing now. Does all right, too.
What do you say, Julia? Like to hear the girl?
Sure, why not?
Then you'll go in now?
Yes, show Miss Connors to a table, will you, Renardo? I've got a phone call to make. I'll be right in.
Sure. Come along, Miss Connors. Here you are. Swell table.
Thanks.
Well, what do you think? Kid's not so bad, is she?
No. No, she's not.
Well, the waiter'll take your order when you're ready, Miss Connors. I'll see you later.
I can't erase your beautiful face before me.
Well, Julia, what do you think now?
Paul, let's get out of here.
Get out of here?
Why not? I've seen the kid, and she's all right, and that's all I said.
You said you'd talk to her.
Oh, I won't. Why don't you keep out of this?
You're not leaving already?
Yes,
I've just been persuading Miss Connors to stay, Renardo, and I think another number from that daughter of yours might do the trick.
Oh, Paul.
But I think Miss Connors agrees with me that with a voice like hers, the girl ought to sing a different kind of song. Can she do None But the Lonely Heart?
Paul, no.
None but well, I don't know, but I'll ask her.
Is this more of what you call humor?
Listen, Julia. You're to stay here with the girl. Do you understand? Whatever happens.
No, I don't understand, and I want you to keep out of this. You can't run my life, Paul Thomas. You tried that once, and I...
Listen. That girl, Julia. That kid in this kind of a place.
Shut up.
And that voice singing for Joe Renardo's customers.
Shut up.
It's a raid!
Out the back door, everybody, quick.
Nobody leaves this room.
Oh, that was why you phoned.
I had them waiting. It's the one sure way to get rid of Renardo. Remember, you're to stay here. Whatever happens, you're to stay here with the girl.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, they're all loaded. You say you're coming down to see about booking them?
Yes.
The lady here ain't to go, huh?
No.
And that young kid's in the next room. What about her?
Oh, I'll bring her out here.
Okay.
Now, listen, Paul, I tell you, I'm not...
Come in here, kid.
Are you going to take me, too?
No, Nina, we're not. It's just that Miss Connors here wants to talk to you. She's a friend of your mother's.
Of my mother's?
I've got to go. Come, officer.
Paul!
Why are you laughing? What is all this?
Oh, you heard him
Why
say...
didn't they take us, too?
You heard him say, why, Nina? Because I'm a friend of your mother's.
Oh. You mean from a long time ago? You sang in the same company with her or something?
No, I didn't sing with her.
Well, Mother's away now, you know. On business. She'll be gone quite a while, so if you...
I saw your mother this morning, Nina.
This morning? Oh, then you're from...
Yes. Yes, I got out this afternoon.
Oh. How is my mother?
She sent you a message.
A message?
Yeah, she wants you to keep on singing.
Well, I've been doing that. Joe wouldn't let me stop if I wanted to. He says it's good for his business to have me sing. But, of course, that's not the kind of singing she wants me to do. Did you ever hear my mother sing?
Yes. I heard her.
She's one of the greatest contraltos of our day. An opera critic said that in a review. I read it in her scrapbook. She wants me to sing an opera, too. Later on, I mean.
Yeah, I'm sure she does.
But you haven't told me anything about her. How she looks and everything. You see, after I found out, I wanted to go up and see her right away. You know, to tell her I didn't care. I mean that I understand. You know.
Yeah, I know.
But Joe wouldn't let me. Of course, I wrote to her, but that's not the same thing. I told her I hated staying with Joe, but it'd be okay till she got out. But she hasn't answered yet. Do you know how soon her sentence is over? Why are you so funny? Why don't you answer me?
Nina, listen to me. Your mother...
Yeah?
Nina, you've got to give up the idea of going up to see your mother or of her getting out.
What do you mean?
Well, you have to know sometime, I suppose. Your mother died, Nina, this afternoon. It's better for her, Nina, and she wanted it this way, believe me. Oh, I'm the last person she talked to, and she told me she didn't care. She didn't care, except for you. As long as you're all right, that's all that mattered to her. Oh, and she's happier now. She's better off. Don't you see that, Nina?
Sure. I guess I do.
And like I said, she wants you to keep on singing.
But I can't. Not for her. I mean, like she wanted me to. When Joe comes back, oh, why did she have to die?
Nina, stop it. You've got to. And don't you worry about Joe. You're going away from here. Now, listen to me. You must have some other relatives, aunts or uncles, somebody you could go to.
I haven't, though. I'll have to stay with Joe.
Well, you won't. No, that's one thing you won't do. You're leaving here tonight.
Leaving here?
Sure. With me.
You mean to stay?
Oh, it's crazy. It'll mess everything, but you are leaving. You're right. Your mother did want you to sing different songs, and you're going to sing them. And I'm going to see that you do.
We'll tell you something about next week's episode of Broken Prelude. But first, here's a man who'd like to help the men in our audience with their Christmas lists. John Conti.
If you'd like to see the eyes of the woman you love shine with a new light this Christmas morning, make your gift to her America's finest silver plate. For here indeed is a gift to cherish a lifetime. Gleaming silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. The name 1847 Rogers Brothers first won recognition 91 years ago, when in a little New England town, a small company of silversmiths distinguished themselves by creating the finest silver plate this country had ever seen. The painstaking skill of those early craftsmen, the patient, loving devotion to the ideals of beauty and quality have endured to this day, reaching even greater heights with the creation of their latest pattern, First Love. For the First Love ornament is deeply etched and richly raised in a perfection of craftsmanship formerly found only in sterling silver. And this loveliest of silver plate can be yours at special savings this Christmas. For example, the Silver Theater set, a magnificent 62-piece service in a handsome rosewood finish cabinet,
costs only $59.75, $14 less than open stock price. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow and see this stunning service in the First Love pattern. And another beautiful 1847 Rogers Brothers patterns also. Learn on what easy, convenient terms you can get America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Next Sunday on Silver Theater, we'll conclude the story of Broken Prelude, starring Bette Davis as Julia Connors and featuring Carlton Cadell as Paul Thomas, and Miss Davis's own protege, 15-year-old Pamela Cavanis, as Nina Maloff.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Bette Davis in Broken Prelude, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. We welcome you to the 12th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Next Sunday and the Sunday following, you will hear Ida Lupino and Conrad Nagel in David Garth's Red Book magazine story, Challenge for Three. And in weeks to come, many more great stars and a score of thrilling and entertaining stories. And here is our director, Conrad Nagel, to tell you about today's play.
Today's Silver Theater presents the second and concluding episode of Broken Prelude, an original drama by True Boardman and Grover Jones, starring Bette Davis as Julia Connors, and Carlton Cadell as Paul Thomas, and Miss Davis's 15-year-old protege, Pamela Cavanis, as Nina Maloff. And now for our play. The lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of the concluding episode of Broken Prelude. 3 months have passed since Julia Connors was released from prison, and on that very day took young Nina Maloff away from the gambling club operated by her stepfather, Joe Renardo. They've been months filled with problems for Julia, for the girl Nina, and no less for Paul Thomas, young deputy district attorney in whose custody Julia is paroled. As our curtain rises, Julia and Paul are discussing the problem of Nina with Judge Ernest Gordon, chief jurist of our juvenile court.
I asked you here because I want you to understand my position in this case. I'm sure you both realize Nina Maloff is technically a ward of the court, while you, Miss Connors, well, to be frank...
To be frank, I've got a record. I'm a convict on parole, and you don't think I'm the proper person to care for Nina. That's it, isn't it?
Julia, Your Honor, there are other factors I don't think you consider. For one thing, the care Miss Connors has been taking of Nina these last 3 months. The things she has done to start the child on her career.
Paul.
Julia got a job 3 days after she was released as a salesgirl in a music store, because then she could take operatic records home at night for Nina to hear. And there was the matter of lessons.
Never mind, Paul. I can fight my own battles.
Judge Gordon, do you know who the child's teacher is? Martucci.
Martucci? But, Miss Connors, how could you afford...
She can't. That's the point. Julia laid personal siege to Martucci's studio and practically browbeat him into accepting Nina as a pupil. And for about 1/10 his usual price.
I tell you, all this has nothing to do with it, Paul.
On the contrary, it may have a great deal to do with it. The fact that you've been making certain sacrifices with the child...
Sacrifice is nothing. Nina's mother was my cellmate for 2 years. The day I was leaving, Anna sent for me. She was dying, and she begged me to look her kid up and see that she was taken care of. And that's all I'm interested in.
But as I recall, this department has suggested 3 different couples as possible foster parents for Nina. And each time you found some objection to them.
Well, they weren't the right ones. Well, the kid's got talent. Her mother thought she could be a great singer, and maybe she can. So if anybody's going to adopt her, it should be somebody who can help her.
I see. Then if this court proposed the girl's adoption by someone who could further the child's musical career, you'd be perfectly agreeable.
Sure, why not? Why should I want to keep her? I've got my own life to live.
But there's still the problem as to whether I can allow you to continue caring for Nina in the meantime.
Why not? She's doing all right.
Why not? Miss Connors, what was your profession before you went to prison?
I was entertainer in a cabaret.
So I understand. I also understand that working with you was a girl named Marcia Wallace.
So what about her?
Just this. Did you or did you not say before you left prison that you'd get revenge on Marcia Wallace because, as you put it, she framed you? Well, Miss Connors?
Yes, I said that.
Miss Connors, if I allow you to keep Nina for the present, have I your word that you will forego whatever action you intended against this Marcia Wallace?
I've got to be going.
Julia, wait. You haven't...
Nina's at home alone, and I've got to take her someplace at 5 o'clock. It's important. I can't wait here. Goodbye.
Julia. Your Honor, I'm sorry. But it's as I told you. Julia...
I'm sorry, too, Thomas. I know how you feel about Miss Connors, and I wanted to try to help you. But under the circumstances, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take definite action.
Here's the theater, miss. We made it 2 minutes to 5.
Fine. Come on, Nina. Here, driver.
Thanks.
We go in here, Nina.
But what is all this, Julia? Why are you so excited? Why don't you tell me?
Nina, inside there, waiting for us, or rather for you, is a man named Charles Renison.
Renison?
Yes, the manager of the San Marco Opera Company. For 6 weeks I've been hounding him to give you an audition, and you're getting it. Today.
Julia!
Now, don't Julia me. Come on.
Yes, miss. Well, you look...
We had an appointment with... Oh, Mr. Renison, I hope we're not late.
Oh, not at all. Boris, hold it a moment, will you?
This is Nina Maloff. Nina, Mr. Renison.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Marlowe. What would you like to sing?
Anything you say.
Well, that covers a pretty broad field. The orchestra's been rehearsing some of the music for La Traviata. Know anything from that?
How about Darfo C'est Lui?
Sure you want to try that?
I'd just as soon.
All right. Boris!
Yes, Mr. Renison?
Boris, the young lady's going to... Miss Marlowe, Mr. Boris Coleman.
How do you do?
It is an honor, Miss Marlowe. I was a friend of your mother.
I'm glad.
Miss Marlowe's going to sing the Forze Lui.
Oh, good. Splendid. Come along, miss.
Yes, and we'll listen from out front. Coming, Miss Connors?
Just a minute, please. Nina.
Yeah?
Good luck, darling. You're not afraid?
Guess I can't be, can I? This has got to be good for both our sakes.
You're right. Now go on up there and sing.
Julia?
Yes?
Kiss me for luck, will you?
Why? Sure, Nina.
Thanks.
Now beat it.
All right, Julia. I'm ready, Mr. Coleman.
All right.
Okay, Anna Maloff. Your daughter's got her chance. Now maybe you'd better start helping her. Oh, it's got to be good. It's got to be good.
Sempre liberate sì, o folle gira de Rosingiova, o che stava vive mio, per sentire del passeio, la che il giorno muia, sempre leita neri.
What is it to cry about?
Very fine, Nina. Excellent. All right, Miss Connors, I'm sold. Come back in the morning. We'll talk it over.
Oh, thank you.
You'll find him there on the stage, Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you, Steve. Charles, darling, did you forget we had an appointment?
Oh, I'm glad you're here, my dear. Nina Maloff, Miss Connors, I'd like to have you meet my wife.
Your wife? How do you... Julia. Marcia Wallace.
And so ends Act One of Broken Prelude, starring Bette Davis. Before we continue with the second act, here's a man with a Christmas thought. John Conte.
By this time next week, the suspense will be all over. You'll know exactly what was in even the most curious-shaped Christmas package. And many of you, I hope, will find this Christmas a particularly happy one, because it brings you the gleaming loveliness of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. Silver plate in the glamorous pattern First Love. For this is the new and sensational pattern that brings to silver plate for the first time the miracle of sterling silver craftsmanship. Craftsmanship which etches the rich floral ornament more deeply, raises it higher, gives it beauty and elegance undreamed of before. Craftsmanship possible only to a house rooted in tradition, a house of 91 years' supremacy in silver plate design, the famous house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. This Christmas, 1847 Rogers Brothers offer their glorious silver plate at special savings. The Silver Theater set, a beautiful 62-piece service in a stunning rosewood finish cabinet, costs only $59.75, a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. It comes not only in the First Love pattern, but in other attractive 1847 Rogers Brothers patterns also. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow. Find out what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged, and make your Christmas a silver Christmas with America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on the final act of Broken Prelude. Several weeks have passed. Nina is under contract to Marcia Wallace's husband, Charles Renison. And after long and arduous rehearsal, the night of Nina's debut has come at last. Then on the following morning, there's cause for celebration as over the breakfast table, Julia and Nina read reviews of the performance.
Youthful and flawless voice brought a freshness and vitality to the character that gave primary importance to this usually minor role. There is little doubt but that the young newcomer is assured a brilliant future. Well, there you are. That's all of them.
Oh, Julia, aren't they swell?
Swell? They're a bunch of lies, and you know it. Drink your milk.
A bunch of lies?
Nina Maloff's flawless voice. Humbug. You were flat 6 times in the second act.
Julia, I wasn't.
Well, once anyway, I think.
I know what you mean, Julia. You're afraid maybe that those things in the paper will make a difference. They won't, Julia. Honest. I know that part of those things are just because I'm a kid.
Well, if you realize that, maybe there's some hope for you. Pass the toast.
Julia, I just thought of something. Now you can quit your store job, you know it? I need you with me at the theater, I mean. You know, to be sure I look all right. Check on my singing and everything.
Oh, no. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a typical stage mother. When it comes to a career, I always say a mother's place is...
Mother. Julie, do you know what you said?
Well, suppose I did. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
Oh, Julia, I'm so happy. I didn't think I could be so happy.
Come to think of it, neither did I. Hey, come on now. You get on to your practicing.
I'll go. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Nina.
Paul, have you seen the reviews?
Yes, Julia.
Oh, and thank you for the flowers, Paul.
What did you try to do, buy out a flower store? I thought Nina was going to... What's wrong?
Well, Nina, you better go in the other room.
Paul?
But what is it? I want to know.
Go on, Nina. You don't need to say anything. Your friend Judge Gordon, he's going to take her away from me.
Yes, Julia.
Oh, he would wait for a time like this?
If you'll remember, you told him you wanted to be rid of her. You also said that you'd make no objection to Nina's being adopted, provided the right family wanted her.
Oh, but a career.
In this case, if anything, her career would be helped.
Oh, well, I guess that's that then. If it means a good home for her and all the other things she needs, well, that's swell. That's all I was worried about.
Down in your heart, you want that girl, Julia. You could fight to keep her.
Maybe I've fought too long. Maybe I'm tired of it.
All right, Julia. But there's one thing I think you ought to know. The people that want to adopt Nina are Charles and Marcia Renison.
Marcia?
Yes, Julia.
Marcia Wallace adopting Nina. Marcia taking that kid away from me now. Oh, that's wonderful. And I'll bet she thinks she's going to get away with it.
Julia, then you will fight it. You won't let them take her.
Fight? Oh, you've never even seen me start, Paul Thomas. There's nothing I wouldn't do to stop Marcia Wallace from getting that child. Nothing. Do you understand?
We'll take it to court, and I'll back you, Julia. I'll back you.
Court? Oh, no, we won't take it to court. Because I'll settle this before it ever gets to court. A long time before. And I'm starting now. All right, I admit it, Your Honor. I did go to Marcia Renison's house, and I did mean to harm her. If that was necessary to keep her from taking Nina. That's what their lawyer has been trying to prove to you in this hearing, Your Honor. Well, he can save his breath, I admit it.
Well, that's very considerate of Miss Connors. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Morrow.
I submit, Your Honor, that this action Miss Connors has just confessed, considered by the sight of her previous record as a convicted felon, shows her unfit to be guaranteed permanent custody of the child Nina Maloff. While, on the other hand, the fitness of my clients, Mr. and Mrs. Renison, is self-evident. I believe that's all that need be said.
Mr. Renison, Your Honor, you are fully aware of the responsibility that this adoption entails?
Fully, Your Honor.
And you, Mrs. Renison?
Your Honor, I haven't had a chance to see much of Nina, but even from the little I have seen of her, I'm genuinely fond of the child. You have my word that I'd like to do my best to take her mother's place.
Take her mother's place?
Miss Connors, please. Mrs. Renison.
That's all, Your Honor. Except that I can't understand Julia feeling the way she does.
Now, Mr. Thomas.
Your Honor?
I think it would be well if you would bring in the child herself.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Nina.
Yes,
You're to
Paul?
come in now.
Come in, Nina. Come in and sit down.
Yes, sir.
Nina, you probably know the purpose of this hearing.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Thomas.
Now, Nina, don't be frightened and just answer the questions we ask you. First of all, do you feel that Julia has taken good care of you? I mean, have you been comfortable and well fed?
You know I have, Paul.
But in this case, the judge wants to know. Now about your music. Did Julia make you practice regularly?
2 hours a day and 3 on Saturdays.
She was strict?
I'll say she was. She said I couldn't stay with her if I didn't work.
All right, Your Honor.
Mr. Morrow, have you any questions to ask the child?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nina, you say Miss Connors took such good care of you. What kind of hours did you keep? I mean, what time did you usually go to bed?
Oh, about 11 or sometimes 12.
You stayed up till 12 o'clock regularly.
I said 11 or 12. Besides, it was only because she'd brought records home for me to hear and she had to take them back the next day.
Nina, did you ever hear Miss Connors mention the name of Marcia Wallace?
Paul, do I have to answer that?
Yes, Nina.
Well, yes.
What did she say about Marcia Wallace?
That she had framed her, and when she got rid of me, she was going to get even, but
But she didn't mean that. I know she didn't.
One more question, Nina. Did either Miss Connors or Mr. Thomas prompt you what to say at this hearing?
Yes, they both did.
Oh, they prompted you. And what did they tell you to say, Nina?
They told me to tell the truth.
Is that all, Mr. Morrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Nina, I have to ask your opinion about something very important.
I know what you're going to ask me, and I can tell you the answer now, Judge. I want to stay with Julia. Please, Judge. You don't understand about things. Julia needs me, and I guess I need her, but Mr. Rennison's all right, and his wife, too, but they can adopt somebody else. I belong to Julia now. Don't you see?
That's what we're here to decide, Nina. You'd better go out again for a few minutes.
Julia, do I have to?
Go on, Nina.
Okay.
And now, Miss Connors, Mr. and Mrs. Rennison have each spoken in their own behalf. It's only fair that you should have the same privilege. Well?
I have nothing to say.
Julia.
What's the use? It's all decided. It was decided before it started. It was decided 3 years ago when a jury of 12 infallible men and women said that Julia Connors was guilty as charged. I'm not a fit person to take care of Nina. I'm a convict. This court says so. And there's not the slightest chance in the world that this court could be wrong.
Julia.
All right, take the kid. Take her and see if I care. Because I don't, you understand? I don't care. I'm glad she's out of my way.
Julia. Your Honor, she doesn't know what she's saying. Give me 1 minute, please. I'll bring her back. Julia.
I'm getting out of here.
And I say you're not.
Julia, what is it? What's happened?
Now, Julia, listen to me. Listen.
Let go of me.
Paul, you're hurting her.
Go on back in there. Listen to Marcia's speeches. They're much prettier than I can make and funnier.
Julia, you're a fool. Do you understand that? A blind, stubborn, childish fool. I've been fighting with you through all of this, but now if I have to, I'm fighting against you.
Paul.
And it's a fight for more than keeping Nina. It's a fight for you yourself, Julia, and for our love. You're going back in there.
I won't.
I'm not asking you. You're going back in that courtroom. You're going to stop being blinded by your hatred for Marcia Wallace and tell the truth. You're going to let Judge Gordon see the Julia Connors that is deserving of being Nina's mother. The Julia Connors that I knew and fell in love with before all of this happened. You're going to break through this wall you built around yourself and let Judge Gordon know the things that even you won't admit are in your heart. It's the one chance, Julia. The only chance.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I can, Paul. You see, there's so many things between.
You've got to try, Julia, and you're going to.
Julia, please do what Paul says. Please.
Well, Julia?
All right.
You better wait here, Nina.
I will.
Your Honor, Miss Connors is ready now.
Very well.
Judge Gordon, I'm sorry for a minute ago, and what I said was a lie. I do want Nina. Paul has just told me that my only chance in this hearing is to tell you the absolute truth. All right. Then, first of all, I was innocent of the crime I went to prison for. Marcia, in your heart, you know that's true. She does, Your Honor. But she won't tell you so. And you won't believe me. Oh, but you can believe this. I love that child, and I need her. You see, Your Honor, during the 3 years of my sentence, there was something that died inside me, and Nina Maloff brought it to life again. I don't know any clearer way to tell you than that. A long time ago, I gave up asking for things and started fighting. I'm not fighting now. I'm begging you to let me keep Nina Maloff.
Thank you, Miss Connors. All of the parties concerned having been heard, it is the duty of this court to make its decision. I want you to realize that I have tried to be influenced neither by emotion nor by personal feeling. But I have considered only the ultimate welfare of the child. Therefore, it is the decision of this court that permanent custody of Nina Maloff be granted to Charles and Marcia Rennison.
Julia. Thank you, Your Honor.
Charles, let's get out of here.
Marcia.
I tell you, I can't stand it. Take me out of here.
Mr. Thomas, Miss Connors, I'm sorry. With a prison record, there was nothing else I could do. I'm sorry.
Julia. Julia, you mustn't take it like this.
You please go. Just leave me alone.
But, Julia, my darling.
I just want to be left alone.
Julia. You go find my Nina, Julia. help her, Julia. I can ask nobody else. Believe me, there is a greatness in my daughter, but she must have a chance. Oh, you see that, Julia?
Stop it.
You can help my girl, Julia. And she needs you. Say you go find her, Julia.
Stop it.
Julia, please don't cry.
Nina, darling, go along. You've got to go with the others.
But I don't. Julia, look.
Marcia.
All right, Julia. You win.
I win?
As long as you fought me, hated me, I could do it. But not now. I can't. Not any longer.
Marcia, my dear, you...
Charles, you won't stop me. Julia, for 3 years I've lived in a kind of hell. Because I let you go to prison for a crime that I committed. I was afraid, and so I lied. But I'm telling the truth now. To the judge, to everyone if necessary. You'll have Nina. You deserve her, and you're going to have her. I'm not sure what they'll do to me. I don't even care. At least I'll know some kind of peace again.
Marcia.
That's all. I'm going now.
Marcia. Yes? Maybe it won't be necessary to tell too many people. You see, whatever crime there was 3 years ago, well, I think it's already been pretty well paid for. Oh, Julia.
Come, Marcia, my dear.
Julia, then it's all right. Everything, I mean. I can stay with you.
Yes, Nina. Everything's all right.
Hey, you're crying. But why should you cry now?
Nonsense, I'm laughing. Oh, Nina.
Oh, pardon me, you two, but remember me?
Paul.
Or should I go, too?
Go?
Well, at a moment like this, I hesitate to intrude on the family.
But you're part of the family, Paul.
Why, Nina.
Julia?
Well, this seems to be the day for truth coming out, doesn't it?
Oh, Julia.
Paul, darling.
Hey, remember me?
In just a few seconds, Bette Davis will come back to greet you in person. First, we'd like to remind you that while there are only 6 more shopping days before Christmas, there is something you can do about it. If you will, please, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's still time to give your wife or mother or sweetheart the grandest Christmas gift of her life. Lustrous solid silver by International Sterling. Your silverware dealer has services in many sizes and a wide variety of exquisite patterns, which can be yours on easy, convenient payment terms. If the one you're giving to already owns International Sterling silver, find out the name of her pattern and make your Christmas gift extra salad forks or other pieces in the matching pattern. For remember, any woman can be a more gracious and charming hostess if her silverware is beautiful and adequate. But perhaps you'd like to start a sterling service for someone instead. You can very easily indeed by giving one of International Sterling's lovely Me-to-You sets. This is a place setting for one person created in the rich loveliness of the Enchantress pattern and costs only $16.75. $75. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow and 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 on that day of days, watch her face when she opens your package, when she sees the proud mark of International Sterling on every lovely piece, when she realizes that here is solid silver through and through, silver that will gleam as gloriously a full generation from now as it does this Christmas morning. International Sterling Silver. And now we return to Conrad Nagel, who is coming to the center of our silver stage with Bette Davis, star of our play tonight, and of the forthcoming Warner Brothers production, Dark Victory.
Thank you very much.
Betty, if I ever write my memoirs, I'll have 2 stories to tell. The first will be about a time, 6 years or so ago, when a young unknown actress named Bette Davis made her first screen appearance in a picture of mine. And the other will be about this program, when a very young lady named Pamela Kavanagh started on what I'm certain will be another remarkable career.
Oh, thank you, Conrad, for both Pam and me. And I'd like to thank Carlton Cadell for being such a patient Paul to such an impatient Julia.
Thank you, Betty. It's been grand working with you.
Well, you're certainly an industrious girl these days, Betty, making pictures like Dark Victory, appearing on radio shows like ours, and coaching Pam.
Yes, and right now I'm taking over another job. Yours.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, next week on Silver Theater, Mr. Conrad Nagel will star with Ida Lupino in Challenge for Three.
Well, it's my turn to say thank you. And thanks a lot for being with us these past 2 weeks, Betty, and come again.
Hey, remember me?
Yeah, you bet we do, Pam. We'll remember you for a delightful performance and some lovely songs.
I'd like to thank you and Betty for giving me a chance to sing them. Good night.
Good night, Pam.
Good night.
Good night, Betty.
Remember, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All the characters and events in today's drama were purely fictional. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
This is chestertonradio.com.
The 1847 Silver Theater. Starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in an original story, First Love. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from the International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. Welcome to this, the gala opening of their new Silver Theater. This is a big day, an exciting day. The day when glamorous Rosalind Russell and popular James Stewart inaugurate a weekly series of half-hour productions with the first episode of a romantic comedy drama entitled First Love. And in the coming weeks, there will be a parade of other vivid stories starring Hollywood's finest dramatic talent. And ladies and gentlemen, there's still another reason why this is a day to remember. Today, with the coast-to-coast premiere of their new radio series, 1847 Rogers Brothers also present their latest and loveliest pattern in fine silver plate, named First Love. A pattern whose craftsmanship is of the kind never before available except in special order silver plate and sterling silver. I'd like to tell you more about it right now, and I'd like to let you know, too, about the generous gift offer which is being made to every one of you listening in. But that must come later. Right now, the show is the thing, and the man behind the show is the man of the hour. I'm going to introduce a famous personality who will be with us in the 1847 Silver Theater each week to tell you about our stars and our plays. He's worked with most of the great names of the stage and screen. He's distinguished himself on the stage, screen, and radio as both an actor and a director. We're very fortunate to have with us for this series a man who can lend such dramatic and directorial knowledge and skill to its production. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Conte, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're all waiting to hear the play, but first I just want to welcome my old friends, those two grand troopers, Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. You're going to enjoy them on the air every bit as much as you've enjoyed them on the screen. Incidentally, you have a treat in store with Rosalind Russell's new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Love, Live, and Learn, in which she will soon be seen with Robert Montgomery. She's a fine actress as always. And in her new picture, she's more beautiful than ever. As for Jimmy Stewart, that lean, handsome Princeton student of architecture who became an MGM star overnight, well, you'll see this ace among the younger leading men in his forthcoming MGM picture, The Last Gangster, starring Edward G. Robinson. But now for the play. It's an original story written especially for this program by Grover Jones, author of such great screenplays as Lives of a Bengal Lancer, Trail of the Lonesome Pine, and Souls at Sea. Our story is called First Love, and it's about a boy and a girl in Hollywood. But the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising. And in a moment, you'll hear the story told by Rosalind Russell, who plays the part of Gene Wilson, and James Stewart, who plays Jimmy Parks. We've all worked very hard, and we hope you like our show.
What's that? Those rails are... Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea I was talking out loud.
There's no need to be sorry. Anybody's liable to talk to herself if she's lonesome. What's his name?
What? Oh, it's not a man, honestly.
Don't know what else would make a girl act like you have. Oh, I've watched you all the way across country. There's something on your mind.
As a matter of fact, there is, but I...
What is it?
Well, you see, I'm just scared, I guess.
What about?
I'm going to Hollywood.
Bah.
Well, not just to see the place, I mean to work there.
Acting?
Uh-huh.
Hell, bah. It's silly business. Get rich quick and get your name in the papers. Only you don't. Chances are about 1,000 to 1 of succeeding. Better be smart and go back home.
But there's no such thing as going back home. Not for me.
Know anybody in Hollywood?
Oh, yes, a boy I was in school with. He's arranging a screen test for me. That'll be my chance to prove what I can do, you know.
Well, from what I hear, there's nothing like Hollywood if you make good.
I know.
And nothing like it if you fail.
But I can't fail.
You better go back, 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 you better go back.
What are we waiting for?
The girl hasn't had a chance to rehearse, Bob. She just got the script half an hour ago.
Okay, on the line now, Bob. We're ready to shoot.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. Let's spend an hour and give the girl a break. After all, she's a friend of mine, and I've sold the front office.
Listen, they give me 6 days to make a war picture, and then you want me to sit around here and teach some dame how to act. Now, get her on the set now or it's off. Mike, over here by this vase of flowers.
How's it coming, Gene?
All right, I think. By the time I study the lines a little longer and rehearse a few times, you know...
Look, Gene, I know this is a tough break, but the director's all tired out, and I'm afraid that, well, you're just not going to get a chance to rehearse.
But, Joe, I can't do a scene like this without a
Joe, bring the girl and let's get going. Step on it.
Come on, kid, troop it through.
But, Joe, my makeup, my hair, the lines, But, Joe, answer me. They didn't like it, did they?
No, Gene, they didn't like it. But they would have...
Don't say any more. I know. I saw the test, didn't I? I was terrible. Awful. And I heard what that director said. He couldn't use me even if he was making slapstick comedies. Well, he's right. I know it now. I'm no good. I was lucky I found it out this soon. I can't act. I can't act. I can't.
I'm afraid we can't use you.
But I used to pose for commercial photographers in the East. I did quite a bit of that.
I'm afraid you won't out here. You see, we don't do much of that kind of work on the coast. Sorry.
You see, I've done quite a bit of modeling. They always told me I had a good figure for ready-made. Well, you can leave your name, but we already have over 50 girls on our waiting list. Sorry.
Sorry, see how it is, Miss Wilson. We won't have any more openings for sales girls until Christmas. Sorry.
Christmas? Well, that's months.
Bring the girl and let's get going. No, Gene, they didn't like it. I'm sorry.
We don't do much that kind of work on the coast. Sorry.
But we already have over 50 girls on our waiting list. Sorry.
More openings for sales girls until Christmas. Sorry. They didn't like it. Sorry.
We don't do much that work. Sorry.
Over 50 girls.
No more openings for sales girls. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry.
You better go back. You better go
back. You better go back. You better go back. You better go back.
No, stop it! I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't go back!
I'll take cheese on rye.
Anything else?
Yeah, you on Saturday night. No kidding. Why don't you break down and give me a date, Jenny?
Cheese on rye coffee. My name's not Jenny, and please let go of my hand.
You know, you ought to be nice to me. I practically own the studio across the street. Of course, I dress like a carpenter, but I'm really a partner of the boss, Martin Rickey. Ain't that right, boys? So if you treat me right, I might get you a job in one of our pictures. How'd you like that?
There's one thing in the world I don't want. It's a part in one of your pictures, or anybody else's pictures, for that matter.
Waffle coming up, Jean.
Oh, thanks. Give me a number 4 sandwich on toast, cheese on rye, 2 coffee, and... Oh, Pierre.
What's the matter? It's not getting you down, is it?
Oh, it's got me down, those oafs. Making passes at me, that cheap line of wisecracks.
And why? Because they know it gets your goat. Oh, get wise to yourself, my petit. Give it right back to them in their own language like Mars and the other girls do. And listen, mon enfant. You know, if you don't do as I tell you, the boss is going to...
I know. Thanks, Pierre. How's this? Hey, you. Where's that waffle I ordered? Are you embalming it?
Oh, magnifique. Well, here it is. Not so good, but make him like it.
Will I?
Hey, sister, where's that waffle I ordered?
Here's your waffle, brother. And your coffee's coming right up.
Oh, thanks.
Must have in large orders bicarbonate of soso.
I beg your pardon.
Bicarbonate of soso. Needing very bad on stage heaven.
He means bicarbonate of soda, Gene. Must be for Martin Rickey. Dollars to donuts, that Trista Lane dame's on the old warpath again.
Oh, yes. Miss Frenchy are warpathing, all right. If I not bringing soon, studio are in the chambers. Martin Rickey having double indigestion and Trista Lane are
I stood about all of this, I'm going to. And let me tell you, Martin Rickey, unless this outrage is corrected, you're going to need more than bicarbonate of soda before I get through with you.
Okay, Trista, okay. I've sent for Jimmy and he'll be here in a minute. Meanwhile, let's keep shooting. Remember, we must think of Superba Productions as well as of ourselves. And it's costing me thousands of dollars to... Now, please, Trista. Ray, come on, let's get going.
I won't, I tell you. I won't. Not if it costs $1 million, I won't.
Get the idea, Ricky? She won't.
Quiet, Perry, quiet. What, you want me, Ricky?
Jimmy Parks, I'll say I want you.
Wanted you. Where's that magazine? Listen to this. Just listen to this. Trista Lane, popular and beloved star of Superba Productions, today endeared herself to new millions of her fans when she stated that she looks forward to a family of 9 children. Did you put that in that magazine?
Well, yeah, of course I did.
And you call yourself a publicity man, writing stuff like that for Trista Lane, the glamour woman. Why,
Now, wait a minute, Trista. Now, take it easy. We just felt that the time to change, it was time to change the approach in your publicity. We want to make the public...
Sure, we have to lay off that glamour woman stuff. Like Jimmy says, there's a gimp in your glamming.
Ricky, are you going to stand for this?
That's what it's costing me? No, Trista, I'm not. Now, listen here, Jimmy. I want to...
No, Ricky. Now, you listen to me. Now, just remember this. Her glamour was my idea in the first place. That's my glamour. It's my publicity story. It's my build-up that made Trista Lane.
Why?
Sure. He even made the critics believe that your dumbness was repression.
Oh!
Now, quiet, Perry, now. All right, we've used this glamour angle as long as we could, Trista, but now that you're getting older...
Old? Why, you cheap scribbler. Ricky, are you going to let her stand?
A cheap scribbler? How do you like that? Did you hear me? A cheap scribbler? Listen, you. I made roadshows out of your last 3 pictures, yeah, and what were they? Trista Lane meets David Montrose in the desert. Trista Lane meets David Montrose in the hospital. Trista Lane meets David Montrose in a canoe. 24 reels of heaving bosom and no plot.
Oh, that's done it. If you think that you can...
Oh, here we are, Mr. Rickey, sir. Bicarbonate of soso.
Yeah, give it to me.
Okay. The executioner drank a hearty breakfast.
Now, get off this lot. You're fired, both of you.
No, we're not. We quit 5 minutes ago. Come on, Perry. And just for your information, my flat-brained friend, you're throwing away about $5 million.
I said get... Who said $5 million? What are you talking about?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I was just about to turn over to you a girl I've discovered who would have made Trista Lane's success look like a wet firecracker. But now I'm going to take her to another producer, somebody who'll appreciate a Jimmy Parks build-up. And boy, this girl's going to get it. Come on, Perry. We're interrupting one of Mr. Ricky's A pictures.
Yeah, and A is for awful. Jimmy, I'm ashamed of you letting them talk to you like that. Why, if I'd have been you...
Quiet. I don't have to have you around to tell me what I should take and what I shouldn't. Every time oh, you're right. Why do I get mad so slow? Well, just wait till I see our friend Ricky again.
May I take your order?
Trista Lane wants Lizzie Cassidy calling me a cheap scribbler.
May I take your order?
Well, can't you wait a minute?
Give me coffee, black and 4 aspirin.
Give me tea, green tea, and hurry up.
Tea?
Well, yes, I said tea. You heard me. I like tea. Any objections? Now, go on, snap into it.
Listen, I'll snap it. All right.
That old fight, Jimmy. Talk like that to Ricky.
Now, don't worry. I'm going to make Martin Ricky sorry he fired me if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well, how?
Well, I don't know. But I'm going to.
Well, we got a swell working capital to start on. 60 cents more and we'd have $24.
Yeah, I know. Why can't we learn to save our dough?
Yeah. Hey, what's the matter with us? We're okay. You forgot our ace in the hole, that gal.
What gal?
The damsel looking out, Trista. Who is she, by the way?
Oh, wake up, Perry. Wake up. Use your head, will you?
Oh, I get it. She ain't. Well, Brother Parks, it looks like a long, hard winter.
Here are your coffees and the aspirin for you.
Coffee. I said tea.
Oh, did you? I got mixed. You see, there's so many people.
Why can't they get some girls around here with some sense? I
have got sense, but I made a mistake. It's nothing to make a fuss about.
Who's making a fuss?
You are, and if you'll wait a second, I'll change it.
Oh, you'll change it? Well, she'll change it. Well, isn't that nice? If you'd spend a little less time wisecracking with guys at the counter and pay more attention to your job,
you wouldn't... to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I please.
Hey, Jimmy, wait a minute.
Now, you keep out of this. Listen, if you had any brains at all...
Oh, you shut up, you cheap Hollywood windbag.
What?
If you think you can treat me like that, so you want your order, do you? Well, there.
Hey, you got over my coat, you crazy dumb...
And as for you... Out.
Well, now look what I've done.
Huh?
I got to blow off so I insult a kid like that. I stay cool for Ricky and insult a girl. Well, that's great. I'm doing all right today.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going?
But, Jimmy.
Hey, Cook, that girl that just came out here, where is she?
Oh, Jean? Out there in the alley. Say, are you the one that made her cry that way?
Look, I'm sorry. Please don't cry.
I'm not crying. Go away. Leave me alone.
Oh, no, listen to me, please, no. I'm not like that, really. I wasn't sore at you, even if I had.
Leave me alone. It doesn't matter.
No, it matters a whole lot. Now, come on, tell me it's okay, will you? Here's a handkerchief.
I don't need it. Oh, thanks.
Here, you'd better sit over here on that box. You get your uniform all dirty in the garbage can.
I don't care. Here's your handkerchief.
Oh, no, you keep it. That's okay. You keep it. Say, is that real?
What?
That curl above your left eye.
Oh, please don't kid me anymore. I can't take it. I thought I could, but, well,
No, I'm not kidding. Honest, I'm not. Gosh, if you just knew how low I feel.
Oh, it's not just you. It's a lot of other things that have been...
But I've just got to do something. See, when a fellow feels ashamed, I don't know. Well, if it was 15 years ago and my mother here was here to give me a licking, I'd... But you can smile after all, huh?
Oh, forget it. It's all right.
You sure?
Sure.
Say, I got an idea.
Hmm?
Yeah, now, here are a couple of tickets to the preview at the Chinese tonight. Now, suppose you call up your boyfriend and tell him to come... But, wait a minute. Don't tell him what a heel I've been. He'd be down here and take a swing at me, you know. But, what is he, a big guy?
No.
Oh. Little guy?
No.
Oh, a medium-sized guy?
No.
Oh, I get it. I don't believe it, but I get it. Well, then, why not you... no.
What?
Well, of course, it was just a crazy idea, but I just thought maybe you might go with me.
That is a crazy idea, but I might.
What do you mean? Hey,
How's about clearing the alley? I got a delivery to make.
Okay, make it, my friend. Now, look, what's your name anyway? Where do you live? Now, I'll call for you about... Listen, Perry, now, I asked Miss Wilson for the preview. I have 2 tickets, see? Two. Now, why don't you go off someplace by yourself and be a crowd, huh?
All right, if you insist, I will come along with you. Thanks, pal.
You too.
Oh, hey, I almost forgot. Perry, turn on the broadcast of this clam bake we're going to tonight, will you?
Okay.
And incidentally, Gene, you don't mind my saying so, I think you look up like $1 million in that dress. It looks swell.
Oh, it's not very new, I'm afraid. I wore it once.
And we'll see if we can get her to say a word into the microphone. Miss Trista Lane.
Oh, that ain't. Turn it off.
You mean to tell me we're going to have to walk up past the microphone like all those stars are doing?
Sure.
Oh.
We'll sail right up there between the crowds, and you'll look just as much like a star as any... Oh, just like a star. Turn that off, Perry. Just like a star. Wow. Gene, let me look at you. Swell.
What are you talking about?
Now, let me see your hands. Perfect. How tall are you?
I'm 5'5", but I wish you'd let me in.
Jimmy, if you mean what I think you mean.
Why not?
Jimmy, what is all this? Now, I want to know.
Gene, now, don't ask questions. Now, whatever happens, just don't open your mouth. I'll do all the talking.
You certainly are. Oh, Jimmy, that crowd in front of the theater, there must be thousands of them. They're lined up behind the ropes on each side of the entrance as if it were a parade.
It's all right, all the better. Now, come on.
But, Jimmy, I'm scared. All those people. Let's not go to the preview. Please, let's go back, Jimmy, please.
Don't worry. Now, leave everything to me. Now, pile out there.
Okay. May I assist you, Mr. Parks?
Cut it, Perry.
Don't do it, Jimmy. Don't do it. Not to a sweet kid like that.
Out of the way. I said I'd get even with Martin Rickey, didn't I?
Okay, heel.
Are you two going to let me out of here?
Hey, here, hon. Take my hand, Gene. Now, watch your step. There we are. All right, that's a girl, Gene. Chin up, honey. Head high. That's the stuff. Now, look, the announcer spotted us.
It's my old friend Jimmy Parks, and with him is a very lovely young lady. And you can bet your bottom dollar that if she attends a premiere with Jimmy Parks, she's really a somebody. She looks a little like, oh, Mr. Parks, will you say just a word to our radio audience and perhaps introduce your charming companion?
Sure thing.
Mr. Jimmy Parks, Publicity Director of Superba Productions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I assure you that there's nothing I'd rather do than introduce this young lady who's with me tonight. And here she is now, Miss Jean Wilson.
Oh, no, Jimmy, I couldn't. I'm sorry, but I really couldn't.
That's quite all right, Miss Wilson. I'm sure the folks out there quite understand your modesty. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great thrill for me to have this opportunity to present to you for the first time this new, exciting personality, this new star, Miss Jean Wilson, who combines all the glamour of a Trista Lane with the girlish winsomeness of a character out of Sir James Barrie.
Jimmy.
Why, she's beautiful, yes, but infinitely more an actress. She's toured the world studying various forms of drama in every corner of the globe. Why, she's not going to be a star of tomorrow, she's going to be the star of tomorrow. Now, remember that name, Miss Jean Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy Parks. I know people all over the country will anxiously await the appearance of this new star on the silver screen.
Jean.
And now, folks, 2 more
Perry,
cards.
where's Jean?
In case you're interested, your brand new star is scrammed.
Well, where?
Down the street, that way. But look, Jimmy, don't do it. It's a dirty...
Well, Jean? Wait a minute, Jean. Now, Jean, no, just a minute. Now, you've got to understand.
Don't talk to me. Leave me alone. Aren't you satisfied? You had your joke. Now run along.
Joke? When I'm talking to millions of people, well, that speech was on the level, Jean. You are my new star. You've got to be.
Stop following me.
Oh, no, look here now. The lights are against you.
Let go of my arm, please.
Jean, will you please stop this marathon and stand still and listen to me? I'll make you $1 million. And did you hear that? I'll make you $1 million. All you have to do is just let me manage you. That speech back there was only the beginning. Tomorrow morning, all Hollywood...
Why, tomorrow morning, all Hollywood can choke itself for all I care. Oh, Jimmy Parks, why did you have to do this to me above all people?
Now, listen, Jeannie, if it's only the acting you're worried about, forget it. Trista Lane couldn't act. Half the big stars couldn't act. All it takes is looks. And you've got that on the old Hollywood build-up, and I've got that. Why, listen, I can make a star out of that dummy over in that store window there.
Oh, you could you? Well, I'm not a store window dummy, and I'm not Trista Lane. I studied for years so that I could be an actress. Not a star, just a good actress. I worked hard.
Well, if you can act, that's so much the better.
Well, I did plays in high school, plays in college, in little theaters, doing bits, even walk-ons in summer stock.
Summer stock, that's great.
Bits on Broadway.
Broadway,
yes,
terrific.
And stock in Wheeling and Poughkeepsie, even in Cincinnati. We closed there in 3 weeks, but I played it. A store window dummy. Huh.
Jeannie, with all that behind you, you're bound to be good.
Oh, I am I?
Well, you're just what this town needs.
Oh, I'm just what this town needs, huh? Well, it took a swell way to show it.
Oh, and I know how you feel. You probably was tough. Lots of girls go through the same thing, honey. Pounding the old pavements to casting offices, waiting for calls that don't come. I know. Even going hungry.
And suppose I had. Do you think there's nothing worse than hunger? Well, there is. It's having every little last breath of ambition or hope you ever had drained out of you. Till you're left dry and lost and even afraid. Well, that's what your Hollywood's done for me.
But, Jeannie,
Did you ever have one thing that mattered to you more than anything else in the world? I did. It was to prove to everybody, it was to prove to myself that I could act. Well, this town gave me a chance to prove it. A test with a quickie company in Poverty Row. And do you know what that director said? He said I wasn't good enough for slapstick comedy.
Oh, but you shouldn't pay any attention to what some two-bit director says.
Well, I do pay attention. And I can't play your little game, see? You need an actress. Well, I'm not an actress. So I'm going home. I swore once I wouldn't, but I'm going home.
Oh, you can't do that, Jeannie. Now, please, let's not pass this thing up, Jeannie. I can't back out now. I'm broke. I got no job. After that big blow-off on the air just now, well, you don't understand, but when a fella here in Hollywood puts up a big bluff and then can't make good on it, well, don't quit now, Jeannie.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. It's just no good. Jimmy, I said I could act once. Maybe even that was a lie. Maybe I was kidding myself. But now even if my life depended on it, it's gone, Jimmy. Don't you see? It's all gone inside.
Yeah, I get it. But you see, I figured that with the two of us working together, it'd be a pipe. That's all you need. Someone who knows the ropes to be right beside you, you know. See that you get good direction, the right script, swell lighting. Those are the things that count, Jamie. And I just felt that with the two of us together, we could really work this thing. Because well, that was an idea anyway. I just thought it'd be fun trying. So long, Jimmy.
So long, Jimmy.
Hey, you sort of got that curl wet. You ought to find somewhere to keep it up on your eyes. Here, like that, see?
Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy.
You know that about our doing it together. You standing by me all the time and you seeing me through and you say that again.
I would, Jeannie. I would, so help me. It'd be just two of us against this town. That way we couldn't be licked. Believe me, Jeannie, we couldn't. Now say you'll do it. Say you'll do it.
Remember, I can't act now. I mean, I'll let you down. I'm warning you.
Take that chance. Say yes, Jeannie.
All right, Jimmy. It's crazy, but as long as it's both of us together, I'll try.
Oh, Jeannie. Jeannie, I could kiss you.
You could, Jimmy. You have.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call Rosalind Russell and James Stewart back to say a word to you in just a moment. But right now, I want to introduce a young man who has a very important part to play throughout this entire series. Our announcer, John Conte.
Thank you, Conrad Nagel. Ladies and gentlemen, as the curtain falls in the 1847 Silver Theater today, we bring to a close the first episode of the four-part comedy drama, First Love. But the curtain is just rising on the exquisite beauty of 1847 Rogers Brothers' sensational new silver plate pattern, also called First Love. And so that you may know the richness and grace of First Love, 1847 Rogers Brothers offer you an exquisite example of this new pattern, which will add distinction to your dinner table or cocktail tray. A finely wrought special serving fork for hors d'oeuvres, certain meats, patties, and any number of things. Its regular price will be $1.50. But if you act now, it's yours for only 45 cents. 45 cents, mind you. That's a saving of $1.05. So go to your jeweler or your favorite department store tomorrow and get the serving fork in the new First Love pattern. While you're there, Ask to see the sets of 1847 Rogers Brothers silverware in the glorious new pattern and learn for how little this lifetime loveliness can be yours. And be sure to get your serving fork tomorrow in the loveliest of new patterns, First Love by 1847 Rogers Brothers. Here come our stars, ladies and gentlemen. Conrad Nagel is bringing Rosalind Russell and Jimmy Stewart out in front of the curtain.
Well, Rosalind, how does it feel to have a first performance behind you?
Well, frankly, I was scared to death, but I loved it. Thank you, everyone.
How about you, Jimmy?
I hope I can get my knees to stop shaking by next week.
Well, I know you both want to get out and hear what your friends thought of the show, but before you go, let me thank you for two grand performances. And Rosalind, the makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silverware have asked me to thank you not only for naming our play, but especially for so appropriately naming their lovely new pattern, First Love.
Well, I really don't know what else I could have called it. Because when I first saw it, I give you my word of honor, I just fell right in love with it. Any woman would. You see, well, what I mean to say is, well, if you saw it...
Well, never mind, Rosalind. We know what you mean. We're sure you couldn't have picked a better name.
Thank you, Conrad. And thank you, Timmy.
So long, everybody.
So long, Rosalind Russell and Jimmy Stewart. And good afternoon to all of you. I hope you'll be with us again next week.
The Hollywood romance of Gene Wilson and Jimmy Parks, as played by Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, will be continued in the second episode of the 1847 Silver Theater production, First Love, next Sunday evening at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, with Conrad Nagel directing and special music by Felix Mills. This is John Conte speaking for 1847 Rogers Brothers. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
The comfort and inspiration of religious faith, for it is faith which helps hold our families together, builds moral and spiritual character. And today, perhaps more than ever before, there's a need to turn to a way of life based on the enduring principles of religion. There are a great many programs of religious nature on NBC Radio, which you'll enjoy hearing this Sunday. Among them, The Art of Living, the National Radio Pulpit, Eternal Light, the Lutheran Hour, the Catholic Hour, and the Hour of Decision conducted by Billy Graham. These are but a few of the broadcasts that will bring you inspiration and comfort not only this Sunday, but on the Sundays to come. Of course, the Easter message will be the highlight event this week. We know you'll enjoy hearing them as a supplement to your visit to the church of your choice. And when you do go to church this Sunday, take the whole family with you.
Starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in an original story, First Love. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate, welcome you to the 1847 Silver Theater and the second episode of the romantic four-part comedy drama by Grover Jones, First Love, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. In coming weeks, 1847 Rogers Brothers will present Hollywood's most brilliant dramatic stars in a series of thrilling stories. And right now, to celebrate their 90th Jubilee year, 1847 Rogers Brothers are also presenting their newest and loveliest pattern, First Love. It's modern as you are, yet First Love possesses ageless beauty. No matter what the decoration of your home, First Love will gracefully take its place there. Silverware you'll be proud to have and to hold, loveliness to last a lifetime. And First Love is made by 1847 Rogers Brothers, who for 90 years have been creating masterpieces of silver design. First Love, this loveliest of all their patterns, is simple, fine in detail, with ornament richly raised and deeply etched. Its craftsmanship the kind that until now you could get only in special order silver plate and sterling silver. A little later on in the program, we'll let you know how easy it is for you to take advantage of an exciting gift offer in this thrilling new pattern. A gift of First Love by 1847 Rogers Brothers. Be sure to listen for it. And now I'll leave things in the capable hands of a man who has won fame as an actor and director of stage, screen, and radio, whose knowledge and ability are of inestimable value in the presentation of this series. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In presenting the 1847 Silver Theater, we hope by trying some unusual devices and by using stories written especially for radio to add new thrills to presentation of radio drama. Before our play begins, I'd just like to say that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer has announced that Rosalind Russell's new picture in which she starred with Robert Montgomery, Love, Live, and Learn, is soon to be released, as is James Stewart's new picture, The Lost Gangster, starring Edward G. Robinson. I'd like to tell you more about our stars, but now the lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on the second episode of First Love, the story of Gene Wilson, played by Rosalind Russell, and Jimmy Parks, played by James Stewart. Just two young people against the town called Hollywood. I know you're anxious to hear what's in store for them.
Hello? Oh, Jimmy. Yes, of course it is. But, Jimmy, that paper, I just saw it. Well, I didn't get 1,100 telegrams, and that about 8 foreign consuls wanting to entertain me. You can't tell all those lies, Jim. Oh, then you're really going through with it? I know, but I thought overnight you might have changed your mind. Oh, yes. Yes, I can be packed by that time.
Well, never mind where we're going, Jeannie. Now, you just leave everything to me. Be ready at 1, remember? And don't go near that restaurant you were working. Goodbye. Come on, Perry, we gotta move.
You're telling me you got to move a couple of mountains before you turn that waitress into a star? Oh, Jimmy, if you wanted to promote some girl to get even with Martin Rickey for firing you, you could have at least picked one that could act.
Well, use your head, will you? That's just the point. I sell him a girl that can't act, and I make him pay $1 million for her.
Episode 2 of the Park Fairy Tales will be heard tomorrow at this same hour.
Yeah, you think so, will you? Now, listen. My boy, you heard me tell Gene Wilson we'd meet her at 1 o'clock. All right. Now, between now and then, we're going to set the stage for our little show. We're going to put Gene Wilson in a frame so that any producer in Hollywood would buy her.
Yeah, but Jimmy...
I know. Money. I know. Now, listen. When you've got something to sell that's worth $1 million, well, you can always find partners to help you with the deal. Now, come on, Perry. Follow me, boy. That's the picture, Alphonse. 4% of her first year's salary in return for the use of this apartment.
But this girl, who is she?
She's the real goods. I'm behind her. Have I ever missed yet? Didn't I put over Ella McRae, Thomas Stone, Trista Lane? All right, what do you say?
Yeah, Monsieur Parks. Because it is you, I will do it. But please, not the penthouse, my most valuable.
The penthouse or nothing.
All right. I hope she is good.
1% of her first year's salary, eh? And I'd be in complete charge of the kitchen?
Complete charge.
I'll do it for 3%.
2%.
Sold. But she better be good.
Why should I? I get $50 a day renting my car to pitches.
$50? That's chicken feed. This means a share in $1 million. Now, you know me, Buck. I don't call him wrong. When I start out to make a star, I make him a star.
Okay, Jimmy. 2% you say? I'll take it.
1%, huh? Well, okay, Master Fox. Sounds crazy to me, but if y'all say it's all right, I reckon I'll do it.
I being houseboy for 1%? Okay, Mr. Potts, it's our deal. I'd have to have 3% for it.
1% at least.
So make it 5% now.
For that amount of coffee, 2%. 2%.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Gene. You ready?
Yes, but...
Well, now, I'll take your bag. Let's go.
Oh, Jimmy, wait just a minute.
Yeah? What's the idea?
Well, it's sort of a goodbye, I guess,
What, goodbye?
to this funny little place. Even the view of brick walls and laundry lines. You see,
A lot of pretty swell dreams went bust here. At least I thought at the time they'd gone bust. And you sort of get attached to, well, you couldn't very well understand what I feel about it.
Well, what do you mean I couldn't understand how you feel? Say, there was a room in a Flatbush boarding house, second floor back. There was a crocheted thingamajig on the wall that said, "Success is yours." I was trying to write plays then. Each time I had a script rejected, I'd come home and see that thing staring at me. I finally fixed it.
What did you do?
I threw the darn thing out of the window. I gave up trying to be an honest writer and became a press agent. You ready now?
Yes, I'm all ready.
All right, now take a deep breath, Gene Wilson. Here comes fame.
Okay, Jimmy Park. Let her come.
What do you think of this?
Oh, Jim, Horizon Towers, the penthouse. Why, I've never seen anything like it, not even in pictures.
Oh, don't be silly. This room's only 40 feet long. In pictures, they're always 140. That is, unless the people are rich, and then they're big.
Oh, and the furniture. It's real Queen Anne.
Oh, why not?
Oh, look in that balcony.
No, wait. I want you to see that for the first time tonight. Besides, there's something else for you to see first. In here. Now, the lady's boudoir. And in case you're wondering, that canopied thing over there that looks like it's off of Valentine, that's your bed.
Oh, Jimmy, don't show me any more. Now, I can't take it.
Now, just this. Our international star's wardrobe.
If I were my grandmother now, I'd faint.
I hope I guessed right on the size. I told Hedry and I thought you were about the same measurements as Joan Crawford.
Hedry? You mean to say he made these clothes?
Oh, sure. Nobody else. Now, look at this. This blue one with the fancy sleeves. I picked that up myself. It's pretty swell, isn't it?
Oh, Jimmy, you wait out here. I've just got to try it on.
Okay. You know, these are only the first dresses. Why, they'll be all... Yeah.
What's wrong in there?
Well, there's nothing wrong, is it, Terry?
Oh, no, Jimmy, Mr. Rock and Snoffle is here to see you.
Rock and Snoffle?
Sure, you know, Rock and Snoffle.
Oh.
The percentage. There.
Quiet. Gene, someone's here to see me. I'll just be a minute.
All right, Jimmy.
Go on, Terry. Hey, what is this?
We will tell you what it is, Monsieur Parks. We have played your little game so far. Bien. But also, we are business people. We demand our contracts.
All right now. You'll get your contracts, all of you. They'll be made out tonight. All right. Well?
If you want to know the truth, we ain't sure that we want to go through with this business anyway.
Yeah, that's right. There's a rumor around town that this here Gene Wilson ain't no international star at all and never could be.
Yeah, how do we know that you're not just trying
I never heard no Gene Wilson before.
Oh, Jimmy. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Gee, that dress, you... Oh, Miss Wilson, these are the servants. I'm the trade people. And
how do you do?
Miss Wilson, I was just explaining to them their duties and all that.
Yeah, all that.
No, but you needn't bother with these domestic details. Now, suppose you listen to the radio in there. You'll find it hidden in an ashtray or something.
All right, Jimmy, and I'm very happy to have met you all. I'll see you all later. That is, I'll ring when I need any of you.
Isn't it, Cesaro?
Well, who wants to back out now, huh?
We'll sign, all of us. Just give us our contract.
All right, in the morning. Now, suppose you all get back to work.
Yeah, sure.
Beautiful, yeah. Boy, every entrance is perfectly timed. Did you see their faces when they saw on that dress?
You should have seen your own. Where are you going?
I'm going into Gene.
Wait a minute. What about that percentage list?
Oh, here they are.
Yeah. Jimmy, my boy, have you looked at this list lately?
Oh, what do you mean?
This total. You've given away 70% of it.
Well, I had to cover everything, didn't I? Besides, that leaves 30% for us.
That's not so bad.
No, that's 20% for me and 10% for you.
That's not so good. Hey, hold everything. I just thought, what about Jean?
Oh, my gosh. I forgot all about it.
Of course, I guess that don't matter. She's just going to do the work.
Now, quiet. I'll fix it. I'll give her 10% of mine.
Well.
And 5% of yours.
Well.
Now, you go ahead and line up these contracts. I've got to get Gene set for tonight.
Hey, Jimmy, wait a minute. Well, look, for the last time, don't do it.
Well, what are you talking about?
Oh, call it off. It'll break that kid's heart when she finds out you sold her down the river like this.
Well, so what? I said I'd make her a star, didn't I? Well, I will. What does she care how?
But I got a hunch she does care, and so have you. Haven't you, Jimmy? Haven't you, Jimmy?
Now, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I do know what I'm doing. Well, Terry, I've thought of telling her the whole business, but can't you see what it means? If she learns about the percenters, well, she won't let all those people depend on her. She'll back out, and then where are we? Where is she?
Just where we were when we started.
Okay.
And the feller?
Yeah, the wait.
Good. But as pal to pal, break it easy. Because I got a hunch it's going to do something to that kid.
Gene? Gene?
Oh, hello. I saw him look from the balcony. I couldn't wait till night. I found the radio. I hope you like it. Well, Jimmy, the way you look... Don't you like the dress?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's not bad. Dress is swell. I mean, Gene, oh, it's a swell dress.
Jimmy, what time is it?
About 2, I guess.
That gives me 10 hours.
For 10 hours?
Until midnight. When this dress turns back into an apron, the limousine we came in back into a pumpkin, and the chauffeur, well, what is it now? A pair of white rats? Ah, but there's just one thing you forgot, Your Highness.
What's that?
The glass slippers. I looked all through the closets and they weren't there.
Look, Jeannie, I've got to talk to you. I hate to have to say this, but, well...
Maybe I was wrong.
What?
About the 10 hours. Maybe it's now. Is that what that look in your eyes means, Jimmy? That you want to call it off?
Call it off? No, now, wait a minute.
Of course, if you do it, it's all right, Jimmy. I don't blame you.
No, but you've got to understand. We can't go through with it.
I understand. I do. You thought it over, that's all, and you see that it won't work.
Well, it would work, but you see there are others. That is...
I'll go take off the dress. Jimmy.
Yes?
About the money you must have spent. This apartment, the servants, and the dresses. I'm sorry.
Well, that's just the point, Jean. The money...
You hate to lose it, I know.
No, I don't. I mean, I wouldn't if...
Jimmy, don't say any more, please.
Oh, Jean.
It's crazy. I mean, all of a sudden, everything is upside down. Last night you were trying to sell me on this, and now I... Oh, there's something in me that says to try to sell you.
Jeannie,
You know what I did all last night? I lay awake for hours, thinking of what you said. Of all the fun we'd have doing this thing together, and of the ways I could help you. And I could, honestly, I could. Of course, there is the acting. I still don't know what I'd do before a camera. But with you to help me, and about the lights and the makeup and the stories like we talked, maybe I... Well, it was an idea anyway. You see, thinking that you had faith in me almost gave me faith in myself.
And you're going to keep it. What's the matter with me, Jeannie? You're going to keep it.
Oh, Jimmy, I want to.
We will put this thing over, Jeannie, tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight, yes. You're going to wear that dress and you're going to the Trocadero.
Jimmy!
You're not alone. The Siamese ambassador's going with us.
The Siamese ambassador?
Yeah, you can laugh, but there'll be a lot of producers there tonight that won't.
But, Jimmy, I've never even met a Siamese.
Ah, you met this one.
Oh.
You remember Yama, that studio janitor that used to come around to the restaurant and get bicarbonates of so-so for Martin Rickey?
Not him.
The same.
But he's not Siamese.
Ah, he is tonight. He's borrowing some Oriental robes and some long mustaches from a cousin of his, and then, never mind. You wait till you see him.
Jimmy, this is crazy.
Sure it is, and so is Hollywood. Now, look, Jeannie, before this night's over, you're going to have a contract in those little hands of yours. A 5-year contract signed by Martin Rickey, president of Superba Productions.
Martin? Well, you said, why, you can't get a contract from me, from him. You said he fired you.
Well, yes, he did, but that doesn't matter. He knows that I never miss picking stars, and if he thinks that some other producer wants you, why, he'll sign you in a minute.
But how do we know any other producer will want me?
Now, I'll see to that. But you'll have to help me, Jeannie. Now, if you ever acted in your life, you've got to tonight. You've got to look and act and sound like Jean Wilson I ballyhooed. The Jean Wilson who studied drama in every nation of the globe. The girl who's accustomed to eating with 6 ambassadors instead of 1. Now, how about it? Can you do it for me?
Can I do it?
When it's for you, oh, Jimmy, you just watch me.
Oh, Perry, where are they? Now, something's happened to them.
Ah, they'll be here. You told Gene to hold off till it was late enough for all the big shots to have arrived.
I know I did. But listen, are you sure the conductor understands about that music?
Sure. The doorman's gonna phone in. Will you quit worrying?
There they are. Boy, look at that crowd. Every eye on the door, Perry. Listen, this is perfect.
Yeah, if Yama doesn't trip over those mustaches.
Now, shh. Now, wait a minute. Look at them. Look at them, Perry. What a picture. The way that girl carries herself. Well, she's worth $1 million.
Maybe you're not so crazy after all. Martin Ricky over there is taking it big.
All right, here she comes. Come on, get up, Stooge.
Good evening, Mr. Parks. And Mr. Perry.
Good evening, Miss Wilson.
Hiya. Good evening, Miss Wilson.
Gentlemen, may I introduce the Siamese ambassador, Dr. Chang Yananda, Mr. James Parks.
How do you do?
Oh, being very pleased to... Oh.
Quiet, Mug. Don't talk, just bow.
And Mr. Perry Burke.
And don't order ham and eggs.
Oh.
Please do be seated, gentlemen. How was it, Jimmy?
Perfect, kid. Perfect. We're a cinch. Now, just keep it up. Keep it up now.
Uh-oh. Watch Yama. Here comes the waiter.
Uh-oh. Now, no English, Yama. No matter what happens, no English.
You wish to order now?
Oh, yes. Miss Wilson?
A chicken sandwich and coffee.
And the, gentleman?
Oh, yes. Miss Wilson, since Dr. Yananda doesn't speak English, I suggest you translate his order.
Huh?
Yes, you just...
Oh, yes, of course. 연하스나가 오 어느만에 셀라레 투마트 바로트?
코너쇼하고지만 난 이때가 왁교가나 이사게 코치.
He'll have a ham sandwich on rye.
난 뭐야 생각 이사게 코치. 마키조시 이리코 덴신 바시라 킵이라고 뭐또. 야, 아리가토 고자이마시타.
With mustard.
Yes. And you, gentlemen?
Make ours the same without mustard.
Very well.
Oh, Jimmy, I can't.
Sure you can. You're marvelous. And anyway, it won't be long now. We've got to move fast before Yama slips. Gene, would you mind dancing with Perry?
What do you mean, mind?
Of course not.
And then meet me in the balcony about 5 minutes. Right now, I've got some important business to attend to. Hello, Colton. Oh, glad to see you. How are things over at Transnational?
Never mind, Parks. Get to the point. I've known you too long to think you came over here just to be sociable. Want to sell me that girl? Well, I might be interested.
No, you wouldn't. But I have got a little idea you might go for.
Yeah?
That is, unless you object to putting Martin Ricky behind the biggest 8-ball in the history of Hollywood.
Object? When he's the guy that started double features? I could choke him.
Now, you won't have to, because, Colton, I've got a way you can really put the hooks into Ricky.
Yeah, how?
Well, it's very simple. Now, in a few minutes, you just happen over to our table and offer Gene Wilson a contract with Transnational.
What? Well, how do I know she isn't a phony?
Well, I'll answer that one. She is a phony. She made 3 of the worst tests since talkies, all in one. But you're not going to sign the girl, Colton. You're just going to bid for her.
Huh?
Yeah, now, it's like this. Ricky hasn't had his eyes off the girl since... Here you are.
Oh, it's perfect out here, Jimmy. Let's not go right back in. I'd much rather be Gene Wilson than Gene Wilson, if you know what I mean.
Okay, well, get your hair quick, because it's just about time. Oh, that's swell.
What is?
Well, I was just watching Colton's come over to our table and start talking to Parrott. Oh, if that doesn't bring Ricky over.
Who's Colton?
Oh, he's head of Transnational Productions and Ricky's personal enemy #1, and he's interested in you, too.
Oh, maybe he'll give me a contract instead.
No, he won't. I told him how swell you are, just, to get some competition for Ricky, someone to bid against him. And boy, is it going to work.
What am I offered, gentlemen, for the young girl? Strong, healthy? I have 1,000. Did I hear 2?
Yeah, you can kid about it if you want to, but that's how I'm going to do it. You see?
Look.
What?
A falling star. Oh, superstitious?
Oh, not a bit. Oh, I know it. Ricky. There he is. Come on, Gene.
Oh, wait just a minute. There's one question I've got to ask just...
Well, not now.
Now, Jimmy, now. Why, Jimmy?
Why?
All this for me.
Oh, I get it. Oh, you mean have I any crazy ideas about... I don't know, are there any strings to this? Well, now listen, Jeannie, I've been around long enough to know that business by itself, okay. Romance by itself, okay. If you try mixing them, dynamite. That right?
Oh, yes, Jimmy, that's right.
Yes, and this is strictly business. Oh, that reminds me. You better sign these before we go in. Here's a pen.
Sign them? What are they?
Well, one's a blank contract, and when I get the terms set with Ricky, I'll fill it in and then get him to sign it before we leave tonight, see?
You mean I sign the contract before it's even made out, before he has
Well, don't ask questions, Gene. Just sign it.
Oh, all right. There. But this one...
Yeah, that too.
What's this?
Well, that's a contract between us. That makes me legally your manager, see?
But we don't need that if we're going to do it together,
now,
Jimmy.
Will you please not argue, Gene? Now, we've got to get in there. I'm doing business, and you have to.
Well, wait just a minute, Jimmy. Let me understand. This means you're legally my manager, that you handle all my affairs?
Yes, of course it does. It makes me an official 10%er, you see?
Oh, then you get 10% of all I make for your services?
Well, yes, of course. That's part of it. Now, there's no hurry about that end of it, but the thing is we can't talk now. Now, sign, Jeannie, so I can get in and get this deal set for you.
Yes, Jimmy.
Well, will you please hurry,
But I
Jeannie?
want to all right. There.
Okay, now let's go.
I'm not going in.
You're not going in? Well, but you've got to go in.
Aren't you my manager? What do I pay you for? Besides, I've done my parade act. They've seen what they're buying. Go ahead with your auction.
Well, don't be crazy
I'm
now.
not being crazy. I'm being sane for the first time in 3 days. I'm not going in there.
But what's wrong with you anyway? Okay, stay here then.
Gene Wilson, you're a fool.
So you're going to Hollywood. Well, you're foolish if you ask me.
You better go back, you better go back, you better go back, you better go back, you better go back.
I couldn't even use her in slapstick comedy. Gee, look, forget all that. I'll make you a star, and together we're a cinch. They can't beat us.
Fox, I want that girl for transnational. I'll offer $50,000 a year.
Oh, no, you don't, Colton. I'm signing that girl. I offer $80,000.
Oh, yeah, Ricky, $100,000.
120, Jim.
150.
175.
200. 275.
300. Sold.
Jeannie, look, I did it. Hold out your hands. There it is. 5 years, Gene Wilson. A 5-year contract with Martin Rickey as top star of Superba Productions.
When does my salary start?
Why, in a week. Why? Well, what a crazy question.
You know what time it is?
Why?
I can tell you. It's just 12 o'clock. But I'm lucky. Yeah, I'm lucky.
Well,
my coach hasn't turned back into a pumpkin.
Well, what you talking about, Gene?
You wouldn't understand, Jimmy. It hasn't anything to do with business. Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm lucky in another way, too. I don't have to worry about glass slippers. My Prince Charming is sure to find me to collect his 10%. Well, I'm going home now. Good night, Jimmy. Pa.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call Rosalind Russell and James Stewart out for a curtain speech in just a minute. But in the meantime, allow me to introduce one of the most important members of our 1847 organization, John Conte.
Thank you, Conrad Nagel. First, I'd like to make a bow in the direction of our stars and their grand performances in First Love. For I think most of us appreciate something beautifully done. And those of you who seek perfection in all its forms are sure to be lavish in your praise of First Love, the exquisitely beautiful new pattern in silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. It's a sensational new achievement in silver design and craftsmanship. New beauty captured for a lifetime in finest silver plate. And to introduce this glorious new pattern, 1847 Rogers Brothers are making a special gift offer, so generous that it can be made for a limited time only. An exquisitely wrought fork in the First Love pattern that you can use for hors d'oeuvres, certain meats, patties, and any number of things. A special serving fork to add distinction to your dinner table or cocktail tray. Soon, its regular price will be $1.50. But now, it is yours for only 45 cents. Go to your dealers tomorrow and get yours. Take advantage of this unique opportunity and see the sets of gorgeous 1847 Rogers Brothers silverware while you're there. For this is the best year of all to buy your silver. To celebrate their 90th Jubilee year, 1847 Rogers Brothers offers sensational savings on 60 and 90-piece sets in First Love and other patterns. Savings as high as $20.50 on a set. And there are smaller sets for as little as $32.50. Such a small price for a lifetime purchase. And your dealer will gladly tell you, too, about the amazingly convenient terms. So why not be justly proud of your silverware? Why not own the best 1847 Rogers Brothers? And now, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'd like a word from our stars, Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, before we ring down. Hey, wait a minute, you two. Where are you going?
Well, you see, Conrad, I've just moved into a new house, and I'm taking Jimmy home with me to help me shove the furniture around.
Yeah, that's what she thinks. You know, I've been making navy blue and gold for MGM right now, and for the past week I've been bounced around the Rose Bowl by a whole football team, so I couldn't move an ashtray 10 feet, Roz.
Oh, you can't, eh, Jimmy? Well, you can try. Now, you can just try.
Well, all right. So long, everybody.
Goodbye, and thank you. Thank you, Conrad.
Thank you, Rosalind. Goodbye, Jimmy. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be interested to know that Rosalind Russell gave the name First Love not only to our play, but to the new 1847 silverware pattern. We hope you'll all be able to be back with us again next week. Au revoir next Sunday afternoon.
The Hollywood Romance of Gene Wilson and Jimmy Parks, as played by Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, will be continued in the third episode of the 1847 Silver Theater production, First Love, next Sunday evening at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, with Conrad Nagel directing and special music by Felix Mills. Grover Jones' story, First Love, is adapted for radio by True Boardman. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
For almost 2 centuries, Americans have enjoyed the valuable privileges of freedom. Now, freedom needs each American to dedicate himself to its preservation. We must not allow our liberties to be endangered by neglect of our duties as citizens. During this year of rededication, join with your fellow Americans in reaffirming the principles on which this country is founded and the safeguarding of those principles. Make it your business to see that federal, state, and local governments are conducted honestly. Help to maintain the good morale of your sons and daughters in the armed forces. Learn the facts about all candidates and issues. Then vote for the one you believe in. Make the most of every minute on your job. Produce as much as you can, and thus increase our military and economic strength. Work for better schools and a better community. Guard your American heritage of freedom. It needs you.
Quiet. Turn them over.
Jimmy, in case you're interested, they caught you.
Going to Hollywood, are you? You're a fool.
I couldn't use her if I was making slapstick comedies.
Better go back. You 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 better go back.
The 1847 Silver Theater, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in an original story, First Love. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate, welcomes you to the 1847 Silver Theater. In just a moment, you will hear the third episode in the romantic comedy drama of Hollywood First Love, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. I was going to say something entirely different to you right now, ladies and gentlemen, but I was distracted by Rosalind Russell's new hat. It's one of those new sort of high-flying numbers, and she looks mighty beautiful in it. And looking at her new hat made me think how different women look from year to year, depending upon the fashion. For fashion designers create styles to last only a season. And then I got to thinking about the people who design our 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. They've got a much bigger problem on their hands, for they must create a design to last a lifetime. The silver plate does. And that's just the kind of design First Love, the new 1847 Rogers Brothers pattern, is. The type of loveliness that looks thrillingly new, but which will gleam just as proudly from your dinner table many years from now. It's a pattern whose simplicity will grace many backgrounds, yet with a richness of ornament to go proudly with more elaborate settings. The ornament is a garland of formal flowers in the moonlit shimmer of America's finest silver plate. And there's news to this ornament, for it's more deeply etched, more richly raised in a perfection of craftsmanship never before available, save in sterling silver and special order silver plate. Only 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate shows this workmanship. Workmanship possible only by a great house of 90 years' experience of working in silver. So that you may see for yourself what new loveliness in silver plate can be yours, 1847 Rogers Brothers are offering you a finely wrought fork, a special serving fork in this glamorous new First Love pattern at less than 1/3 its regular price. So ask your dealer about it tomorrow, and ask him to show you sets of First Love, the greatest achievement of a great house, 1847 Rogers Brothers. And now for the man behind the show, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Today we pick up the story of Gene Wilson and Jimmy Parks right where we left off last week. As I mentioned last Sunday, we're trying to do things a little differently in the 1847 Silver Theater. The opening scenes of the drama tell you virtually everything that has happened so far without resorting to narration, so that when you hear today's episode, you'll be completely up to date on our story. Now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the Grover Jones story, First Love, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. We hope you like the novel touches our author has given his play.
I ain't sure as how I should be letting you wait in here, mister. Miss Wilson, she's busy getting ready for that screen test, and God, she don't want to talk to no reporters.
But I tell you, she'll be glad to see me. I'm going to give her a lot of free publicity, which means she'll make more money.
Well,
and that means you'll make more money, too.
How come?
Don't you get a percentage of her earnings instead of salary, just like all the rest of her servants?
How come you knows about that?
Oh, I know a lot of things that would...
Oh, hello, Mr. Parks and Mr. Burt.
Where's Miss Wilson, Beulah?
Over to the makeup place and getting ready for that test. But she don't want to see you, Mr. Jimmy. She done told me to tell you not to come round here till next Friday when she gets paid.
In other words, Jimmy, my boy, you're still in the doghouse.
Quiet, Perry. Well, never mind, Beulah. We'll just come in and wait.
There's another gentleman there, though.
Hello there, Jimmy. How are you?
All right, Barnett, what's up?
Hiya, Perry.
You heard him. What's up?
Why, nothing in particular. Just a little business I wanted to talk over with Miss Wilson.
Any business you have concerning her, you'll talk with me. I'm her manager.
Yeah? All right, Jimmy. That ought to do just as well. But there's one funny thing about me. I always like privacy when I talk business.
All right, Beulah, go over to the makeup department. Jean may be needing you.
But Mr. Parks, she done said...
And you too, Perry. Get out of here.
Fresh air'd be a pleasure.
All right, let's have it.
What's the rush? Most?
I said let's have it.
All right, Jimmy, it's like this. I know this Jane Wilson's a new star, and I've got a story she might be interested in. You too, Jimmy. You used to write. You'd like this.
Go on.
It's about a girl, see? A waitress in a restaurant right across the street from this studio. Well, suppose we call the girl Jean. Then there's a fella. He's a publicity man named, let's call him Jimmy. And he gets fired from the studio, see? But as he's leaving, he tells the boss that he has a new star. Of course, he hasn't, really. But he runs into this waitress over at Umlaut. And then he gets the idea of getting back at Ricky, at his boss, by tricking him into signing her as a star. So he takes the girl to a preview, see? And they're broadcasting the shindig. Am I boring you?
Go on.
Well, our hero ups to the mic and introduces little Jeannie to the nation as a famous international actress. Then to back up the bluff, he rigs her out like $1 million, gets her a fancy apartment, clothes, servants, the works. Only our hero is broke. So he has to get all those things by giving away percentages of the girl's salary, if and when she gets it. And now comes the good part.
Cut the comedy, Burnett. What else do you know?
All there is to know.
How much do you want?
So you like my story? Well, I'll tell you. I might take a few percent myself, but for two things. First, I happen to know you've already given away over 70% of it.
Pretty busy, haven't you, Barnett?
I get around. The other reason is that Martin Rickey is going to get out of that contract just as soon as he finds out his new star can't act. Because you and I both know she can't. She had a test with a quickie outfit 4 months ago. It was terrible.
I asked you once, how much do you want?
1,000? Cash? Oh, I know you haven't got it. But it would be easy to promote on the strength of that contract. That's why I want to tell this girl.
You won't tell her anything.
No?
No. Because you're going to keep your mouth shut to Jean and to everybody else.
Oh. So she don't even know. Well, that makes...
And she's not going to know. Now, look here, Barnett. You get this straight. You're going to keep your mouth shut. Do you understand that?
Am I?
Yeah. This town would have been a lot better off if somebody had whaled the daylights out of you a long time ago, and there's nothing I'd rather do than take on the job right now.
No, wait a minute, Jimmy.
Bueller, we've got to... Oh, I didn't know.
That's all right, Jane. Mr. Barnett here wanted to talk to you about some business. I've taken care of it. He was just leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so long, Miss Wilson. I'd, so long.
Well, as long as the business, whatever it is disposed of, there's no reason why you shouldn't go, too.
Now, Janie, don't be like that. Now, come off that high horse of yours, will you? Why haven't you let me see you for the last 3 days?
What was there to see you about? Contract was signed. After all, just because you're my agent, I can't expect you to devote all your attention to me.
You'd be in an awful spot if that froze that way.
What?
That nose of yours up in the air.
Not very funny, Mr. Park.
No? Well, maybe I don't feel very funny. Here, this is what I came for. Leave this.
What is it?
That's the contract I had you sign the other night, making me legally your agent. You remember what you said at the truck just after I told you Ricky had signed you up? About how your Prince Charming would be sure and find you to collect the 10%? Well, maybe I'm dumb, but it just came to me last night in the middle of the night what you meant.
Oh. Then you mean you don't want to manage me any longer?
Oh, Jeannie, will you quit it? We started in this thing together, and didn't we? Now, I want us to go through with it together. I had to have that agent's contract to make it binding agreement for you with Martin Rickey.
Then it wasn't all just business? I mean, to make your 10% commission?
I don't give a darn about 10% or 20% or 2% or 90%. Why do you suppose I came here this morning? Because I heard you were going to do this test, and I came to help just as I promised you would.
That's really why you're here?
Yes, of course it is.
Oh, Jimmy, I'm glad I've been
Never mind. Here, let's see that makeup.
You see, I thought that you'd only said you
now,
believed in me.
Quiet? Now, here, turn your face here, the light. That's okay. Who did it? Wally?
I think that was his name.
Yes, good job. You ought to photograph like a million. When are you supposed to shoot?
Any minute now. They're going to send for me. Do you like my dress?
Yeah, swell. You know your lines?
Gosh, yes, I hope so. Here, you cue me, will you?
All right. Did they tell you what picture you were testing for?
No, but I imagine it's the one with Trista Lane. She's doing the test with me.
Trista's going to do the test with you herself?
Well, yes, she offered of her own accord.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I don't like it. I know Trista. She's been top star of Superba for a long time, and she's determined to stay top star. So when she starts holding out a helping hand to somebody younger and better looking, it's apt to have a knife in it.
Well, what could she do?
Well, just try and steal the scene from you and show you up, that's all. That girl knows all the tricks.
That's why you've got to be plenty sure of yourself, Gene. Now, come on, let's run over these lines. Here, I'll give you your first cue here. Let's see, he said he would return. Do you remember?
Yes, Anne.
Uh-huh. And Trista has a long speech about spring and stuff, ending with, but you're just a child. You could not understand.
But I do understand.
That's right. Now, then she has another long speech about... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, this is a sequence from a picture Trista did 2 years ago. What was the name of that thing?
Memory Lane.
Memory Road, that's it. That's it, and this is supposed to be a test for you. Jeannie, do you know what she's done? She's picked out the biggest scene she ever played in her life, and she's using it for your test. Only you're playing a stooge part opposite her. Look at the length of her speeches, and what do you say? Yes, Anne, but I don't understand. You, my dear, of course I will. Oh, Jeannie, why didn't you have me on hand to take care of these things for you? If you were the best actress in the world, you wouldn't...
Yes?
They're waiting for you on the set, Gene. It's back on stage 12.
Oh, Jimmy.
Well, they can't do it. I'm going to make them change this test.
No, we can't do that. I can't start out like that. Besides, they'll at least see how I photograph.
Miss Wilson, come on. They're sure enough yelling for you.
Oh, Jimmy, how do I look? My dress, my hair.
Oh, that curl, that's down your eyes again. Never mind. Come on. I'll fix it in the set. Come on.
Sorry to hold you up this way, LaRue. I can't imagine where the girl is.
Oh, if this girl is but half what you say she is, Ricky, then she's worth waiting for. An international actress. Tiens, as I said last night, Ricky, if she shows well in this test, I shall be glad to direct her in a picture for you. That is, if you have a story that will...
Hey, Mr. LaRue, but we have the camera set up now. You want to look at it?
And to be sure. You will pardon me, please.
Oh, he only likes her, Trista. Do you realize what it will mean to have Rene LaRue directing for Superba?
Of course, Ricky. And we must see that he does like her.
Trista, I wish you weren't being quite so sweet about all this.
Why, Ricky, you know I only want to help the girl. Here I am, Mr. Ricky. I hope I didn't delay you.
It's quite all right, Miss Wilson. Quite all right. Hello, Jimmy, Berg. Glad to see you. Oh, Joe, tell Mr. LaRue that Miss Wilson's ready.
Yes, Mr. Ricky.
Good morning, Miss Lane. Sorry I held you up.
Good morning, my dear. It's quite all right. I can understand. It would have taken them a long time to find the right makeup for you. Oh, but you look lovely and so calm. Of course, I know how you must feel inside. Oh, hello, Jimmy and Perry Burke. It's good to have you both on the lot again.
Yeah, I had a hunch you'd been lonesome for us, Trista.
Perry. Trista, it was good of you to help Jean by picking out the test she's going to do with you today. It gives her such a swell chance to show what she can really do.
Yes, doesn't it?
She's here? Bien. Ah, and so this is Miss Wilson.
Yes, Rene. Miss Wilson, Mr. Rene LaRue.
How do you do, Mr. LaRue?
Mademoiselle.
Oh, and Mr. Parks and Mr. Perry, Mr. LaRue.
You know, my dear, when Martin asked us asking Mr. LaRue to come and direct your test, I encouraged him. I was sure that, being an international star, you would enjoy speaking French again.
Vraiment, mademoiselle. Après le travail, nous parlerons en français. Hollywood se trouve si loin qu'on arrive un grand plaisir à parler de Paris et des vieilles choses, n'est-ce pas?
Miss Wilson was a little upset just now. Maybe later.
Why, Jimmy, I'm not at all upset. Vous avez raison, Monsieur Leroux. Il faut que nous parlions de Paris.
Oh, mademoiselle, for Mama, cheers, parley. Oh.
Well, I don't like to interrupt, but, you know, everything's ready, and holding up the set costs money, and...
we must think of Superb Productions as well as ourselves.
Exactly, Berg, exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Bien. We do the test at once. You are sure you know your part in the scene, Miss Wilson?
I think so.
And Miss Lane, you...
Well, you can shoot the scene right away as far as I'm concerned.
You will pardon me, but that is not my method, Miss Lane. We run through it once for the mechanics of action, then we polish it a bit, and
polish? Mr. LaRue, are you aware that Superb Productions almost won an Academy Award on this scene?
Quite, Miss Lane. But I am also aware that I saw it. And that today Miss Wilson is being given a test. As I said before, we will polish the scene. Now, if you please... that action of walking to the window. Once again, if you please.
Of course, Mr. LaRue. Still too fast?
A little, but do not worry. We keep at it till it is right. A very good suggestion, Mr. Parks. Thank you. Oh, Miss Lane, could you manage to play a little more down scene so that Miss Wilson will not have to be looking away from the camera when she plays with you?
When I played it before,
If you please, Miss Lane. Down scene. Thank you. Much better, much better. Cameraman, is there enough backlight on Miss Wilson? Let me see. No. More backlight on Miss Wilson.
Ray, flood out those inkies on the end.
That's too much backlight for me. We never use them.
Better, that's better. A little down scene, please, Miss Lane. Now, just one final rehearsal and then we shoot.
Rehearse? Again?
Please, Miss Lane, we must give Miss Wilson every chance. Perfect. Now we take it. Ready, Miss Lane?
Am I ready?
Miss Wilson?
I believe so.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. LaRue. Her hair. I'll fix it in just a second.
Save the line.
Can't we hurry, LaRue? This is costing money. It's just a test. We're not making an 8 picture, you know.
No, but we are making an 8 test, Monsieur Ricky.
What's wrong with my hair?
Nothing. I just wanted to say good luck.
Thanks. Hey, think it's going to be all right?
You bet it is. This fella LaRue, I love him. He's wise to our Miss Lane, all right.
Bien. Are we ready?
Come on, kid. Troop it through.
Gosh. Somebody else said that to me once. That test at Freedom Productions.
Forget all that, will you? This time you're a cinch. Get the works, Jeannie.
Well, when Miss Wilson is ready, I'm waiting.
I'm all ready. I'm sorry, but my hair had to be fixed.
Hit the light.
Later, please. Not too fast, Miss Wilson. And Miss Lane, please remember not to make Miss Wilson have to turn from the camera. Quiet.
Quiet.
Turn them over.
Rolling.
Action.
He stood there, almost in the very spot where you're standing now. And he smiled as he said he would return. Do you remember? Yes, Anne. And he didn't even kiss me. He just turned, that smile still on his face, went out the door and down the path to the road. And I stood at the window and watched till he was out of sight, down there where the road curves into the pines. It was spring then. And even as I watched, I knew that I'd never see him again. And not seeing him, there could never really be another spring for me. Oh, but you're just a child. You could not understand.
But I do understand.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. I can't play the scene with this girl.
But Miss Lane.
Oh, don't Miss Lane me. You could at least say the right line.
But that was my line.
Oh, be quiet. You spend the entire morning rehearsing a simple scene, and then you can't even give me the cue.
I did give you the cue, and even if I hadn't, there was no need to stop.
Oh, there wasn't. Your awkwardness completely destroys the mood of the scene, but there's no reason to stop. Matter of fact, there was no reason to start it in the first place. I should waste my time on a rank amateur.
I'm not an amateur.
Oh, I said be quiet. You're nothing but a cheap little imposter being ballyhooed by that windig Jimmy Park.
You keep Jimmy out of this.
Ooh, so it's like that, eh? You not only can't play a scene when I choose the simplest one in the world for you,
I'll
but
say you did. You chose one that didn't even give me anything to do. Your Academy Award scene. You think so, do you? Well, as a matter of fact, it could have gotten the Academy Award, but not the way you played it.
How dare you?
The actress that played that part in that scene needs a heart, Miss Lane, and that's something you haven't got. The girl in that scene has to have loved someone, and the only person you're capable of loving is Trista Lane. An amateur, am I? Well, if I couldn't play that scene better than you did, I wouldn't try to act.
Oh. Perhaps you'd like to show me how it should be done.
You bet I would. Listen. He stood there, almost in the very spot where you're standing now. And he smiled.
Why, you're not going
and
to...
he said he'd come back. Do you remember? And he didn't even kiss me. He just turned, that smile still on his face, and went out the door. And I stood at that window and watched till he was out of sight, down there where the road curves into the pines. It was spring then, and even as I watched, I knew I'd never see him again. And not seeing him, there could never really be another spring for me.
Cut. What a scene.
Jeannie.
Wonderful. Print that one.
Print it? Print it? You took all of that?
Of course we did.
Jeannie, I can't believe it. You were terrific.
Ricky, will you stand for this? They can't print that. This amateur.
Ricky, you want me to make a picture for you? Bien. With this girl, I make it. That girl and the right story, we win 6 awards for you. Tiens, such fire, such spirit.
Ricky, do buy off our contract
Now,
out.
Trista, listen to reason.
Jeannie, come on.
Where?
I don't know where we're going out of here. Come on, we're going to celebrate.
we going?
To celebrate, I said. To the beach. We're going to swim and dance and ride merry-go-rounds and shoot the chutes till morning. Yippee!
Yippee!
Quiet back there. We'll throw you out.
Oh, Jimmy, not so fast. You'll be arrested.
Ha-ha, they'll have to catch me first.
Jimmy, in case you're interested, they caught you.
Come on, Jimmy. I'll race you back to shore. All
right.
Wait a minute. Watch me dive from the float. A perfect jackknife. Hi-yo, Silver.
Grab it,
Get
Jimmy.
it.
Grab a
I
ring.
got it, and Jimmy, it's a gold one. I get a free ride.
Hey! Nine hot dogs. 9?
Sure, 3 apiece.
And be sure that pedigree. That means with mustard.
It's for 5 years with no options. Well, what the? Maybe I'm crazy. Goodbye.
Yes, sir, there you are. There's your baby doll. Now come on 4 times in a row and win your choice of anything in the house.
Jimmy, let me try.
There you are, lady.
Sure, we'll all try. Give us a dozen balls.
Jimmy, I knocked one off. I hit it.
Here you are, lady. Another baby doll. Here you are.
Hey, see the one with the chip on it? That one's Trista Lane. Watch me hit it.
Poor Trista.
Yeah, boo-hoo-hoo for Trista. She's down, but you know, something tells me she's not out.
What is it that's so important and yet so secretive that you can't tell anyone but me personally? Well?
It's like this, Miss Lane. I heard indirectly that you and this Gene Wilson sort of had some trouble at the studio today.
Oh, you heard, did you?
Yeah.
Well, you can get out of here and mind your own business. I have no statements for prying reporters.
That's just it. Maybe I have.
I said to... What?
Miss Lane, it just happens that I'm anxious to leave town in a hurry, and I'd much rather go with $1,000 in my pocket.
Stop making riddles. What do you mean?
Would it be worth $1,000 to you to prove that Gene Wilson is not an international star and that our contract with Martin Rickey is no good because it was made through fraud?
Can you prove that?
I'm just asking you, Miss Lane. And if that isn't enough for your money, would it help if I could prove that Jimmy Parks put over this whole deal by giving away percentages of her prospective income? A little gag which Miss Wilson herself doesn't even know about?
She doesn't know? And you can prove it?
I could round up the shareholders in an hour.
Round up the shareholders. Well, isn't that interesting? Sit down. I think we might do business.
Mr. Parks.
Huh?
Got any more dance tickets left?
Sure, plenty.
Well, tear 'em up, eat 'em, do anything with 'em. This has got to be the last dance. My feet
I see. Turning softy on me. Well, fine. Apparently the Wilson blood doesn't spring from the same hardy stalks as them Parksies.
Ah, is that so? Notice you didn't ring the bell with the sledgehammer.
Neither did you.
I rang the ladies' bell.
Oh, that's mere nothing. Ladies' bell. Why, with both hands tied behind me, I could say, hey, you know what we're going to do after this dance?
I know. We're going home.
Home at this hour? Fishing. Out at the end of the pier.
Fishing?
Uh-huh. Wait and see.
Poor Perry. Look at him loaded down with all those Cupid dolls.
Well, don't remind him. He may want us to carry some, see?
Don't tell me you stopped your dance marathon. If it's me you're worried about, go ahead. I've been here so long now, the people think I'm a concession.
Oh, Perry.
They've been looking around for rings to throw at my nose so they can win some of these Cupid dolls. Hey, aren't we going home now? I'm all stove in.
Well, you go back to the car. We'll be along later.
I know what that means. Well, listen, if you see a hulking mass in the back seat, don't disturb it. It'll be my recumbent form.
Perry, want another hot dog?
Oh.
Come on, Judy.
Can't understand it.
Neither can I. A nice brown cord for a line, a bent hairpin for a hook, and a chocolate raisin for a bait. Mighty funny fish don't bite on that.
Too particular.
Yeah.
Might be the wrong time of day. My father always said you could never fish after dark.
Oh, your father was bad.
Is that so? Well, I'll...
What?
I'm too tired to argue. He was best, like your father.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, fish always bite when there's a moon.
He said no.
He's a liar.
What's the matter?
That curl. There it is, down your eyes again.
Well, let it stay.
Nuh-uh. There. That's better. Oh, Jeannie. That moon on your face.
Jimmy.
I love you, Jeannie. I love you. Do you hear that?
Oh, Jimmy, I'm so glad.
Jeannie, there's something else There's something else you've got to know about you, and I always swore to myself I'd tell you before I told you I loved you, but
Not now, Jimmy. Whatever it is, not now. Tomorrow or any time. But let this day, all of it, be just what it has been. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, look, a bite. Haul up the line. Quick, Jimmy. Jimmy, it was mean to leave Perry to bring up all those Cupid dolls and things by himself.
He ought to be rested, sleeping all the way home.
Oh, me too. Just tell him to put them outside the door here. I'll get them in the morning. I'm too tired to wait.
Okay. Good night, Jeannie.
Good night, Jimmy.
Darling. Gosh, I was proud of you today.
Were you?
Yeah. And, Jeannie, tomorrow, whenever I mean, just remember one thing, will you? What I said out in that pier, that was on the level.
I remember.
Good night.
Jimmy, wait. Come back. There's someone in here.
Someone in there?
Oh, so there you are.
Miss Lane.
Trista?
Yeah, wait till I can see you.
Trista, what's the idea of this in Mr. Wilson's apartment? Oh, who are all the... What is this?
Oh, so you recognize us. I say us, because I bought out the apartment manager's interest. So now I'm a shareholder, too, Jimmy. A shareholder in your little Gene Wilson Corporation.
Jimmy, what's she talking
Come
about?
on, let's get out of here. I'll explain.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll explain. You see, my dear, every one of us here has a contract for a percentage in your first year's salary. A contract signed by your manager, Mr. Jimmy Park.
Contract? Percentage? But that's not true.
Oh, isn't it? Well, just ask them. Ask Mrs. Ryan there, your cook. Or Mr. Steiner, who supplied your groceries. Or Buck Braddock, who's been chauffeuring you in his own car. Or your maid. Ask any of them. If he didn't make them all believe that about you being an international actress instead of the cheap waitress that you are. Well, why don't you ask them?
Jimmy, say something.
I wanted to tell you, Jeannie, I tried to...
Oh, you should have, Jimmy. All those lies, that pretense. Oh, for publicity, it might have been all right. But to let all these people gamble on me... Oh, but it's all right now. All of you believe me. Even if Mr. Parks did lie to you, I have a contract. Just today there was a test, and, well, you'll get your money. I have a contract.
Oh, have you? And how long will you keep it? When Martin Rickey finds out it was made through fraud?
Trista, shut up.
You see, my dear, now you know how your friend Jimmy made a waitress into a star. But you still don't know why he did it.
No, Trista, stop it. Get out of here. I'll tell her myself.
He'd been fired by Rickey because he bugged on my publicity campaign. So he swore he'd get even. Do you know how?
Trista.
By selling him a phony. By getting him to give a contract to a girl who had already proved that she was the worst actress in Hollywood.
That's a lie. He believed in me.
Oh,
he told
did
me.
He? Maybe that's why he told Roger Colton that you couldn't act for sour apples. And that if they could trick Rickey into signing you, they'd be putting him behind the biggest 8-ball in the history of Hollywood. Oh, yes, he believed in
Trista,
you.
will you shut up?
Oh, no, Jimmy. Let her talk. That's how we learn things. Funny things. Things that we can laugh about. Why don't you laugh? Why don't we all laugh? Oh, Jimmy Parks.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at ChestertonRadio.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chief hope of our enemies is to divide the United States along racial and religious lines and thereby conquer us. Let's not spread prejudice. A divided America is a weak America. Through our behavior, we encourage the respect of our children and make them better neighbors to all races and religions. Remind them that being good neighbors has helped make our country great and kept her free. Thank you.
It's Jimmy, take it easy.
It's the third time Gene Wilson ain't here.
But I tell you, I've got to see Ricky.
I am trying, but I just can't play the part.
We take the scene again, and this time give me something.
Quiet. Turn him over.
The 1847 Silver Theater, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in an original story, First Love. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate, welcomes you to the 1847 Silver Theater. And right now, I'd like to introduce the man behind the show, a man known everywhere for his work on stage, screen, and radio, our director, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Today we bring to a close the story of Gene Wilson and Jimmy Parks, taking up the thread of the romance right where we left off last week. Before we ring up the curtain on this afternoon's performance, I'd like to tell you of other plays and famous players which we have in store for you. Next week, we shall present the celebrated dramatic actress of stage and screen, Miss Miriam Hopkins, in a special radio adaptation of a Faith Baldwin romance entitled P.S. She Got the Job. In following weeks, we shall present Brian Ahern, Jane Wyatt, Madeline Carroll, Clark Gable, Lee Tracy, and many other distinguished names of the screen and theater. And now, in just a moment, our play First Love will begin. It's a romantic comedy drama, two against that town of hopes and heartaches, Hollywood. It's a play with that intangible thing called glamour. It's a play
Pardon me, Conrad, but could I borrow that word?
Borrow a word, John? What word?
The word glamour.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
I want to borrow the word glamour, ladies and gentlemen, because glamour is just the word that describes 1847 Rogers Brothers' new pattern in silver plate, which Rosalind Russell herself christened First Love. For Miss Russell says that the moment she saw it, she fell in love with this thrilling new pattern. First Love is strikingly beautiful, radiantly lovely, really glorified silver plate of graceful lines and exquisite proportions. Even more than that, the garland of formal flowers which ornaments the First Love pattern is richly raised and deeply etched in a new perfection of craftsmanship never before available save in sterling silver. And only 1847 Rogers Brothers know this secret of sterling craftsmanship applied to silver plate, the glorious climax of more than 90 years of working in silver. First Love is glamorous as a Hollywood star, a pattern to grace surroundings of any type, a pattern which you must really see to appreciate its beauty. And so that you may see this latest and loveliest of patterns, 1847 Rogers Brothers make it possible for you to secure a finely wrought fork, a special serving fork in the First Love pattern at 1/3 its regular price. So be sure to ask your jeweler or your department store about it tomorrow.
And now for our play. The lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on the Grover Jones story First Love, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. We hope you like
it. Hey, Jimmy, take it easy.
We've got to find her, Perry. We've got to find Jean, do you hear?
Yeah, but wouldn't you just as soon we were still alive when we do?
Oh, if she's only at the station.
Yeah, and you can talk her into coming back. Something tells me that's going to take eloquence, my boy, the way she was feeling when she ran out of that apartment.
Why did she have to take it that way, Perry?
Look out. Oh, Jimmy.
What if I did give a bunch of people percentages in her first year's salary to help make her a star? That's been done before.
Oh, don't be a sap. That's not why Jean ran out on you, and you know it. What busted her up was finding out that you lied when you said you believed in her. It's like I told you from the first, Jimmy.
I'll look in the station. You wait here.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll go.
Examiner, time, paper.
Yes, sir. Ticket?
No, look, has a girl bought a ticket in here tonight since midnight, I mean?
Oh, where would she been going?
Well, east, New York, maybe. Or Springfield. That's it, Springfield, Massachusetts. That's where she'd be going.
I haven't sold any ticket to Springfield. Besides, there's no train east out of here for about 5 hours, not until 7:30.
Well, have you seen her? Look, she's about 5'4", no, 5'5", no, and pretty, awful pretty, and brown hair, brown eyes, and Had on a suit, brown, maybe blue. Well, I don't know, but...
Afraid I can't help you, but I'll keep an eye out.
Examiner Times, paper, read.
What luck, Jimmy?
No luck. There's no train out for 5 hours.
Where now?
Well, the hotels. We're going to check on everyone in Hollywood.
Jimmy,
and then we're going to start on the rooming houses.
Oh, hey, but you can't wake people up at this hour. Besides, we ought to get some sleep.
Sleep? I said we're going to find Jean.
Nope, no one but that name registered.
Well, she might have used another name. Now, look, she's about so tall and dark hair and brown eyes, and I think she had a suit on, a gray suit, maybe green.
Afraid she's not here, sorry.
No, wait, hello. No, this girl would have come in since midnight. She's not? Okay, thanks.
Now, see here, young fellow. For the third time, Jean Wilson ain't here. She moved away a couple of weeks ago. Got a job in the movies. Now, will you quit waking me up?
Well, I just thought she might have come back. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right if it's urgent, but she's not here at the YWCA. I'm sorry.
No one that answers that description. Sorry. She didn't buy a ticket. Sorry.
Not at this hotel, sorry. Haven't seen her, sorry.
Not at the YW, sorry.
No one that answers that description. Sorry.
Not here, sorry. Haven't seen her, sorry.
No ticket. Sorry.
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 Oh, Jimmy, it's no use. Give it up.
We're going to keep going. Let's go.
But, Jimmy, it's almost... Oh, all right. Where now?
Where? I don't know. Or do you just keep driving? I'll think of someplace.
Okay.
Oh, Jeannie. Jeannie, where?
I hope you know this whole business is crazy, Jimmy.
It's crazy, Jimmy. It's crazy. You'll never be able to make me a star. As long as both of us together. I'll try.
Yes, sir, it's Bette's. Chasing all over town ever since midnight.
Until midnight, Jimmy. 10 hours till midnight. When this dress turns back into an apron, and that limousine we came in back into a pumpkin.
Oh, Jeannie.
What'd you say, Jimmy?
I didn't say anything. Keep driving.
Okay. But the next time you start out to turn some gal into a star, oh...
A falling star, Jimmy. Superstitious? I'm glad, Jimmy. And I love you, Jimmy. I do love you. Oh, I do. Good night, Jimmy. Good night, Jimmy.
Of course, it's like I told you from the first. You never should have told her all those lies.
All those lies, Jimmy. Lies and pretense. Let Trista talk. That's how we find out things. Funny things. Things we can laugh about. Oh, why don't you laugh? Why don't we all laugh?
No, Jeannie. No. No, you don't understand. Come back.
Hey, what?
She won't come back, Barry. We're not going to find her. She'll never come back.
Coffee. Is that all? That's all. Okay, Jean Wilson.
Hello, Marge.
Say, I didn't recognize you at first. Gee, how are you anyway?
Me? Oh, I'm fine, Marge.
I'll get you coffee. Say, it's swell to see you. I read all that stuff in the paper. Here you are. Gosh, think of you being a star across the street from the same restaurant where you used to juggle trays. Ain't life funny, though? Want some more cream?
Huh? No, thank you.
Oh, I wish you'd have come in earlier so the other girls could have seen you. Say, what are you doing here all alone this hour of the morning? Been working over the studio making night scenes? Or did you just get lonesome for the old place?
Yeah, that's it. Lonesome.
Funny how you can feel about a place you work once, huh? Oh, say, I wanted to ask you. All that stuff in the papers about you being an international actress and stuff, that's just a lot of bunk, ain't it?
Yeah. That's all it is. Bunk.
That's what I told Ruthie.
I says, Ruthie, it stands to reason if she was a big star, she wouldn't have been working here with us. And I told her. Hey, what's the matter? Do you feel all right? I mean, you look sort of...
Yeah, I'm all right.
Oh, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Besides, Ruthie, I says, look who her manager is, that Jimmy Parks guy. The fellow who used to be head of the publicity department across the street. Everybody knows he's the biggest liar in Hollywood. Why, look how he made a star out of that Trista Lane. Just by making people think she was... Hey, aren't you going to finish your coffee? Hey, Jean, wait a minute, your change.
Well, good morning, Miss Wilson. Good morning. Glad to see you.
Mr. Ricky,
Sit down.
but there's no time.
You'd better. I have an idea you and I have a good deal to talk about this morning.
A good deal to... Mr. Ricky, do you already know what I'm here to tell you?
Yes, Miss Wilson, I do. You see, Trista Lane called me after she left your apartment last night.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad. That makes it much easier. All that she told you was true, Mr. Ricky. I'm not an international star. And I was a waitress in the restaurant across the street. The whole thing was just a little idea of Mr. Parks to...
To get back at me for firing him. I know. But something tells me you didn't know, Miss Wilson. Not about that part of it.
Well, what difference does it make? All that matters is that you have a contract with a girl that can't act. Well, that's why I'm here this morning. Mr. Ricky, I brought this.
What is it?
My copy of the contract between us. If you'll just write me a check for $51.46, you may have it back.
Check. $51.40. What are you talking about?
Well, that happens to be the price of a ticket to Springfield. I'd rather not have taken anything.
But Miss Wilson, it also happens that you're not going to Springfield.
Well, what do you mean?
I have no intention of canceling that contract.
But it was made through fraud, and when you signed me, you thought that I was...
I thought you'd be a good box office, and you are. As for the ballyhoo of Parks, it's great publicity. Now we'll tell the public the truth about you, and they'll be more interested than ever.
But, Mr. Ricky, that's crazy. I mean, you don't understand. I'd be no good to you. I can't act.
I can't believe that. Remember, I saw you make that test yesterday with Trista Lane.
But that was different. That was because I had someone, something I could count on. But now it's no use. Oh, Mr. Ricky, you've got to let me out of that contract.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Miss Wilson. Besides, you're just a little upset now, and hard work's the best thing in the world for you.
Oh, but please,
I have a script called Cold Embers ready to go into production. Great story, Miss Wilson. A story of women in the war. And there's a girl in there. Well, when that picture is released, and with you in that part, you will be an international star.
Oh, no, Mr. Ricky, please. Please, you don't understand. You've got to let me out of it.
I do understand, Miss Wilson. And now you better go home and get some sleep. Beginning tomorrow, you're going to be a very busy young woman.
But please, you've got to listen.
Make appointments for Miss Wilson tomorrow morning. A makeup test at 9.
No.
Fittings at 10.
Please.
Photographs
Ricky,
at 12. And interviews from 2 to 4. And see that she gets some script.
Turn them over.
Rolling. Scene 14, take 9.
Action. And please, Miss Wilson, give me something this time, eh?
But don't you understand? The man's an enemy, Margaret. We don't dare give him shelter.
He's hurt, and he needs care. Are we to let men die because they don't wear the right uniform?
Oh, if Joe and all the rest felt that way, where would we be?
Well, they don't. They're killing every chance they get.
Cut! Angie! No, Miss Wilson. We can't spend the entire day on this one scene. Quiet! I want the set quiet.
Quiet.
Assistant, no visitors. Visitors off the set, please.
Yes, Mr. LaRue. I'm sorry, but you folks will have to get off the set.
I will explain again. The whole spirit of the story is in the lines you speak in the scene. There is determination, there is bitterness, there is despair. All the complex emotions that a woman feels in time of war. Now put those things into it. Feel the scene, please. We take it again. Turn them over.
Rolling. Scene 14, take 10.
Action.
But don't you understand? The man's an enemy, Margaret. We don't dare give him shelter.
He's hurt, and he needs care. Are we to let men die because they...
No! Cut! Will you tell me what is wrong with you?
Oh, maybe it's my fault, Miss Wilson. Maybe I'm
Of course,
not
it's not
giving
your
you-
fault. It's so... Oh, Mr. LaRue, I want to do what you say. I'm trying. I seem to be all tied up inside. Can we try it again?
No, we try it no more. We're wasting time. The company is dismissed for the day. It is no good, Ricky. The girl is flat, colorless. The day she took the test, she was an actress. Now she's a stick.
All right, I'll get another story. I'll get a dozen stories if I have to. But I'm going to make a picture with Gene Wilson, and you're going to direct it.
You're crazy, Jimmy. She won't even see you.
But I'm not going to see Gene. I'm going to see Ricky.
He'll throw you out.
And this one had better be good, because if this script doesn't fit that girl, I'll fire you all and get some writers who can write. I'm busy.
Mr. Parks is here again. Says he must see you.
Parks, tell him to get off the lot and stay off. Turner, how soon can you have this new story ready to shoot? We've got to get started on a picture. We have to get our money.
No! Cut! Miss Wilson, in this story you are supposed to be gay, to laugh. This is a comedy we are playing, not Macbeth. Will you please try?
I am trying, but I can't do it. I can't do it, I tell you.
We've tried her in 6 stories, and she couldn't play any of them. That's why I brought you from New York, Max. If you can't write one that she can play, I don't know what we'll do.
But I tell you, I've got to see Martin Ricky.
Cut! I give up. There is no use. I'm through. Completely and absolutely finished.
Parks, I gave orders to keep you off the lot.
Ricky, you've got to listen to me for 5 minutes, please. Ricky, I want to be honest with you.
What do you know about honesty? I gave you the best publicity job in Hollywood. I paid you top salary for 5 years. I saw you through every scrape that your crazy hot-headedness got you into. And how do you thank me for it? By one of the lowest tricks that ever was pulled in Hollywood. And you talk to me about honesty.
I know all that, Ricky. But I'm not here this morning for myself, Ricky. I swear I'm not.
Oh. Maybe you've got a new actress to sell me, huh? Somebody else that I can waste $200,000 on. Do you realize that I hired the best writers in the country to turn out scripts for that girl and... Oh, well, never mind. She's through. Have you got any more great ideas?
Ricky, let me write a story for her.
Ah, you're crazy.
That's what I'm here for, Ricky. I've got a story that she can play.
What are you talking
It's
about?
her story. Her own story, Ricky. The story of a girl with one single dream, one ambition, and a guy who was too much of a fool to recognize that dream in time. Let me do it, Ricky. This won't cost you a dime, but you've just got to let me write it.
Well, what makes you think she'd be any better in this story than she was in any of the others?
You saw her that day on that test with Trista. She was great. You know it. Well, since then, something's happened to Jane. I know what it is. She's lost the one thing an actress must have. Faith in herself. Well, the story I'm going to write will give that back. It'll make her see a lot of things straight now that seem twisted up in a million crazy shapes. And oh, Ricky, I've got to do it. I've got to do it for so many reasons. Please give me this chance.
All right, Jimmy. I never knew you to do a bad job on anything you had your heart in. I've got a hunch your heart is in this.
Take it easy, Mr. Hess, or you'll burn up the keys.
No, I'll be quiet.
Okay, Mr. Hess.
Hey, what is this Hess business?
If you'd stop work long enough to read the paper, you'd know. It's your nom de plume, or should I say de type. It's all over the movie columns this morning that Superba's finally found a story for Gene Wilson. A story called Hollywood Girl by Ronald Hess. What a name, Ronald.
Never mind now. He is writing it for all you know. You just keep your mouth shut, see?
How about to Jean?
Most of all to Jean. Now, she's not to know.
Fine business. You're writing practically a stenographic report of the things you've said to each other. And you expect her not to...
That.
Am I? The girl in that story is Jean and the fellow is you, Jimmy, my boy. The masks you put on them are so thin it'd take a blind man to be fooled.
No, hey, come on. You get out of here and mind your own business. Here's the third sequence. Now, tell Ricky I'll get the rest of it by tomorrow night.
Oh, Jimmy, you can't. Use your head. You can't keep working like this. Get some rest and some decent food.
Don't worry. I'll get rest. Plenty of it after this picture's finished.
What do you mean?
Well, I think Hollywood and I can do without each other for a while. I thought I'd do a little traveling, maybe down to Australia, you know. I've always wanted to see those wombat and the platypus and the kangaroos. Hey, what is that? Now, come on, get out of here.
Okay.
Perry.
Yeah?
Perry, when do they start to shoot? Did Ricky tell you?
Sure, tomorrow. They're going to start with that sequence in the park. When the guy tells a girl he can make her a star. Wonder where you ever got that idea.
Well, Perry, now, you stick around. And you watch the lighting and watch Jean's makeup, now everything. And if she's not getting every break, you go to Ricky and you tell him. Now, you do that, Rick.
Okay. Ronald Hess. Ronald.
Quiet. Turn them over.
Pardon me, Mr. LaRue. Jean, the old faithful curl that's in your eyes again.
Oh, thank you. How's that?
That's swell. Excuse me, Mr. LaRue.
Quite all right. Thank you for noticing. Now, bien. Turn them over.
Rolling. Scene 37, take one.
Action, please.
I'll make you a star, Helen, so help me. I'll do it.
But I'm warning you, I can't act. Not anymore.
Of course you can. And we'll be together. I'll be there to pull you through. Together we're a cinch. Say you'll do it, Helen.
All right, Tommy. It's crazy. And I know I'll let you down, but as long as we're together, I'll do it.
Oh, Helen, I could kiss you.
You could, Tommy? You have.
Cut. Excellent. Thank you both.
Save the lights.
I'm delighted, Miss Wilson. Delighted. I see already that this story for you is the answer.
Yes, I'm beginning to think it is. Mr. LaRue, who's writing this story, do you know?
Someone by the name of Ronald Hess, I understand.
Yes, but who is Ronald Hess?
I have no idea. The name is new to me.
Say, Jean, that's...
Mr. Burke, do you by any chance happen to know who is this Ronald Hess?
Who, me? Say, I make it a point never to know any writer. No.
I see. Perhaps we'd better go on shooting, Mr. LaRue.
Exactly. Cameraman, give me a setup over here, and let's have it quiet for rehearsal.
You're haywire, Jimmy. You can't end it that way.
Now, I'm writing this story.
But the public won't go for it. So far, it's been a swell story. You got to get the boy and the girl together in the end.
Why? You say the story's been good. Well, do you know the reason? Because it's real, honest, and genuine. That's why. Well, it's going to end that way. The guy's a heel, isn't he? Well, as long as he's a heel, he doesn't deserve her.
Ever hear of this thing called love?
Yeah. She's not in love with him. She couldn't be.
Jimmy, you may know publicity, but when it comes to women, you're 4 points below being a moron.
Yeah? Well, this story, she doesn't love him, see? She gives him his walking papers right here on this speech. Now, listen. The fella's come to say goodbye to her, see? And she says, why did you have to come back? Isn't it better to forget things that are over and done with? The one decent thing you might have done is to leave me alone. Oh, no, I'd better just stay that way. It reads better. Let's see. Why did you have to come back? Isn't it better to forget things that are over and done with?
The one decent thing you might have done was to stay away. I almost thought I loved you once, Tommy. But I know now I didn't, and I never could. There's too big a barrier of lies and pretense. And what I'm trying to say is this. There was a time I needed just one thing in life, Tom, and that was faith. Your faith in me. She didn't come through, Tommy, because you didn't have that faith. Now will you go? And this time don't come back. Please, Tommy. Please. Don't come back.
That is a picture. Perfect.
It's not. It's all wrong. It can't be like that. Perry, where is he? Where does he take me to?
Jane, but he said...
I don't care what he said. Take me to him.
Was that you, Perry? I'll be right out. I'm making some reservations. Hello. That's right, yeah. The 840 to San Francisco. Yeah, lower. Thanks. Well, Perry, look, how did the scene go? Oh, Jeannie.
I came to see Mr. Hess. Perry told me he lived here.
Well, Perry's batch. You better go back to the studio.
Oh, but I won't. Till I see Mr. Hess. That story, it's got to be changed. And you know how? I'll show you.
Well, here, Jeannie, now, wait a minute.
Now, you read over my shoulder, Jimmy. I'll show you what that closing speech of hers should be.
Let's stop this crazy business of torturing ourselves. I love you for writing the script for me. I love you for trying to keep it a secret. I love you for, oh, who cares what for. I love you. Jeannie, is it? You mean, could you?
Yes, Jimmy. I could, and I do.
Oh, Jeannie, my darling.
Mike.
Oh, Perry, now.
Don't mind me. That's all I wanted to know. Scene 382, close-up. The two stand in close embrace, forgetting that there's anyone in the world but themselves, as we slowly fade out. The end.
You're wrong, Perry, isn't he, Jimmy?
Dead wrong.
Mm-hmm. It's the beginning. It's just scene one. And believe me, this is going to be a picture.
In just a moment, Rosalind Russell and James Stewart are coming out before the curtain so that you may meet them. But first, John Conte has a word for you.
Today we've heard the happy ending of our play, First Love, in which we all enjoyed Rosalind Russell and James Stewart so much. And next week in the 1847 Silver Theater, we'll hear about another play of another title. But you'll still hear a lot about the name First Love. For First Love, 1847 Rogers Brothers' stunning pattern in silver plate is news, real news. A design of enduring loveliness with craftsmanship of the type never before available save in sterling silver. Craftsmanship possible only from the great house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. For 1847 Rogers Brothers is the most important name in silver plate. A name which for 90 years has stood for the finest quality and workmanship. So go to your dealer tomorrow and learn now for how little this lasting loveliness can be yours, and how easy it is to buy out of income. For today, you can make your dream come true. You can own the finest silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. And now, here is Conrad Nagel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I feel that we're all a little sad right now, for we've come to the end of our play, First Love, with Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. We hope you enjoyed it, and we know you enjoyed our stars. I want to congratulate them on a grand job.
Thank you, Conrad. I do know that I've enjoyed it.
Me too, Conrad.
And I know everybody will be thrilled with Miriam Hopkins' next play. Next week here on this program. Fanning her story, P.S. She got the job. But before I go, I would like to thank all of you for the wonderful way you've received our play. Your letters have meant so much to me, and I'd like to thank 1847 Rogers Brothers, too. You know, I feel as though 1847 people and I were old friends. Matter of fact, we are. My mother has 1847 Rogers Brothers Silverware in Connecticut, and I do here, too, in Hollywood. That's what we think of it.
Well, we certainly hope you'll be back, Rosalind. We appreciate MGM giving you permission to appear in our Silver Theater. Also, we wish you and Robert Montgomery lots of luck in your new picture, Love, Live, and Learn. Well, Jimmy, I guess it's au revoir to you, too, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is, Conrad. I guess I'll pack up my mic fright and get back to stage 8.
You've got a new MGM picture coming out soon, haven't you, Jimmy?
Yeah, The Last Gangster, starring Edward G. Robinson.
Well, I know it'll be a big success, and we also hope you'll do another play for us again here in the Silver Theater.
Well, maybe that's a date. And what Rosalind said about your letters goes for me, too, and my most sincere thanks to 1847 Rogers Brothers for letting me do Jimmy Parks. So long, everybody.
Goodbye. Come along, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Rosalind. Goodbye, Jimmy. This is Conrad Nagel bidding you good afternoon. I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday.
Next week, at the same time, the 1847 Silver Theater presents Miriam Hopkins in the exciting Faith Baldwin one-act play, P.S. She Got the Job. The Grover Jones story, First Love, was adapted for radio by True Boardman, with special music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. This is John Conte speaking for International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom, but all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims, but free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying, if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized, and if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.